Section 0 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania. Edited by Margaretta, Archambault. The Plan of the Book and Addenda. The Plan of the Book. This guidebook of art, architecture, and historic interests in Pennsylvania, commenced by advice of Mrs. Edward Biddle of Carlisle and fostered by Mrs. Samuel Semple of Titusville during their presidency of the State Federation of Pennsylvania Women for the use of tourists, is arranged chronologically, beginning with the counties first formed. Towns in each county follow each other in location as closely as possible. Works of good art in the state have been cataloged, together with a story of most interesting pioneer history. That each one of the 67 counties should have a chapter in the book. Those that have no art have the Indian trails and thrilling experiences of our first brave pathfinders. Serious effort has been made to have all the information verified. In some instances, 2 or 3 counties have made the same claims for various historic firsts, which have here been given their proper record, through consultation with the state historians at Harrisburg. To keep the book small, facts are scarcely more than outlined. Further information about them may be obtained from the bibliography of this book. The chapter of each county was written by a most responsible person who lived there, judges, clergymen, historians, and a few by officers of the women's clubs, thus giving inside knowledge that a stranger could never get. All dry-as-dust statistics are omitted, and only that which is of prominent interest is given. Authorities consulted have differed, and mistakes will occur. There will be sins of omission and commission in the work, according to the point of view of the reader, but they are few in comparison with the wealth of real information brought together within this cover. To the many earnest helpers who have given their knowledge, time, and patience in obtaining and sending these reports, warmest thanks and sincere appreciation are heartily given. All honor is due to them. We would like to give their names, but some have asked that they be withheld, and it is thought best to do so with all. A. Margaretta Archambault, Editor. Philadelphia, June 15, 1917. Addenda. This book, finished for publication in 1917, was placed in the vaults of the Historical Society of Pennsylvania as all money was needed for our soldiers. The present committee, appointed by Mrs. Ham, has decided to publish the work as compiled in 1917, and not delay it by trying to bring the 67 counties up to date. Conditions have been so unfavorable for new construction since the war that little has been done. The populations of towns, however, has been advanced to the 1920 statistics. A. M. Archambault, Philadelphia, June 30th, 1924. End of Section 0. Section 1 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Philadelphia Historic Firsts. The first parks in North America provided for the pleasure of the people were dedicated by William Penn at the settlement of Philadelphia in 1682. They were the northeastern, southeastern, northwestern, southwestern, and center squares, now known respectively as Franklin, Washington, Logan, Rittenhouse, and Penn Squares. In a letter dated 1683, William Penn alludes to the glass house of the Free Society of Traders. Soon after this, a glass house was erected at Frankfort by English friends. The first almanac printed in America was Calendarium Pennsylvaniense, or America's Messenger, being an almanac for the year of grace 1686. It was edited by Samuel Atkins and published by William Bradford 1685. The first paper mill in America was built by William Rittenhouse on the banks of the Wissahickon Creek in the year 1690. A new primer or methodical direction to attain the true spelling, reading, and writing of English. This was the first American school textbook, though it was published in New York in 1698. Its author was Francis Daniel Pastorius, founder of Germantown. The first presbytery of the Presbyterian Church in the United States was formed in Philadelphia in 1705. It was composed of 7 ministers, and included Philadelphia, Maryland, Delaware, and the eastern shore of Virginia. The first botanical garden in America was started in 1705 by Dr. Christopher Witt at the southeast corner of Germantown Avenue and High Street. John Bartram began his famous gardens in 1728 at Gray's Ferry on the Schuylkill River. The first Mennonite church in America was erected in Germantown at Germantown Avenue and Herman Street, the first service being held therein May 23, 1708. The first institution in America for the care of the poor was the Friends' Almshouse, established in Philadelphia in 1713. First municipal care of the poor in the United States was begun by the city of Philadelphia in a rented building, September 1, 1713, The first building was erected in 1731. The first Tunker Church in America was founded in Germantown, December 25, 1723, at Germantown Avenue and Upsall Street. The first love feast celebrated in this country was observed by them the same evening. The first Association for the Benefit of Workers, or labor organization, in America was the Carpenters' Company, established in Philadelphia, 1724. The first Mariners' Quadrant, invented by Thomas Godfrey, a glazier, of 19th Street and Church Lane, Germantown, was made in 1730, first used in Delaware Bay by Joshua Fisher. In 1727, a literary society was formed here by Franklin and 11 associates. This was the famous Junto, and from it originated the Library Company of Philadelphia, the first library of a public nature in America. The instrument of association was dated July 1, 1731, and the charter granted by the proprietary May 3, 1742. The first club in America organized as a dining and fishing club was the Colony in Schuylkill, 1732. The name was afterwards changed to the State in Schuylkill. The first German newspaper in America was Die Philadelphische Zeitung, published by Benjamin Franklin, May 6, 1732. There were but 2 numbers issued. The first type made in America was made by Christopher Saar, the Germantown printer, in 1735. The first volunteer fire company in America, the Union Fire Company, was founded by Franklin and 4 associates, December 7, 1736. It lasted for 84 years. February 13, 1741, the American Magazine, or a monthly view of the political state of the British colonies, was published by Andrew Bradford. This was the first magazine published in America. 3 days later, February 16, 1741, Franklin issued the General Magazine and Historical Chronicle for all the British plantations in America. The first German Bible printed in America was by Christopher Saar in Germantown, 1743. Saar also published the New Testament in German. He issued 7 editions in the years 1745, 1747, 1748, 1751. The first institution in America devoted to science and learning was the American Philosophical Society, organized in 1743. By Articles of Agreement dated January 2, 1769, there took place a union between this society and the American Society for Promoting and Propagating Useful Knowledge, held at Philadelphia, the latter an outgrowth of the famous Junto, established by Franklin and his associates in 1727. From the date of union until the present time, but one society has existed, known as the American Philosophical Society. The first lightning rod was placed upon the home of its inventor, Benjamin Franklin, at 141, now 325, Market Street, in 1749. In December 1749, certain Scotchmen living in Philadelphia organized the St. Andrew's Society at Philadelphia in Pennsylvania. The object of the society was the relief of poor and distressed Scotsmen. It was the first organization of the kind in this country. The first hospital in America was the Pennsylvania Hospital, chartered by Assembly of Pennsylvania, May 11, 1751. The first American work on botany was by John Bartram and was published in 1751. Its title was Observations on the Inhabitants, Climate, Soil, Diverse Productions, Animals, etc., made in his travels from Pennsylvania to Onondaga, Oswego, and the Lake Ontario. The first fire insurance company in America was the Philadelphia Contribution Ship for the insurance of houses from loss by fire. It was organized April 13, 1752, and 12 directors chosen at that time, who held their first meeting May 11, 1752. At this meeting was adopted the well-known seal which has given the company its nickname of Hand in Hand. The first expedition fitted out in the United States for Arctic exploration and the discovery of a Northwest Passage sailed from Philadelphia on the schooner Argo, Captain Charles Swain, March 8, 1753. The first cartoon published in America was the famous snake divided into 8 parts, representing the colonies: New England, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, and South Carolina, and bore the motto, Join or Die. It was published by Benjamin Franklin in the Pennsylvania Gazette, May 9, 1754, and was called forth by the massacres of colonists in the French and Indian Wars. The first life insurance company in this country was the Presbyterian Ministers' Fund of Philadelphia, founded in 1759. The first mention of Shakespeare, discovered to date, April 1916, in any American work occurs in Science, a Poem, by Francis Hopkinson, published by William Dunlap in Philadelphia, 1762. The first night school in America was opened in the Germantown Academy, October 14, 1762. The sessions were from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., each scholar to find his own candle, and pay 2 shillings 6 pence for firewood. The compensation was 10 shillings per quarter. The first observatory erected in this America was on South Street near Front, and was built for Mason and Dixon in 1763. The first religious magazine in America was the Geistlich's magazine, published by Christopher Sauer in 1764. The first medical school in America was begun by the University of Pennsylvania, May 3, 1765. The first medical commencement was held June 21, 1768, where 10 students were given degrees. Captains of Ships Charitable Club was instituted July 4, 1765, and incorporated February 4, 1770, as the Society for the Relief of Poor and Distressed Masters of Ships, their Widows, and Children. This was the first society of its kind organized in America. The first permanent theater in America was the Southwark Theater, erected at South and Lithgow Streets, Philadelphia. It was opened by David Douglas, November 21, 1766. The first American play was The Prince of Parthia by Thomas Godfrey, Jr., a young Philadelphia poet and the son of the inventor of the Mariner's Quadrant. It was produced at the Southwark Theater, April 23, 1767. The first American publication on pedagogy was A Simple and Thoroughly Prepared School Management by Christopher Dock, the pious schoolmaster of Skippack. It was published in Germantown by Christopher Saar, 1770. The Pennsylvania Packet and the General Advertiser was first issued October 28, 1771. This was a weekly publication printed by John Dunlap. In 1784, Dunlap had taken as his partner David C. Claypool, and on Tuesday, September 21, 1784, they issued the Pennsylvania Packet and Daily Advertiser. This was the first daily newspaper published in America. The first active protest against the importation of tea, on account of the obnoxious tax, occurred in Philadelphia, not Boston, in 1773. An immense meeting was held in the State House Yard October 16, 1773. Under date of November 27, 1773, a broadside was issued warning against an attempt to land any of the objectionable article. On Christmas Day, the ship Polly, Captain Ayres, reached Chester. Captain Ayres was brought to Philadelphia and informed of the situation. On December 27th, he started on his return trip to England, taking his cargo of tea with him. The people of Boston held their tea party December 16, 1773, and cast the tea into the harbor, thus entailing a heavy loss upon the innocent merchants. The Garden of the Soul, or a manual of spiritual exercises and instructions for Christians who, living in the world, aspire to devotion. London, printed. Philadelphia, reprinted, by Joseph Cruikshank on Market Street, between 2nd and 3rd Streets, 1774. This was the first Roman Catholic prayer book printed in the English in America. The Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery was founded in Philadelphia in 1774. It was the first society in the country formed for this purpose. It reorganized February 10, 1784, as the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery and for the Relief of Free Negroes unlawfully held in bondage, and for improving the condition of the African race. The earliest mention of the manufacture of carpets in this country is that of William Calverley of Locksley's Court, date supposed to be 1774. The first joint stock company formed for the manufacture of cotton was the United Company of Philadelphia for Promoting American Manufactures. The first general meeting was held February 22, 1775, and Dr. Benjamin Rush was elected president. This is believed to be the first joint stock company for any kind of manufactures in this country. The first piano made in the United States was in 1776 by John Barrett, Jr., joiner, on 3rd Street below Brown. The first United States flag is believed to have been made in Philadelphia in 1777. In 1780 was the first Abolition Act of America, providing slavery be abolished in Pennsylvania. July 17, 1780, the Pennsylvania Bank opened for business. This was the first bank in the United States and existed until 1784. The president, directors, and company of the Bank of North America was chartered by the Continental Congress, December 31, 1781. This bank is still in existence and is the only bank in the United States operating under the National Banking Act, which is not required to carry the word national in its official title. The first Bible in English produced by an American press was the work of Robert Aitken, the Philadelphia printer, in 1782. It was issued in 2 volumes. On the back of the title page of the first volume of the copy in the British Museum is this note in the handwriting of Robert Aitken. The first copy of the first edition of the Bible ever printed in America in the English language is presented to Ebenezer Hazard, Esquire, by the editor. The Philadelphia Society for Promoting Agriculture, formed in 1785 and incorporated in February 1809, was the first agricultural organization in this country. Its membership was limited to farmers only. The first General Convention of the Protestant Episcopal Church in the United States was held in Christ Church, Philadelphia, September 27 to October 7, 1785. There were present delegates from 7 states, and it was at this convention that the church was organized in America, and the changes made in the prayer book necessary for its use in the new nation. Reverend William White, D.D., was chosen president of the convention. The first free dispensary in the United States devoted to the relief of the sick and suffering was the Philadelphia Dispensary, founded January 1786. It opened in Strawberry Alley, April 12, 1786. It is still in existence and is located at 127 South 5th Street. First steamboat in the world was built by John Fitch, a Philadelphian. The boat was successfully operated on the Delaware River, July 26, 1786. Another boat, 80 feet long, was built, and on October 12, 1788, successfully made the trip from Philadelphia to Burlington, carrying 30 passengers. The first College of Physicians in America was formed in Philadelphia, January 2, 1787. The first Roman Catholic Church for Germans was organized in Philadelphia in 1787. Ground for a building was purchased at the northwest corner of 6th and Spruce Streets. Articles of incorporation were granted October 4, 1788, under the title of The Trustees of the German Religious Society of Roman Catholics, called the Church of the Holy Trinity in the city of Philadelphia. The first medical library in the United States was established in connection with the College of Physicians in Philadelphia in April 1788. The Free African Society was founded April 12, 1788, by Absalom Jones and Richard Allen, two Negro clergymen of Philadelphia. The African Church, the first church in America exclusively for and controlled entirely by Negroes, was built by this society and opened for public worship July 17, 1794. It was incorporated March 28, 1796, as the minister, church wardens, and vestrymen of the African Episcopal Church of St. Thomas in the city of Philadelphia. In 1789, Lucian's Dialogues, the first Greek book printed in America, was by Joseph James at Philadelphia. The Philadelphia Stock Exchange, the first in America, originated in 1790 in a building at the southwest corner of Front and Market Streets, known as the London Coffee House. It was known as the Philadelphia Board of Brokers until the 8th of December, 1875, when it was changed to its present name, the Philadelphia Stock Exchange. The first law school in America was opened by the University of Pennsylvania, December 15, 1790, President Washington and the members of his cabinet taking part in the exercises. Turkish and Axminster carpets were first made in this country in 1791 by William Peter Sprague in the Northern Liberties. First Bank of the United States was established in Philadelphia, February 25, 1791. The first patents for machines for threshing grain in the world were awarded to Samuel Mulligan of Philadelphia, March 11, 1791. In 1791, Charles Wilson Peale established a drawing school, which was succeeded in 1794 by the Columbianum, also established by Charles Wilson Peale. This was the first society in the United States for the promotion of the fine arts. The first canal in the United States was the Schuylkill and Susquehanna Navigation Company, chartered here in 1791. There were 2,000 shares of stock at $200 per share, and the officers were Robert Morris, president, Timothy Matlack, secretary, and Tench Francis, treasurer. The first United States Mint was built in Philadelphia on what is now 37 and 39 North 7th Street. The cornerstone was laid July 31, 1792, and the first coins, consisting of dimes, half-dimes, and cents, were struck in October of the same year. David Rittenhouse, a Philadelphian, was the first director. The first company organized in America to do a marine insurance business was the Insurance Company of North America, organized March 1792, though it did not receive a charter until April 14, 1794. In spite of the fact that the granting of the charter was delayed, the company commenced doing business immediately after its organization in 1792, and there is recorded the payment of the first loss, June 10, 1793, and the first dividend on its stock was paid January 1794. The Philadelphia and Lancaster Turnpike Company, the first constructed in the United States. The organization of the company was effected in 1792 under authority granted by the legislature. The road was completed in May 1796. The first regular stage left Lancaster at 5 o'clock in the evening and reached Philadelphia at 5 o'clock the next morning, bringing 10 passengers. The original officers of the company were William Bingham, president, William Moore Smith, secretary, and Tench Francis, treasurer. The first successful balloon ascension in America was made from the old jail yard at the southeast corner of 6th and Walnut Streets, January 9, 1793, by the French aeronaut J.P. Blanchard. Sulfuric acid, oil of vitriol, was first made in America by John Harrison in 1793. He was also the first to attempt to produce nitric acid. The Female Society for the Relief of the Distressed was the first society organized in this country for the temporary assistance of the distressed. It was formed in November 1793, and the first meeting was held in the house of Isaac Parrish at the southeast corner of 2nd Street and Pewter Platter Alley. Ice cream was first made in this country by Peter Bossu, a Frenchman, who settled in Philadelphia in 1794. The first advertisement of ice cream appears in the Aurora for July 22, 1800.
The first printing press made in America was constructed by Adam Ramage in 1795.
The United States Gazetteer, the first in this country, was compiled by Joseph Scott and printed by Bailey at 116 Market Street, Philadelphia, in the year 1795. The first American edition of Shakespeare's complete works was issued in Philadelphia in 1795 by Bjorn and Madden. To Ambrose and Company, Mulberry Street, now Arch Street, between 8th and 9th, belongs the honor of being the first in America to manufacture inflammable gas and exhibit the effect of gaslight. This exhibition took place in August 1796 in connection with a pyrotechnic display. Philadelphia introduced the first municipal waterworks in America using a steam pump. Ground was broken March 12, 1799. The first brick was laid May 2, 1799. The first pipe, which was of wood, was put in place June 18, 1799, and the same day was begun the foundation of the engine house in Center Square. The first water was sent through the pipes January 27, 1801. The first person to make artificial mineral water, or soda water, in America was John Hart, a Philadelphia druggist. He did this about the beginning of the 19th century, exact date not known, at the suggestion of Dr. Physic, to imitate water found in natural mineral springs. The first United States Navy Yard was established in Philadelphia in 1800. It occupied about 12 acres and extended from Prime Street, now Washington Avenue, to Wharton Street, and from Front Street to the Delaware River. In 1875, it was moved to League Island and the old property sold. The first frigate of the United States Navy, the Philadelphia, was built in 1800 by Joshua Humphreys near Washington Avenue. The first mercurials made in the United States were produced in 1801 by Dr. Adam Sabert, a druggist, whose shop was at 168 North 2nd Street. The oxyhydrogen blowpipe was invented in 1801 by Professor Robert Hare of Philadelphia. Charles Inu Johnson, in 1804, produced the first printing ink made in America. His firm is still in business and is known as Charles Inu Johnson and Company. The first land steam carriage, or automobile, in the world was invented by Oliver Evans in 1804. The eructor amphibolus, a machine for cleaning docks, mounted on a wagon, was propelled along Market Street from Center Square to the Schuylkill River. At the river, a stern wheel was attached and the vessel launched. The machine was navigated by steam on the Schuylkill and Delaware rivers and was used to deepen the docks. In 1804, Samuel Wetherill and his son, Samuel Jr., erected a white lead manufactory at the northwest corner of Broad and Chestnut Streets, and it was here that the first white lead in this country was produced. English manufacturers were so opposed to this industry being established in the United States that they sent an emissary to this country who destroyed the works by fire. They were rebuilt in 1808 at 12th and Cherry Streets, and in 1847 moved to West Philadelphia on the banks of the Schuylkill, where the business is still carried on by the fifth succeeding generation. The first commission house in the United States for the sale of American manufactures was established in Philadelphia in 1805 by Elijah Waring. The first institution in the United States for the teaching of art was the Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts. The Articles of Agreement were signed December 26, 1805, by 71 citizens. George Clymer was chosen president. The charter was granted March 28, 1806, and it was opened to the public in 1807. The first orphan society in the United States was the Roman Catholic Society of St. Joseph for educating and maintaining poor orphan children. It was organized by Reverend Leonard Neal in 1806 and received a charter the following year. The first riveted hose for fire use in the United States was made in Philadelphia in 1808. American Ornithology was the work of Alexander Wilson, a resident of Philadelphia. 8 volumes were issued, the first in September 1808. It was published in Philadelphia by Bradford and was the first book upon ornithology published in this country. The first American shot was made in Philadelphia, 2 towers being completed at practically the same time. The advertisements appear under the following dates: Bishop and Sparks, October 20th, 1808. Paul Beck, October 27th, 1808. The first Bible Society in America was instituted December 12, 1808, and was incorporated January 30th, 1810, as the Bible Society of Philadelphia. By an amendment to the charter, dated March 7, 1840, the name was changed to the Pennsylvania Bible Society, which name has been retained to the present day. The first cotton goods printed from engraved cylinders in the United States were produced near Germantown in 1809 by Thorpe, Siddall and Company from cylinders brought from England. The first experimental railroad track in the United States was constructed by Somerville, a Scotch millwright, for Thomas Leeper of Philadelphia, and laid down in the yard of the Bull's Head Tavern on 2nd Street above Callow Hill in the Northern Liberties. It was 64 feet in length. The test was made July 31, 1809, and was so successful that Leeper had a railroad constructed at his quarries on Crum Creek in Delaware County, September 1809. This was the first practical railroad built in the United States. First institution in the United States chartered to do a trust business was the Pennsylvania Company for Insurances on Lives and Granting Annuities. Application for charter made January 1810, refused by the House of Representatives, but finally granted March 10, 1812. The first chemical society in America was the Columbian Chemical Society, formed in Philadelphia in 1811. The first soup society in America was the Northern Soup Society on 4th Street above Brown, formed January 1817. The Academy of Natural Sciences was the first of its kind in the United States. It was organized January 25, 1812, by John Speakman, Jacob Gilliams, and 4 others. The society was incorporated by the Pennsylvania Legislature, March 24, 1817. The first lithograph published in the United States was a portrait of Reverend Abner Kneeland by Bass Otis in 1818. John Farr, a chemist of Philadelphia, in 1818, introduced into this country the manufacture of seedless powders. He associated with him in business Abram Kunze, and as Farr and Kunze, located on Arch Street near 12th, they manufactured the first quinine in the United States. This firm, by various steps, has become a part of the Powers Waitman Rosengarten Company. First Savings Bank, the Philadelphia Saving Fund Society, commenced business on December 2, 1816, chartered February 25, 1819. The first church in the world for seamen was erected in Philadelphia about 1820 under the leadership of Reverend Robert Eastburn. It was known as the Mariners' Bethel. The Philadelphia Law Library, first in the United States, was established in 1821 under the auspices of the Society for the Promotion of Legal Knowledge and Forensic Eloquence. The Philadelphia College of Pharmacy was the first institution of its kind in the world. The organization meeting was held in Carpenter's Hall, February 23, 1821. Instruction was begun in the fall of the same year, with Charles Marshall as president of the institution. The charter was granted March 30, 1822. The first engraved cylinders for calico printing made in the United States were made in Philadelphia in 1822 by David H. Mason and Matthew W. Baldwin. In 1827, William Ellis Tucker of Philadelphia was the first in America to manufacture porcelain and chinaware. In 1831, he started the first American Queensware factory. The Pennsylvania Horticultural Society, the first of its kind in America, was organized at a meeting held in the hall of the Franklin Institute, 7th Street below Market, November 24, 1827. It was incorporated March 23, 1831. The first 1-cent newspaper in the country was The Cent, published in 1830 by Dr. Christopher Columbus Conwell at 2nd and Dock Streets, Philadelphia. The first building and loan association in the United States was the Oxford Provident and Building Association, organized in Frankfort in 1831. The officers were Isaac Whitelock, president, Isaac Shallcross, secretary, and Samuel Pilling, treasurer. In 1832, George D. Rosengarten made the first morphine in the United States. The first public high school in the United States was established in Philadelphia in 1836. The first building was erected in 1837-38 on Juniper Street, fronting on Penn Square, now occupied by the Wanamaker store. The school was opened October 26, 1838, when a class of 63 pupils was admitted. The first daguerreotype portrait in America was made in Philadelphia by Robert Cornelius, November 1839 at 710 Chestnut, portrait of himself. The first homeopathic medical college in the world, the North American College of Homeopathic Medicine, was organized in Allentown, PA, in 1835. The second was the Homeopathic Medical College of Philadelphia, organized in 1848. The next in order was the Washington Medical College of Philadelphia, chartered May 2, 1853. This last-named institution changed its name, July 17, 1867, to the Hahnemann Medical College of Philadelphia. The first of these institutions lasted a very short time, and by act of legislature, dated April 2, 1869, the second and third were united under the title of the Hahnemann Medical College of Pennsylvania. This institution can thus claim to be the oldest of its kind in the world, and though not technically the first, it is practically so. The first American grand opera, Leonora, was composed by William H. Fry, a Philadelphian. The words were written by his brother, Joseph R. Fry. It was produced at the Chestnut Street Theater, June 4, 1845, by Pratt and Wemyss. The first free college for orphan boys in the United States was established in Philadelphia under the will of Stephen Girard. Girard College was opened January 1, 1848, with a class of 100 boys. The first comic weekly in America was The John Donkey, edited by Thomas Dunn English and G.G. Foster, illustrated by F.O.C. Darley and Henry L. Stevens, published in Philadelphia by G.B. Zeber and Company, 1848. The Women's Medical College of Pennsylvania is the oldest college in the world organized to train women in the medical profession. It was incorporated March 11, 1850. The Spring Garden Institute, the first of the mechanics institutes in the United States, was chartered April 12, 1851. The cornerstone of the building was laid July 8, 1851, and the building was dedicated November 12, 1852. The first English translation of the Hebrew Bible published in America was the result of 18 years' work of Reverend Isaac Leeser. It was published in Philadelphia in 1854. The first Republican National Convention met in Musical Fund Hall, June 18, 1856, with Henry S. Lane of Indiana as chairman. John C. Fremont was nominated for President of the United States, and William L. Dayton of New Jersey for Vice President. The process of sugar-coating pills was begun in 1856 by William R. Warner and Company, manufacturing chemists of Philadelphia. This was done in a pan suspended by a chain over a charcoal fire. The original pan is still preserved by the firm. The first society in America distinctively devoted to numismatic research was the Numismatic Society, organized in Philadelphia, December 27, 1857, by 7 men. It received its charter February 19, 1858. On March 23, 1865, the name was changed to the Numismatic and Antiquarian Society. The Zoological Society was incorporated in 1859, and in Fairmount Park, north of the Spring Garden Waterworks, began the first zoological garden in the United States. They later moved across the river to their present site, and the new buildings and grounds were opened to the public July 1, 1874. April 8, 1861, John Wanamaker opened a men's clothing store at 6th and Market Streets. 15 years later, 1876, having been removed to 13th and Market Streets, it had 6 departments for the outfitting of men and boys. On March 12, 1877, it was resolved into a general store having 16 departments covering all classes of dried goods. This is believed to have been the first department store in the United States, probably in the world. This same store, in 1865, made the first announcements of the one-price system, and that anything sold could be brought back for a refund of money. The Wanamaker's store at 13th and Market Streets was lighted by electricity on the night after Christmas, 1878, being the first store ever so lighted. First bank chartered under the National Banking Act, the First National Bank of Philadelphia, June 20, 1863. The first national currency was issued by this bank. The first stock exchange clearinghouse in the United States was established here in August 1870. The first organization in the world for the insurance of real estate titles was the Real Estate Title Insurance Company of Philadelphia, chartered March 28, 1876. By an amendment to the charter under date of December 3, 1881, the title was changed to the Real Estate Title Insurance and Trust Company of Philadelphia. The first international fair held in this country was the Centennial Exhibition held in Philadelphia, May 10 to November 10, 1876. It is the only fair of its kind that has paid its own expenses and received no appropriation from Congress. Philadelphia is known as the City of the Easter Lily. It was brought from Bermuda in 1879 by Mrs. Mary Rogers, who propagated it until in 3 years there were 100 specimens. Then William K. Harris, a florist, 56th Street and Springfield Avenue, introduced it in both Philadelphia and New York. The Philadelphia Bourse, the first and as yet the only one in the United States, was chartered June 25, 1891, and completed and opened for business October 1, 1895. The Wistar Institute of Anatomy, founded in 1892 by General Isaac Wistar and connected with the University of Pennsylvania, is the first anatomical and neurological institute established in the United States. Philadelphia was the first city to inaugurate a service by pneumatic tubes for the general carriage of first-class mail. A 6-inch tube connecting the Bourse station with the central post office at 9th Street was put in service February 17, 1893, and is still in operation. 8-inch tubes have been used in lines since installed and have a capacity of 7,200,000 letters per day each way. The first concrete arch highway bridge in the United States was built in 1893 by the city of Philadelphia at Pine Road over the Pennypack Creek. The first institution established in the United States for the advancement of business and trade in all branches, both domestic and foreign, was the Commercial Museum. It was projected by Dr. William P. Wilson and established by ordinance of Philadelphia City Council, approved June 15, 1894. The first successful electric automobile was designed and built by 2 Philadelphians, Henry G. Morris and Pedro G. Salome. It was patented August 31, 1894. The first hospital train sent out during the Spanish War for the relief of the fever-stricken soldiers in the mobilization camps was sent by the University of Pennsylvania, and the soldiers were brought to and treated in the hospital of that institution. This train left Philadelphia August 17, 1898. The first automatic restaurant, Automat, in America, was opened June 9, 1902, at 818 Chestnut Street, Philadelphia, by the Horn and Hardart Baking Company. End of Section 1. Section 2 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Commonwealth, or State of Pennsylvania,
Penn's Woods, Part 1. With a royal grant for 40,000 square miles of land in the New World, William Penn, 38 years old, came up the Delaware River in 1682 and landed at the Blue Anchor Inn, built by the Swedes in 1636. The state now covers 45,126 square miles. No eastern state contains forests of such varied and abundant timber or extensive mineral deposits. According to official reports of the state geologist, $1 1/3 billion worth of mineral products were taken from below ground in 1916. Of these, coal is the greatest wealth producer, over $1 billion annually, the production being nearly one-half of that of the entire United States. The supply is still ample, and new fields are being opened. Over $100 million in coke, and more than $42 million in its byproducts. Petroleum counts for $26 million. Gold, silver, platinum, and asbestos are found in small quantities. Natural gas has been used in this state for manufacturing purposes since 1874. This is the greatest manufacturing region in the world and has the richest agricultural land in the United States. Pennsylvania stands first among the states in the Union in the number of towns over 5,000 in population, making it a remarkable selling market. Philadelphia, the chief city, and third in population, 1,823,779 in the United States, is on the site of a village of the Lenni Lenape, or Delaware Indians, called Coaquanark. Through William Penn's liberal policy to early settlers, and later being the seat of government of the United States, many national institutions were originated here, and many more historical buildings are here than in any other city in America. It comprises the whole of Philadelphia County, and has a distinctive character of its own, reminiscent of the old Quaker life, which is given in this book in 2 colonial walks. The Revolutionary period is given in automobile routes, framed on Washington's itinerary, and modern institutions, many of them continuing from colonial times, are in chapters, schools, galleries, and museums, hospitals, libraries, music, churches. Philadelphia was a leader in the fight for liberty of conscience. The obvious picturesqueness of Philadelphia is in the Pennsylvania Hospital, Independence Hall, Christ Church, Old Swedes, St. Peter's. Down in Lower Spruce Street and neighboring streets are beautiful colonial houses, stately doorways, decorative ironwork, dormer windows, great gables facing each other at street corners in harmonious proportions. In not another town were the old streets so well worth keeping unchanged. The early Friends, when they left England, packed up with their liberty of conscience, the love of beauty and architecture, and the money to pay for it. In a fine period of English architecture, they got good English architects. Wren is said to have been of the number, to design not only their public buildings but their private houses, and carried over in their personal baggage, paneling, carvings, ironwork, furniture, and the various details they were not likely to procure in Philadelphia. Long straight lines of streets give the town serenity and repose. Colonial Philadelphia, Walk Number 1. The Quaker City, Penn's green country town. Start at the State House, called Independence Hall in 1776, open free 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., south side of Chestnut Street between 5th and 6th. The most interesting building historically in the United States. Architect Andrew Hamilton, Speaker in the Assembly. Georgian, brick, erected for the province of Pennsylvania as a colonial state house. Tower has wooden cupola, built in 1828, containing clock and bell, presented to the city by Henry Siebert in 1876. First occupied by the Assembly in 1735. Second Continental Congress met here, May 10, 1775. George Washington was chosen Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, June 15, 1775. Declaration of Independence approved July 4, 1776. Articles of Confederation and Perpetual Union between the states were adopted and signed July 9, 1778. Constitution of the United States of America, long the pride of Americans and the model for friends of freedom throughout the world, was formed and signed September 17, 1787. Lafayette was received here in 1824. The body of Abraham Lincoln rested in state April 22nd through 24th, 1865. The Second National Encampment, Grand Army of the Republic, January 1868, when annual Memorial Day, May 30th, was instituted by Major General John A. Logan. It was observed the same year by post of the Grand Army of the Republic and the public. The Liberty Bell was rung July 8, 1776, in celebration of the Declaration of Independence. Inscription on bell, "Proclaim liberty throughout all the land, unto all the inhabitants thereof." Leviticus chapter 25, verse 10. It was hung in the Tower in 1755, and it was cracked while being tolled for the death of Chief Justice John Marshall, July 8, 1835. not rung since 1843. Portraits of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, painted chiefly by Charles Willson Peale, and his portrait of Washington are here. Benjamin West's painting, Penn's Treaty with the Indians, a large collection of portraits of Pennsylvania men notable in the government of the Commonwealth, and a collection of 45 small historic portraits in pastel by James Sharples. On Chestnut Street front is a marble statue of Washington, sculptor J.A. Bailey, erected in 1869 by contributions of the public school children of Philadelphia. The building was renovated and restored in 1897 to its early appearance. Small buildings connecting west contain colonial relics, east, Revolutionary relics. West, open porch leads to Congress Hall, corner of 6th Street, built in 1789 for Courthouse of Philadelphia County. Georgian, occupied by the Federal Congress, 1790 to 1800, after necessary alterations by Major L'Enfant. First floor, House of Representatives. Second floor, Senate Chamber. Gallery added in 1795. Here, Washington was inaugurated president, second term, March 4th, 1793, and John Adams, second president of the United States, in 1797. National currency was established. First national bank founded. Army and Navy organized. Jay's Treaty determining relations with England considered and ratified. Official announcement of Washington's death in 1799 was made, and resolution offered by Chief Justice John Marshall to pay honor to the man, first in war, first in peace, first in the hearts of his countrymen. Contains sculptures in wood by William Rush, statue of Washington carved in 1815, also eagle on globe, portrait of Michael Hillegas, first treasurer of the United States until 1789, and other paintings. Building restored 1896 through the Pennsylvania Society, Colonial Dames of America, architect William Ziegler. Corner of 5th Street, Supreme Courthouse, or the Old City Hall, built in 1789, second floor occupied by the First Supreme Court of the United States, 1791 to 1800. Mayor's office until 1896. Later headquarters, Boy Scouts and Grand Army of the Republic, now restored to first appearance. Museum, Colonial and American Indian collections, paintings. In 1783, State House Yard was improved, elms planted, walks laid out, and seats placed. Contains statue of Commodore Barry. 104 South 5th Street in State House Yard, the American Philosophical Society, built 1789, brick, Georgian. Originated in the Junto, formed by Benjamin Franklin, 1727. See Historic Institutions. Southeast corner of 5th and Chestnut Streets, site residence of William Moore Smith, son of first provost of the University of Pennsylvania. Washington's portrait was painted here by Gilbert Stuart. Northeast corner of 5th and Sansom Streets, site Philadelphia Library, 1790 to 1830. 427 Chestnut Street, site of Lawrence Mansion, House headquarters, 1777 to 78. 421 Chestnut Street, site of United States Hotel. Charles Dickens stayed here, March 1842, first visit to America. South side of Chestnut Street, below 5th, United States Custom House, marble, classic, Doric portico, built 1819, architect John Haviland. Northwest corner of 4th and Chestnut Streets, Provident Life and Trust Company of Philadelphia, modern, contains oil portraits of the directors. Among the artists represented are Bernard Ewell, Cecilia Beau, and Thomas Eakins. Southeast corner of 4th and Chestnut Streets, site of Friends Meeting House in 1701, later site of Matthew Carey's bookstore in 1800. 320 Chestnut Street, head of Carpenter's Court. Carpenter's Hall, open free daily 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., Saturdays to 12:30 p.m. Georgian, brick. Built 1770 for use of the Carpenters Company, founded in 1724. 307 Chestnut Street, Bank of North America, founded in 1781 on the same ground, oldest and first bank chartered by Congress in the United States. Through Robert Morris, the first president, victory was made possible to Washington in the Continental Army. Contains portrait of Robert Morris. 3rd Street above Chestnut, post office in 1713, later Judd's Hotel during War of 1812. 27 South 3rd Street, site United States Post Office, 1792. 250 Chestnut Street, site First United States Treasury, 1798. 243 Chestnut Street, site of residence of Governor Thomas Lloyd in 1684, appointed by William Penn. Letitia Street, west side above Chestnut, east of 2nd, site of Letitia House, William Penn's residence, moved to Fairmount Park. Southeast corner of 2nd and Black Horse Alley, above Chestnut Street, site Bradford House and Printing Office, used for Colonial Post Office, 1728. Andrew Bradford, postmaster. In 1719 he published the first newspaper in Pennsylvania, The Mercury, a weekly, second in America. Southwest corner of Front and Market Streets, site of London Coffee House, in 1754, where, in 1780, Robert Morris met with others to consider the establishment of the first bank. Horses, slaves, and cattle were sold here. About 221 to 23 North Water Street, site Stephen Girard's last residence. 111 Spring Street, west of Front, above Race, said to have been residence of Benjamin Franklin, 1723 to 26. Brick, 3 stories and attic, still standing. Jones's Alley, above Market Street, west from 14 North Front Street, site Robert Grace's residence where the Junto Club met in 1727. 110 Market Street, site Robert Aitken's printing office in 1782. He printed the first English Bible in America. Southwest corner of 2nd and Market Streets, site Friends' First Meeting House, 1695 to 1808, on land donated by George Fox, founder of the society. Middle of Market Street, at 2nd, facing east, site of Old Courthouse, built 1710, used as town hall and seat of the legislature until the State House was built in 1735. Acceptance of the United States Constitution was here proclaimed to the people December 13, 1787, shown in large painting by Birch, made in 1829, now at City Hall, Broad and Market Streets. 25 North 2nd Street, office Peter Porcupine's Gazette, edited by William Cobbett, a keen satirist. Christ Church, west side of 2nd Street, north of Market, built 1695. See Churches. 200 Arch Street, site St. George and the Dragon Inn, built 1700, kept by Nicholas Skull, member Franklin's Junto, in 1727, sheriff in 1744. He published a map of the city in 1750. Oldest inn building standing. From 1791 to 93, it was kept by John Inskeep, mayor of Philadelphia, 1800 to 1805. Stagecoaches for New York and Baltimore left here regularly. Number 239 Arch Street, Betsy Ross House, 2-story, brick, marked by tablet, now property of American Flag House and Betsy Ross Memorial Association. She made the first flag adopted by the United States from pencil drawing by Washington, who, with Robert Morris and George Ross, called on her to give the commission. The flag was accepted by Congress June 14, 1777, and is now one of the oldest flags in the world, older than those of France, Spain, Germany, Russia, Italy, and Austria. John Paul Jones was the first to fly the new flag. Betsy Ross lived to be 84, dying in 1836. She is buried in Mount Moriah Cemetery, where a flag continuously flies over her grave, instituted by the Sons of Veterans. Flag Day was first inaugurated in Philadelphia, 1893. 226 Race Street, site First Moravian Church, 1742 to 1856. 267 Race Street, site residence of Benjamin Franklin about 1749. 325 Market Street, site residence of Benjamin Franklin, where he first invented the lightning rod, about 1749 to 1750. In 1752, first lightning rod used in the world was set up by Franklin, southeast corner of 2nd and Race Streets. 229 North 4th Street, St. George's, oldest Methodist church in the world, used continually for worship, dedicated November 24, 1769. 4th Street above Race, St. Augustine's Roman Catholic Church, 1796, destroyed in the riot of 1844, rebuilt in 1846. Old St. John's Church, Race Street between 5th and 6th, first English Lutheran church in America, built 1806. Southeast corner of 4th and Cherry Streets, site Zion Lutheran Church, German, built 1766. In 1790, its organ was considered the finest in America. Northeast corner of 4th and Arch Streets, James Russell Lowell stayed here with his bride in 1845. Southeast corner of 4th and Arch Streets, Friends Meeting House, oldest in Philadelphia, built in 1804. Since 1811, it has been used for the Philadelphia Yearly Meeting of Orthodox Friends, and is said to be the largest in the world. See Historic Burial Grounds. Southwest corner of 4th and Arch Streets, site of residence built for William Smith, D.D., before 1762. First provost of the University of Pennsylvania. 4th Street, west side, below Arch, site of the Academy in 1749, beginning of the university, marked with tablet. Southeast corner of 5th and Arch Streets, Christ Church Burial Ground. See Burial Grounds. Southwest corner of 5th and Arch Streets, Free Quaker Building, tablet, inscription, by general subscription for the Free Quakers, erected in the year of our Lord 1783, and of the Empire 8, fighting Quakers who fought in the Revolutionary War against peace principles of the sect. The Apprentices' Library, organized 1820 in Carpenter's Hall, for many years the only free library in Philadelphia, occupied the building after 1850. later used by the Grand Lodge of Masons. 515 Cherry Street, residence of Bass Otis in 1819, who made the first American lithograph. 528 Arch Street, site, Pennsylvania College of Dental Surgery, first in Philadelphia, founded 1852, now absorbed by the University of Pennsylvania. 627 Arch Street, site, Women's Medical College, first in America to graduate women physicians, founded 1850. Southeast corner of 7th and Arch Streets, residence of David Rittenhouse in 1770. Northwest corner of 7th and Arch Streets, Fort Rittenhouse, residence of David Rittenhouse, 1787, treasurer of Pennsylvania. 117 North 7th Street, site, Mikveh Israel Synagogue, built in 1747, removed to Broad and York Streets. 37 to 39 North 7th Street, First United States Mint, 1792, David Rittenhouse, superintendent. Southeast corner of 6th and Market Streets, site of Robert Morris residence. Next to it on Market Street, 530 to 536, site of President Washington's mansion and John Adams' second president, originally built for Richard Penn. 700 Market Street, Penn National Bank, house where Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence. 801 Market Street, site, office of Thomas Jefferson, Secretary of State. About 808 Market Street, site, residence of Thomas Jefferson in 1791. 15 South 7th Street, Franklin Institute, founded 1824, classic architecture, marble, John Haviland, architect. Colonial Walk No. 2. Southeast corner of 9th and Chestnut Streets, site, Cook's Museum and Circus. First mummies brought to the United States are said to have been shown here. Northwest corner of 9th and Chestnut Streets, United States Post Office, built in 1884 on site of the Mansion House, built for the official residence of President Washington, but never occupied, used for the University of Pennsylvania. Bronze statue of Benjamin Franklin, sculptor John Boyle. Chestnut Street front, inscription by Washington. Venerated for benevolence, admired for talent, esteemed for patriotism, beloved for philanthropy. Bronze bust, President McKinley in corridor. Sculpture group on roof by D.C. French. Northeast corner of 9th and Sansom Streets, site, Chinese Museum. Later, in 1835, Peale's Museum. Exhibitions by the Franklin Institute were held here. Northeast corner of 9th and Walnut Streets. Walnut Street Theater, built in 1808. Oldest theater in the United States. 808 Locust Street, Musical Fund Hall, built in 1824. Oldest building in Philadelphia in continuous use as a hall. Dr. Charles H. Jarvis conducted classical soirees here before the academy was built. Has fine acoustic properties. It is on the site of the Fifth Presbyterian Church, which was moved to 10th and Arch Streets. 260 South 9th Street, Potter House, built 1812. Joseph Bonaparte lived here 2 years. The cartoons, Birth of Psyche, brought by him from Versailles, still form the mural decorations of the banquet hall. Northeast corner of Spruce and Darien Streets, below 9th, Jewish cemetery, founded 1740. Rebecca Gratz, heroine in Scott's Ivanhoe, is buried near the entrance. 225 South 8th Street, Morris Mansion, built 1787, typical colonial model. 8th and Pine Streets, Pennsylvania Hospital, founded 1751 by Dr. Thomas Bond and Benjamin Franklin, Georgian. Contains Benjamin West's famous painting, Christ Healing the Sick. Woman with white head shawl is said to be likeness of West's mother. 715 Spruce Street, residence of Nicholas Biddle in 1820, now used by the American Roman Catholic Society. 705 Locust Street, residence of E.L. Davenport, tragedian. Southwest corner of 7th and Locust Streets, site where Dr. Horace Howard Furness began his great variorum edition of Shakespeare. 618 Locust Street, residence of John W. Forney, journalist. Southwest corner of 7th and Walnut Streets, oldest savings bank in America, established 1816 by Mr. Conde Raguet with 12 directors. Classic adaptation. Furness, Evans and Company, architects. Among the oil portraits to be seen there are Louis Wain and John C. Lober by Thomas Sully, G. Colesbury Purves by William M. Chase, and Conde Raguet, artist unknown. Southeast corner of 7th and Chestnut Streets, site, residence of George Clymer, signer of the Declaration of Independence. 708 Chestnut Street, site, residence of Jared Ingersoll, signer of the United States Constitution. Later, residence George M. Dallas, Vice President of the United States. Opposite, on Chestnut Street below 8th, eastern end of the Greens Hotel, site, residence of Thomas Fitzsimmons, signer of the United States Constitution. 632 Chestnut Street, site of Waln Mansion. 615, 617, 619 Chestnut Street, Site, the Arcade, built 1826. The Public Ledger issued its first number here, March 25, 1836. 605 Chestnut Street, bronze tablet front, inscription. Site of First Chestnut Street Theater, 1793 to 1855. Hail Columbia, composed by Joseph Hopkinson, first sung here, April 25, 1798, by Gilbert Fox. Fanny Elsler danced here in 1840. Jenny Lind sung in 1850. Charlotte Cushman acted in 1851, erected by the City Historical Society of Philadelphia. Northwest corner of 6th and Ranstead Streets above Chestnut, site the Falstaff Hotel from 1814 to 16. First city troop met here. 130 South 6th Street, site Residence Thomas G. Wharton, birthplace in 1824 of the Historical Society of Pennsylvania. Southwest corner of 6th and Walnut Streets, Curtis Publishing Company, on the site of the Ludwig Building, a school erected by Christopher Ludwig, Baker General of the Revolution. See Architecture.
Southeast corner of 6th and Walnut Streets, site Walnut Street Jail, 1775 to 1838, extended nearly to 5th Street. In the rear, fronting Locust Street, then Prune Street, was the debtors' prison. Judge William Moore, also Provost William Smith, were confined here in 1758 for publishing so-called seditious pamphlets on patriotism. The students went there to recite their lessons to him. Robert Morris, financier of the Revolution, was in prison here in 1797 for debts incurred in a large private transaction. First successful balloon ascension in America was from the jail yard by J.P. Blanchard, French aeronaut, January 1793.
6th to 7th Streets, on Walnut, Washington Square, patented by William Penn, 1704 to 05, as burial ground for strangers. Hundreds of Revolutionary soldiers were buried here, also victims of the Great Yellow Fever epidemic in 1793. In early times, colored slaves gathered here to sing their native songs and give wild African dances among the graves. Named Washington Square by councils, May 1825, and improved for public use. Monument to the Washington Grays, bronze, life-size figure of a private in original uniform. 215 South 6th Street, site, residence of Honorable James Campbell, United States Postmaster General, appointed by President Pierce. 219 South 6th Street, the Athenaeum of Philadelphia, founded 1813 by students from the university for a circulating library. First president, William Tillman, Chief Justice of Pennsylvania. The law library was there for many years, while courts were 6th and Chestnut Streets. Was a great chess center. Architect John Notman. 245 South 6th Street, site, residence Commodore Barry, who succeeded John Paul Jones as head of the American Navy. Locust Street below 6th, South Side, site, Prune Street Theater. Home Sweet Home was sung here for the first time in America. Northwest corner of 6th and Spruce Streets, Holy Trinity Roman Catholic Church, built 1739. Circular building, alternate red and black bricks. Body of Stephen Girard was buried here for many years, later removed to Girard College. 144 to 54 South 5th Street, site, Free Quaker Cemetery. 127 South 5th Street, site, Philadelphia Dispensary, oldest in United States, founded by Dr. Benjamin Rush in 1786, now merged with Pennsylvania Hospital. Northeast corner of 4th and Walnut Streets, residence, General Stephen Moylan, military secretary to Washington, Muster Master General of the Continental Army in 1775. Southside Walnut Street, above 4th, John Marshall, Chief Justice of the United States, died here July 6, 1835. Willings Alley, south of Walnut Street, east of 4th, St. Joseph's Church, built in 1731, oldest Roman Catholic church in Philadelphia, has painting Hagar and Ishmael by Benjamin West. Washington is said to have been first referred to as the father of his country by the priest in his sermon after Washington's death. Lancaster County makes the same claim. 309 Walnut Street, site, last residence of Bishop White. 212 South 4th Street, Philadelphia contribution ship for the insurance of houses from loss by fire, oldest fire insurance company in America, founded 1752 by Benjamin Franklin, known as the Hand in Hand from its seal. Classic architecture, built 1835. Portraits, Horace Binney by Thomas Sully, painted in 1837, and by George B. A. Healy in 1857. Dr. Charles Willing and Honorable John Welsh by Bernard Uhl, James Lewis Smith by Henry Inman, William Sellers and Ellis Yarnall by Percy Bigland, English, Alexander Biddle, Sidney P. Hutchinson and John T. Morris by Vonneau, James S. Smith, II, by Van Worken. 218 to 22 South 4th Street, Site, Edward Shippen Mansion. President, Provisional Council, and first mayor of Philadelphia. His daughter, Peggy Shippen, was married to Benedict Arnold. Southwest corner of 4th and Prune Streets, or Locust, residence of Dr. Caspar Wistar in 1799. The garden extended to St. Mary's Churchyard, is now headquarters of the Philadelphia Chapter No. 2 of Colonial Dames. 244 to 50 South 4th Street, St. Mary's Roman Catholic Church, built 1763, has a fine pieta by Boucher. In the graveyard are the tombs of Commodore Barry and of Thomas Fitzsimmons, members of Continental Congress. 338 Spruce Street, residence Joseph Hopkinson, born 1770, died 1842, author of Hail Columbia, 1798. It was called the President's March and always sung when Washington held state events. Music by Henry Roth. He also wrote The Battle of the Kegs. Southwest corner of 4th and Pine Streets, Old Pine Street Presbyterian Church, brick, rough cast, classic, porch with Corinthian columns, built 1857. Graveyard is on both sides. East portion belongs to First Church, west to Old Pine. Southwest corner of Lithgow Street, above 4th and South Streets, South Street Theater, 1766 to 1821, now used as a business building. East side of Lithgow Street, west of 4th, between South and Bainbridge Streets, site Apollo Street Theater, 1811. Spruce to Pine Streets, 3rd to 4th, site Old Almshouse, 1731, and Philadelphia Hospital, 1732. Northwest corner of 3rd and Lombard Streets, residence of Charles Wilson Peel, 1741 to 1827. Southwest corner of 3rd and Pine Streets, St. Peter's Church, built 1761. In the churchyard are the tombs of Reverend Jacob Duché and Charles Wilson Peel, artist, 1741 to 1827. It is often said, to belong to Old Philadelphia society, one must have an ancestor who entered paradise through St. Peter's graveyard. See churches. Northwest corner of 3rd and Pine Streets, site, residence of Colonel John Nixon, who read the Declaration of Independence. Northeast corner of 3rd and Pine Streets, site, residence of Reverend Jacob Duché, later British Military Hospital. 224 Pine Street, site, residence, Mayor John Stamper, 1760. Governor John Penn died here. His funeral was very great, making quite a crowd. 237 Delancey Street, above Pine, site, residence of Horace Binney, the great lawyer. About 260 South 3rd Street, site, Bingham residence. Later, in 1828, Joseph Head's Mansion House, known as the most sumptuous inn in America. John Quincy Adams stayed here in 1811. Pennsylvania Society of the Cincinnati gave a dinner in 1811, celebrating the unveiling of a monument to General Wayne. Sons of Washington held their annual dinner here on Washington's birthday. French citizens gave a dinner in 1830. Peter du Ponceau presiding, in popular demonstration after the French Revolution, of the overthrow of Charles X. 256 South 3rd Street, site Washington Hall, built 1814, erected by the Washington Benevolent Society. Here, General Andrew Jackson was feted and dined in February 1819. Lafayette attended a dinner in 1824 given to Richard Rush, envoy to England from the United States, afterward member of Adams' cabinet. Second horticultural exhibition was held in 1830. 244 South 3rd Street, residence of Samuel Powell, Mayor of Philadelphia, 1775 to 89. Fine colonial architecture. Many functions were held here during the Revolution. Washington celebrated his 20th wedding anniversary here, January 6, 1779. 228 South 3rd Street, site Thomas Willing residence in 1746. 217 to 31 South 3rd Street, St. Paul's Protestant Episcopal Church, built 1761, headquarters of Philadelphia City Mission. Edward Forrest, tragedian, is buried in the graveyard. See churches. Southeast corner of Dock and Moravian Streets, below Walnut, publisher's office of Burton's Gentleman's Magazine, while Edgar Allan Poe was editor. Southeast corner of 3rd and Walnut Streets, site residence of Alexander Hamilton, and site of Fort Wilson, residence of James Wilson, a signer of the Declaration of Independence. 301 Walnut Street, site residence of Dr. Benjamin Rush, in 1791, a signer of the Declaration of Independence. 307 Walnut Street, site residence of Judge Richard Peters. Back part of Walnut Court between 314 to 318 Walnut Street, site Friends Almhouse, 1713 to 1841. Southeast corner of 3rd and Pear Streets, now Chancellor, Robert Bell's bookstore. Bell's imprints are sought by collectors. 116 to 120 South 3rd Street, Girard National Bank, oldest banking building in America. Stephen Girard, financier of the War of 1812, bought it in 1812. It was his office until his death, December 26, 1831. 114 South 3rd Street, site J. Cook's Banking House, financier of the Civil War. Sansom Street, formerly Lodge Street, above 2nd, first successful locomotive, Old Ironsides, built in America, was made by Matthias Baldwin in 1828. Northwest corner of 2nd and Sansom Streets, site residence of William Logan, 1750 to 60. Southeast corner of 2nd and Sansom Streets, site Slate Roof House, 1698 to 1867, built for William Penn. His son John was born here, January 29, 1700. Sold to William Trent, founder of Trenton, in 1803 for £850. General Forbes, governor of Pennsylvania, died here. His funeral was of great splendor. 121 South 2nd Street, site residence of Robert Fulton, artist and engineer. 123 South 2nd Street, site residence of Captain Joseph Anthony. Assembly met here in 1828 to 30. Back of 145 to 47 South 2nd Street, site of Indian Reservation. 2nd Street, southeast corner of Little Dock Street, site Locksley House in 1720. Lydia Derrick is supposed to have lived here. Benjamin Franklin used the front door key in an electricity experiment with a kite. Water Street, between Walnut and Dock Streets, Hamilton's Wharf. First assembly balls were held here, in a large room, about 1740. 2nd and Pine Streets, 2nd Street Market, built 1745. 200 Pine Street, site residence of Charles Elias Boudinot. South Street from South Street, corner of American, between 2nd and 3rd Streets, inscription on corner house. In this street was birthplace of Edwin Forrest, Commodore Joseph Cresson, Alexander Wilson, and Joel B. Sutherland, first president of the Society of 1812. 2nd Street below South, West Side, Southwark Bank, built 1825. 30 South Street, site Plumstead House, Mason and Dixon's Observatory was near here. Front and Pine Streets, probable site of the Pennypot House. Northwest corner of Front and Dock Streets, probable site of the Blue Anchor Inn in 1682, where William Penn first landed in Philadelphia. End of Section 2.
Section 3 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Commonwealth, or State of Pennsylvania, Penn's Woods, Part 2. Notable architecture. Architecture should comprise beauty, fitness, and stability. It is classified by various styles from the past, necessarily developed by modern characterists. Eras of great national vigor invariably express themselves architecturally by means of great scale. To illustrate, the pyramids at Giza and the great temple at Karnak mark the zenith of Egyptian civilization. The Parthenon echoes the halcyon days of Greece. Imperial Rome boasted the baths of Caracalla and the Colosseum. The glorious Renaissance in Italy culminated in the grandeur of St. Peter's Church, and the consecration and craftsmanship of Gothic builders crashed to earth with the lofty vaulting of Beauvais. Also consider, in chronological order, the buildings of our own time. They present a mute record of the ever-increasing virility of the nation. In the lace-like tower of the Woolworth Building, piercing the blue heaven for 1,000 feet, we read the tremendous advance and limitless possibilities of the country whose dreams become realities. Among the early colonial or Georgian buildings are Carpenter's Hall, Chestnut Street below 4th, Christ Church, 2nd Street above Market, Hamilton Mansion and Woodland Cemetery, 39th Street and Woodland Avenue, Independence Hall, Group, Chestnut Street between 5th and 6th, Old Swedes Church, Gloria Dei, Swanson Street near Front and Christian Streets, Pennsylvania Hospital, 8th and Pine Streets, St. Peter's Church, 3rd and Pine Streets. Egyptian, Synagogue Adath Jeshurun, Broad and Diamond Streets, Indiana Limestone, Architects Thomas, Churchman, and Molitor. Classic, Academy of Music, Broad and Locust Streets, Interior Classic, Brick, built 1850, Architects Lebrun and Runge. The audience room is very large, modeled after celebrated opera houses in Europe. Plan of the balconies is now considered obsolete, but the general effect is undeniably fine and has a flavor of the Second Empire. Cathedral of Saints Peter and Paul, Logan Square, brownstone, built about 1860. Architects Napoleon Lebrun for the building, John Notman for the facade. It is impressive and dignified. United States Custom House, Chestnut Street below 5th, Architect John Haviland. Girard College, Corinthian and Girard Avenues, Architect Thomas U. Walters, modeled after the Parthenon. Girard National Bank, 116 South 3rd Street. Portico of the 3rd Street front is Corinthian, studied from the Parthenon and Temple of Saturnus. It stands on a stylobate, elevated above the pavement by steps on 3 sides, which gives it emphasis and dignity, and marks it as the feature of approach to the building. This portico is flanked on either side by a pavilion of pilasters, of the same character as the columns of the portico, the space between the pilasters being pierced with windows, which are adorned with architraves and cornices, supported by carved brackets. The pilasters and columns are surmounted by a cornice pediment and balustrade of great elegance of detail and proportion, studied from the best class of Roman antique work. The tympanum of the pediment is enriched by the date of the erection, 1795, and the American eagle and bas-relief carving, of excellent modeling, from the pavement to the apex of the portico is 56 feet. Entire front is of Pennsylvania blue marble. The building was erected for the Bank of the United States in 1797 and followed closely the lines of the Dublin Exchange. Architect Samuel Blodgett. Marble work was done by Claudius Legrand in his yard at 10th and Market Streets. This was the first building in Philadelphia to be erected with portico and pillars. In 1901, it was carefully renovated by James H. Windrum. Girard Trust Company, northwest corner of Broad and Chestnut Streets, built in 1908. Architects McKim, Mead, and White, New York. Furness and Evans, Philadelphia. Has steel frame and Gustavino dome faced with white marble. While the form of this building was probably suggested by the Pantheon at Rome, details of the order are rather Greek, and the colonnettes, forming the mullions of the windows, suggest the Certosa di Pavia. Ridgeway Library, South Broad and Christian Streets. Doric. Built 1880, granite. Architect Addison Hutton. Old Stock Exchange, 2nd Walnut and Dock Streets, white marble. Has semicircular Corinthian colonnade, and lantern modern after the Temple of Lysicrides. Architect William Strickland. St. Patrick's Church, 21st and Locust Streets, Roman, classic, brick and granite, built 1913. Architects Lafarge and Morris, New York. Facade of this church is big in conception, full of dignity and repose, and forms the most successful termination to the vista when viewed from Rittenhouse Street. United States Mint, 17th and Spring Garden Streets, built 1898, light gray granite. Architect James Knox Taylor. Moorish. Horticultural Hall, Fairmount Park, built 1876. Architect Herman G. Schwarzman. Road of Shalom Synagogue, Mount Vernon, and North Broad Streets. Byzantine. First Baptist Church, 17th Street above Chestnut. Stone. Edgar V. Sealer, architect. Jacob Reed's Sons, store, 1424 Chestnut Street. Brick, marble, and tile, built 1904. Price and McLanahan, architects. Facade is one of the most interesting in the city. The column caps are symbolic of the business conducted therein, as is also the tile work on the entrados of the arch, which depicts the shearing and manufacturing of wool and has the richness of an oriental rug. Gothic. Academy of the Fine Arts, Broad and Cherry Streets. Venetian polychrome Gothic. Brick, limestone, and tile. Architects Furness and Hewitt. Facade is interesting as the most prominent example of the Venetian Gothic style used in Philadelphia in the latter part of the 19th century. Broad and Arch Streets Methodist Episcopal Church, white marble. St. Clement's Protestant Episcopal Church, 20th and Cherry Streets, Norman, built 1857, brownstone. Architect John Notman. Later improvements, new roof, apse, Lady Chapel and parish buildings by Horace Wells Sellers. St. James's Protestant Episcopal Church, 22nd and Walnut Streets, English decorated Gothic with sculptured band around the tower. Ohio green sandstone and granite. Architect G. W. Hewitt. St. Luke's Protestant Episcopal Church, Germantown Avenue and Coulter Street, granite and limestone. Architect Richard Upjohn of New York, who first used the principles of Gothic architecture in America. Rectory, St. Margaret's Home, Parish House, and rood screen in the church are by Cope and Stewardson. Organ screen is by Pearson. St. Mark's Protestant Episcopal Church, Locust Street below 17th, early decorated Gothic, brownstone. Architect John Notman. Later improvements include the Lady Chapel. Architects Cope and Stewardson. Second Presbyterian Church, 21st and Walnut Streets, French with early English details. Resembles the parish church in Norfolk, England. Architect Henry Sims. St. Stephen's Protestant Episcopal Church, 10th Street above Chestnut. Early Gothic with 2 octagonal towers. Stone, interior decorated by Frank Furness. Rich and unusual color. South Memorial Church of the Advocate, 18th and Diamond Streets, French. Architect C. M. Burns. Built 1897. Interior profusely adorned with carving. Windows by Clayton and Bell. Romanesque. Church of St. Francis de Sales, Roman Catholic. 47th Street and Springfield Avenue, brick and terracotta. Gustavino Dome and mosaic, a very beautiful example of the style. Built 1912. Architect Henry D. Daggett. Holy Trinity Protestant Episcopal Church, 19th and Walnut Streets, Norman, Brownstone. Architect John Notman. Masonic Temple, Broad and Filbert Streets, Norman with elaborately carved porch, gray granite, built about 1870. Architect James H. Windrum. Church of the Savior, Protestant Episcopal, 38th Street north of Chestnut Street, Norman. Architect Charles M. Burns. The half dome and apse are decorated by Edwin H. Blashfield, said to be one of the finest examples of mosaic work in this country. Alms boxes and reredos, designed by the late James Warner, are also of considerable interest. Renaissance. Art Club, southwest corner of Broad and Chancellor Streets, Italian and French influences, brick and Indiana limestone. Architect Frank Miles Day. City Hall, open daily 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., Broad and Market Streets on site of Penn Square, formerly Center Square, on which was a Friends meeting house in 1685, Rochambeau's encampment 1781, Wayne's encampment 1794, and the first city waterworks in 1801. This is the largest single building in America. Covers 4.5 acres. French, begun in 1871, white marble with granite base. Built in the form of a hollow square with passageways connecting both Market and Broad Streets. Contains 662 rooms. The tower on the north center, about 550 feet high, is surmounted by a colossal bronze statue of William Penn. Center and corner pavilions have attic stories and hanging stairs of polished granite. Architect John MacArthur, Jr. Chief points of interest are the council chambers, mayor's reception room with portraits of Philadelphia mayors, and state courtrooms. From the roof is an excellent view of the city. To Alexander Milne Calder, Philadelphia is indebted for the applied sculpture, the artistic feature of the building, many scores of figures, symbolic of the history of this nation and the world, fine types of Indians and other races, the Negro heads being known among artists as the best of their kind. Ornamentation symbolic of music, art, science, and commerce is used as an integral part of this great public edifice, an inherent factor in true decoration where it comes into its own, as well as in gardens, parks, boulevards, and plazas. Statues outside on City Hall pavement are General John F. Reynolds by Rogers, General McClellan, The Pilgrim by St. Gaudens, The Quaker by Giuseppe Donato, Stephen Girard and John Wanamaker by J. Massey Rind, Joseph Leedy, M.D., President McKinley, and John C. Bullitt. College of Physicians, 22nd Street above Chestnut, English, built 1910, architects Cope and Stewardson. Dropsy College, Broad Street below York, French, architects Pitcher and Takow. Hamilton Court, 39th and Chestnut Streets, Italian, steel frame faced with brick and limestone, an apartment house built around an open court, recalling very strongly, both in color and detail, the earlier Venetian palaces. Memorial Hall, Fairmount Park, German, granite, built 1876. Architect Herman G. Schwarzman, one of the best designed monumental buildings in the city. Union League Edition, 15th and Sansom Streets, Italian, steel frame faced with limestone, built 1912. Architect Horace Trumbauer, a very dignified and restrained elevation, suggestive of a Roman palace. Spanish. The First Church of Christ Scientist, Walnut Street above 40th. Architects Carrere and Hastings. Pennsylvania Institute for the Instruction of the Blind, Overbrook, Spanish Mission. Architects Cope and Stewardson. English. Mellor, Meigs, and Howe Office, 205 South Juniper Street, rough brick. Architects Mellor and Meigs. The Athenaeum of Philadelphia, 219 South 6th Street. Architect John Notman, has best points of work done in 1850, showing traditions of the past, with developments and characteristics of its own. Interior has a most beautiful reading room. The university buildings from 34th to 40th Streets, Walnut Street to Woodland Avenue, add much to the architectural attraction of West Philadelphia. Entrances to the campus near the dormitories are fine Tudor gateways, wrought iron with brick and stone piers. See University of Pennsylvania. Honorable James Arthur Balfour said in 1917, "The Americans build Brobdingnagian cathedrals and use them for office buildings." The Skyscrapers, Adelphia Hotel, 13th and Chestnut Streets, Italian Renaissance, brick and terracotta, built 1914. Architect Horace Trumbauer. The arabesque detail on lower stories of the facade and pattern formed by projecting bricks on the stories above are worthy of notice. Interiors are pleasing and architecturally correct. Bell Telephone, a Parkway building, corner of 17th and Arch Street. Height above ground, 273 feet. Stone with interesting facade. Architect John T. Windrum. Bellevue Stratford Hotel, southwest corner Broad and Walnut Streets, French Renaissance, steel frame faced with terracotta. Architects Hewitt Brothers. Most beautifully proportioned and artistic business building in Philadelphia. Bourse, 4th to 5th Streets below Market, adaptation of the Francois Premier, with fine feeling of dignity and placing within the broad paving. Architects Hewitt Brothers. Bulletin Building, Juniper and Filbert Streets, French, steel frame faced with terracotta. Architect Edgar V. Sealer. Curtis Publishing Company, 6th and Walnut Streets. Modern adaptation of Georgian, steel frame faced with white marble and brick. Built 1910. Architect Edgar V. Sealer. Faces Independence Square, and although thoroughly modern, harmonizes perfectly, both in color and design, with the historic Georgian group, of which Independence Hall is the center, and adds to the quiet colonial atmosphere of the square. Interior is excellently designed. Entrance, lobby, editorial offices, and the employees' dining room being of particular interest. Mechanical equipment is the finest of its kind in the world, producing an average of 5,558,600 complete paid-for publications per issue of the Ladies' Home Journal, Saturday Evening Post, and the Country Gentleman for 6 months, ending June 30th, 1924. 20 original paintings, and the mosaic The Dream Garden by Maxfield Parrish, a mural made of Tiffany Favril glass. The work proceeded through an entire year in the Tiffany Studios, where each piece of glass was fired under the personal supervision of Mr. Tiffany and Mr. Briggs. Time can never impair its freshness, color, and luminosity. Visitors will be shown the entire plant daily, except Saturdays and Sundays, between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Farm Journal, 7th Street and Washington Square, Georgian. Colonial brick and Indiana limestone. Architects Bunting and Shrigley. Harrison Building, 15th and Market Streets, Francois Premier. Built 1895. Architects Cope and Stewardson. An unusual example of well-studied, though elaborate Renaissance detail. Notice the graceful roof, recalling the charming chateaus along the Loire. Land Title Building, southwest corner of Broad and Chestnut Streets. Modern adaptation of classic. Steel frame faced with gray granite and brick. Architects D.H. Burnham and Company, Chicago. Contrast the scale of the order in the newer portion of the building on Broad Street entrance with the insignificant order in the old building. Manufacturers Club, Broad and Walnut Streets, Italian Renaissance. Built 1914. Steel frame, faced with limestone. Architects Simon and Bassett. Has a handsome facade, crowned by a darling Florentine cornice. Interior unusually interesting in detail. Racket Club, 16th Street below Walnut, Georgian. Colonial brick, marble trimmings. Architect Horace Trumbauer. Real Estate Trust Building, southeast corner of Broad and Chestnut Streets, Renaissance. Architect Edgar V. Sealer. Ritz-Carlton Hotel, Broad and Walnut Streets. Modern adaptation, style of the Adam Brothers. Built 1912. Steel frame faced with colonial brick and Indiana limestone. Architects Warren and Wetmore, New York. Horace Trumbauer, Philadelphia, Associate. The keynote of this structure is refinement and good taste, a recognition of the fact that commercialism and good architecture are by no means incompatible. Stephen Girard Building, 12th and Girard Streets. Modern adaptation of Greek classic, built about 1894. Steel frame faced with brick and marble. Architect John T. Windrum. Details of this building are interesting. Note the bronze caryatid figures which support the heads of the second-story windows. The wrought iron gates to the court on Girard Street rank with the best modern wrought iron work in the city. Wanamaker's Store, Chestnut, Market, Juniper, and 13th Streets. Modern adaptation of Italian Renaissance. Built 1910. Steel frame with light gray granite. Architects D.H. Burnham and Company, Chicago. Exterior of this store is one of the finest in the city. It is simple, dignified, and impressive without being monotonous. The great scale of the Doric order at the base, the severe wall treatment, and the splendid cornice combine to express a purity and loftiness seldom equaled in commercial buildings. A guide may be had, upon application, who will conduct visitors through the entire building, including the kitchens. West Philadelphia High School, 46th and Walnut Streets, Tudor Gothic. Rough brick and Indiana limestone. Built 1913 by the city architect. Widener Memorial Home for Crippled Children, Broad Street and Olney Avenue, Georgian. Built 1906. Harvard brick and marble trimmings. Architect Horace Trumbauer. Has a very beautifully designed wrought iron gateway. To make a city beautiful is to give it wide streets, lined with handsome buildings and houses, plenty of parks, boulevards, and to rid it of rows upon rows of semi-shanty premises, small, ill-kept, and unattractive. Each new building that is put up within the city limits should, and its arrangements and architecture help toward making the locality in which it is erected more attractive than at the present time. This idea has been carried out in the Carnegie Free Library buildings, scattered about within the limits of the municipality, as their varied exteriors are very distinguished from an architectural point. The interiors are designed to avoid the multiplication of corridors. Principal rooms used for reading, the art, and reference rooms are stately and fine. An interesting gateway is the entrance to the Mannheim Cricket Club, Germantown, Georgian, consisting of massive brick piers surmounted by stone caps, connected at the top with a wrought iron supporting lantern, below which are the heavy wrought iron central gates. This, with smaller gateways and a most attractive brick wall, forms the enclosure for the grounds. Architects, McKim, Mead, and White. Art collections and art schools. Philadelphia, being the seat of government of colonial times, is extremely rich in historic portraits. They are in the Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts, Independence Hall, Historical Society of Pennsylvania, Carpenter's Hall, American Philosophical Society, Pennsylvania Hospital, Academy of Natural Science, the Library Company of Philadelphia, Mercantile Library, College of Physicians, United States Mint, University of Pennsylvania, many banks and insurance companies. Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts, Broad Street above Arch, open free daily, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Sundays, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Fee for special exhibitions. Was the first art institute in America, founded 1805. Its history is in no small measure the history of American art itself, and dates back to 1791, when Charles Willson Peale attempted to organize in Philadelphia a school of art. From this grew, in 1794, the Columbianum, which held the first exhibition of paintings, in 1795, in Independence Hall. The permanent collection of paintings and sculpture now includes the Gallery of National Portraiture, with the largest number of portraits by Gilbert Stuart to be seen in any museum, and notable works by other early American painters: Benjamin West, Washington Allston, Matthew Pratt, the Peels, Sully, Neagle, Inman, Eichholz, Trumbull, and Bass Otis, the Gibson Collection, largely composed of the Continental schools, Temple Collection of Modern American Paintings, important works by many of the world's great artists, and the Phillips Collection of about 40,000 etchings and engravings. Annual exhibitions are miniatures, watercolors, illustration, and etchings in November and December, oil painting and sculpture in February and March, considered the salon of living American artists, also special exhibitions and lectures on art. The Academy cooperates with the system of international catalog exchange. Since the beginning of the Academy's existence, men and women whose names have become illustrious in the annals of American art have been enrolled as students. The schools are equipped in every way to teach the technique of painting and sculpture. The faculty is composed of representative artists of the day. Collections, galleries, classrooms, models, and casts are admirably fitted to afford instruction fully equal to that obtainable in Europe. Many substantial prizes are awarded annually to students upon the merits of their work. The William Emlyn Cresson Traveling Scholarships send, on average, 16 students abroad yearly for 4 months, and enable them to return to the Academy and continue their studies without any payment of tuition fee. The Fellowship of the Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts, organized 1897, sends out annually 2 exhibitions of original oil paintings by notable artists, one to other cities, the other to the Philadelphia Public Schools, where they remain 1 month in each school. While there, the paintings are explained by a member of the fellowship to school children, thus teaching them true appreciation of art. A picture purchase fund was established in 1912, with which pictures have been bought from fellowship exhibitions and placed in Philadelphia libraries and public schools. John Graver Johnson Museum of Paintings, 510 South Broad Street, left by bequest April 1917 to the city of Philadelphia, is open to the public. Throughout Europe and America, this vast collection of old and modern masters is famous for extent and merit. No other American collection has so wide a range and so even a quality, says F. Mason Perkins. It contains scores of examples which cannot be duplicated at any price, noted for the completeness of different schools of painting. Philadelphia School of Design for Women, southwest corner of Broad and Master Streets, first industrial art school in this country, similar to the École Professionnelle des Femmes in Paris, was founded in 1844 by Mrs. Sarah Peters, the American wife of the British consul in Philadelphia, in her own house. Later, the Franklin Institute assumed charge of the classes until 1853, when it was incorporated, and a board of directors elected. Its aim is to put art students in touch with business demands, as well as to cultivate to the highest degree their artistic ability. The normal art course embodies all the special studies required by modern educators for teachers of art and design, and with courses in the fine arts, illustration, and costume illustration, has trained many women, now earning handsome emoluments and winning distinction. The residence on Broad Street, forming entrance to the school, which occupies large buildings in the rear, was the home of Edwin Forrest, a famous tragedian. The fine gallery which he erected to house his collection of paintings, now at the Forrest Home for Actors at Holmesburg, is used for annual exhibitions of the school's painting classes. Edwin Forrest died here in 1872, and John Sartain in 1897. John Sartain was celebrated as a mezzotint engraver and lived here with his daughter, Miss Emily Sartain, then principal of the school, herself a skilled painter and engraver in mezzotint, who, with her well-chosen faculty of eminent artists, carried to a prosperous fulfillment Mrs. Peters' initiative effort. Pennsylvania Museum and School of Industrial Art was founded in 1876 as a concrete embodiment of the lessons taught by the Centennial Exhibition, and has developed forms of artistic craftsmanship that were practically unknown in America. The museum is housed in Memorial Hall, Fairmount Park, memorial of the Centennial, Modern Renaissance, architect Herman J. Schwarzman. Open free Mondays, 12 p.m., other days 9:30 a.m., closing 5 p.m., Sundays 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Established as a museum of art in all its branches and technical application, with a special view to the development of the art industries of the state. Among its important collections are the W.P. Willstash paintings, about 500 old masters with their schools, and contemporary international paintings belonging to the city of Philadelphia, with $700,000 endowment, interest to be used for their care and increased by the commissioners of Fairmount Park. Among the many brilliant artists represented are Whistler, Moncasi, Sorolla, Zulago, Velázquez, the Barbizon, Italian and Dutch schools of landscape. The famous Bayeux tapestry is here, laces, vestments, porcelains, enamels, carved ivories, period furniture, some of the Edwin Atlee Barber collection of American pottery and porcelains, Lewis collection of Swiss stained glass, 16th and 17th centuries, Frischmuth collection of colonial antiquities. A bureau of identification is maintained where art objects may be classified. The school is at the northwest corner of Broad and Pine Streets. Porch of this building, facing Broad Street, is a fine example of Tuscan architecture, erected 1828. The school has 40 instructors. Free scholarships are given in each county of this state. This is the leading school in America in associating the study of art with practical training. Through its equipment, students not only design, but actually manufacture. It includes a complete textile plant with looms, dye house, and all related appliances which make possible the production of most artistic fabrics. Other courses are cast and wrought metal, furniture, leatherwork, pottery, garden furniture and cement, mosaic, also the normal art courses, illustration, architectural drawing, modeling, interior decoration, bookbinding. Classes are attended by men and women who pursue exactly the same studies. Graduates are sought to fill lucrative positions as designers, artistic craftsmen, and art teachers. Drexel Institute, 32nd and Chestnut Streets. A day and evening technical school of art, science, and industry for men and women, founded by Anthony J. Drexel, 1891. Renaissance, brick. Architects, Wilson Brothers. The leading American and European current periodicals relating to art, science, and technology are in the library. Art Gallery contains collections owned by John D. Langenau, works by modern German masters, and Anthony J. Drexel, works of international, contemporary, modern painters. The museum, open free 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. daily, except Sundays, includes examples of industrial art and the decorative arts of India, Egypt, China, Japan, and Europe. Graphic Sketch Club, 719 Catherine Street, founded by Samuel S. Fleischer in 1899, to provide free an art center which should give the culture craved by many intelligent young people, to whom it had been denied by circumstances. The clubhouse is open only at night, Saturday afternoons, and all-day Sundays. This is an art club in effect as well as name. Rooms are artistically furnished in beautiful color harmonies and embellished with choice bronzes bought at our academy exhibitions, and fine porcelains. Students are educated in art for the practical good it will do them, and cultural growth. All are day workers. The faculty is composed of well-known artists. Classes include portrait and still life painting, illustration, and sculpture. From this school have gone some of the most original workers in the schools of the Academy of the Fine Arts. Landscape classes are in session during the summer. Lectures are given on art or musical topics. Membership in the club is attained by attendance in the classes for 3 years. Public Art School, Park Avenue and Master Street, founded by Charles G. Leland, now under the direction of the Board of Public Education, open to pupils in grammar grades of public schools. A course of study was planned, including drawing, clay modeling, and wood carving, to train students to originate design and do the manual work as well, so the designer should be the artisan also. Art Club, 220 South Broad Street. Annual exhibition of paintings and sculpture, gold medal awarded, and special shows by individual artists. Art Jury, City Hall, Philadelphia. Created by Act of Legislature, 1907, providing that in every city of first class there shall be an art jury, composed of the mayor and 8 others, of whom shall be 1 each, painter, sculptor, architect, and park commissioner, to pass upon design and location of all buildings, bridges, arches, fountains, or fixtures to be erected in the city. City Parks Association, City Hall. Darby School of Painting, Fort Washington, Montgomery County. Outdoor classes. Hugh G. Breckenridge, 10 South 18th Street, Philadelphia. Fairmount Park Art Association, organized 1871, 320 South Broad Street. Pennsylvania Society of Miniature Painters, organized 1901. Annual Fall Exhibition, Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts. Philadelphia Chapter, American Institute of Architects, 1301 Stephen Girard Building, organized 1869. The Philadelphia Sketch Club, Men, 235 South Chemic Street, organized 1860. Annual fall exhibitions of members' work, also special exhibitions. Philadelphia Watercolor Club, Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts, annual international exhibitions, also traveling exhibitions of members' work. Plastic Club, Women, 247 South Chemic Street, organized 1897. Annual and special exhibitions, lectures, and sketch classes. T-Square Club, 204 South Quince Street, founded 1881. Annual architectural exhibition, drafting, decorative painting, modeling, and architecture in cooperation with Society of Beaux Arts Architects, New York City. The DeCenzo Studios for Stained Glass, 1604 Summer Street, founded 20 years ago, include designing, painting, firing, and glazing. Work is begun and completed in both modern and antique, with preference for the antique school, for architectural fitness and conventionality, also glass mosaic and mural decoration. DeCenzo's art may be seen in many important churches and buildings in this country. In the chapel at Valley Forge, and in Philadelphia may be mentioned St. Mark's Protestant Episcopal Church, Frankfurt, St. James's Protestant Episcopal Church, 22nd and Walnut Streets, St. Patrick's Roman Catholic Church, 20th and Locust Streets, Synagogue Road of Shalom, Philadelphia. William Willett and Annie Lee Willett Studios for Stained Glass, 226 South 11th Street, formerly of Pittsburgh. While all the world is deploring the loss of the magnificent old glass in the cathedrals of Europe, here the art of fused glass has been raised to such perfection that their great windows have all that the old work has, of depth, glow, and shadow, under modern conditions of stability. Among their notable windows are the Sanctuary Window, West Point Military Chapel, New York, Proctor Hall, the Graduate School, Princeton, New Jersey, Great West Window, many in the churches and public buildings of Pittsburgh, Chicago, and elsewhere. In and near Philadelphia, in Summit Presbyterian Church, Carpenter and Westview Streets, Germantown, St. Michael's Sanctuary Window, High Street, Germantown, John Chambers Memorial Church, the Buchanan Memorial, St. Nathaniel's Church, Kensington, the Harrison Memorial, Holy Trinity Church, 19th and Walnut, the Lita Sullivan and the Assumption, Stratford. Notable private art collections in Philadelphia that may sometimes be seen by writing for permit, which, for variety and value, have few peers, are P.A.B. Widener's, several hundred choice and rare paintings, mostly masterpieces of great artists of the Renaissance and modern. The W.L. Elkins, many fine examples of medieval and modern portraiture, landscape, and genre painting. The John McFadden, best collection of solely 18th century English paintings in this country. The Edward T. Stotesbury, masterpieces of the English school and international contemporary art. Should these collections accompany the Willstash, now in Memorial Hall, to the Municipal Art Museum in Fairmount Park, now under construction, it would begin its career with a wealth of paintings, more comprehensive and valuable than any that ever inaugurated a similar institution, not excepting the Louvre, Pitti, Dresden, National in London, and Metropolitan, New York, which grew from small beginnings, thus placing the highest products of art within equal and easy reach of all classes. This museum will constitute the central feature of a comprehensive plan in progress at the head of the Parkway for a real art center, more imposing in scale and impressive in its entire effect than any similar art center in any American city. The Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts has been granted a site facing the Fairmount Plaza, also the Pennsylvania Museum and School of Industrial Art. End of Section 3. Section 4 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Commonwealth, or State of Pennsylvania, Penn's Woods, Part 3. Army and Navy. The first city troop, Armory, 23rd Street above Chestnut, founded in 1778, an exclusive social organization, oldest military command in the United States in continuous active service. Its traditions of active service are as loyally preserved as its rights as escort of the President and other distinguished men. In the Spanish-American War in 1898, the troop was the first body of cavalry landed at Puerto Rico. The gentlemen of Philadelphia met in Independence Hall, November 17, 1774, and formed a company of cavalry called Light Horse of the City of Philadelphia. They were dismissed by Washington after the Revolution in 1778, and reorganized immediately as the first city troop. The troop voted to give the certificate of dismissal, signed by Washington, to their captain, Samuel Morris. The paper is now in possession of the descendants of Elliston P. Morris of Germantown. Frankfort Arsenal, Bridge and Tacony Streets, local station, Bridesburg, open, free, daily, 7:45 a.m. to sunset. Established 1814. President Madison was at the opening exercises. Lafayette stopped at the arsenal in 1824. Here are complete small arms cartridge factory equipment, artillery cartridge factory equipment, and machine plant for the manufacture of inspecting instruments, sights for cannon, range finders, and other instruments for fire control at the fortifications, etc. Philadelphia Navy Yard, League Island, about 1,000 acres, junction of Delaware and Schuylkill rivers, deeded to the national government by the city of Philadelphia in 1868. Open to the public daily between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. Established about 1794 on the Delaware River front at Prime Street. A large number of the old wooden ships of the Navy were built here, such as the ships of the line, Franklin, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, frigates, United States, Raritan, and Guerriere, sloops of war, Vandalia, Germantown, and Dale, screw steamers, Princeton, Wabash, and Lancaster, sidewheel steamers, Mississippi and Susquehanna. At present, there are 2 dry docks. Shops employ 2,000 men. 3 large barrack buildings for the use of Marines stationed at the yard accommodate 1,400 men. Admiral Benson, former commandant, considers this the best Navy yard in the government's possession, being in the center of coal and iron industries within short haul, by both rail and water, for all material required by a great Navy yard. Its nearness to great private shipyards on the Delaware provides skilled mechanics in the art of shipbuilding, and the fresh water feature, being unique, is of great importance. Barnacles accumulated in salt water drop off in fresh water, simply by docking here for short periods. There is also a large reserve basin called the Back Channel, where ships out of commission can be laid up until wanted. The berthing facilities may be indefinitely extended by constructing additional seawall and piers. Fort Mifflin, below mouth of the Schuylkill, has casement dungeons and earthen banks of early warfare, and was prominent in the Revolutionary War, designed and built by Major Louis de Toussard in 1798. Now, in the magazines, ammunition from government battleships is stored before they enter the Navy Yard. The magazines are surrounded by poles. On each pole is a lightning rod. United States Naval Asylum, Grays Ferry Avenue below Bainbridge Street. Classic, marble, has museum of uniforms. Historic burial grounds. The earliest were connected with churches. Some date almost from the beginning of the city. Baptist. Blockley Cemetery, Meeting House Lane between Lancaster Avenue and Haverford Street. Ground given 1804. Church is at 53rd Street and Wyalusing Avenue. Dunker, Germantown, on Germantown Avenue above Sharpnack Street, oldest meeting house of the German Baptists, or Dunkers, in America. Erected 1770. Burial ground opened 1793. In it lie Alexander Mack, founder of the sect, and Harriet Livermore, the pilgrim stranger of Whittier's Snowbound. Mennonite, Germantown Avenue above Herman Street. Church was built 1770. Many early Germantown settlers are buried in the yard. Pennypack, or Lower Dublin, Crewston Road near Pennypack Creek, 1 mile from Bustleton. Here is the oldest Baptist church edifice in Pennsylvania, built about 1707. In the old-time graveyard are many curious moss-covered tombstones. Friends. When the graves are marked, the stones are always small and inconspicuous. Fair Hill Meeting, Germantown Avenue and Cambria Street, ground granted by William Penn. A large and beautiful old cemetery near Fair Hill, the Great Norris Estate. The Meeting House, 4th and Arch Streets, was built in 1804, but the ground was used for burials many years before. It is one of the oldest cemeteries in Philadelphia. Some of the most prominent citizens of very early days lie here with nothing to mark their resting place. It is computed that 20,000 persons are interred here. Jewish. Mikveh Israel, on Spruce Street near 9th. Ground was granted to Nathan Levy by John Penn in 1738. Here lies the beautiful Rebecca Gratz, original of Rebecca in Scott's Ivanhoe. In August 1913, the little burial ground was opened for the internment of her grandniece, the first burial for 30 years. Mount Sinai, Frankfort Avenue, near Bridge Street, has an imposing entrance, erected 1854. Lutheran. St. Michael's, Germantown Avenue and Philhelena Street, joins the church built about 1730. A notable grave with flat marble stone resting on 4 columns is that of Christopher Ludwig, Baker General to the American Army during the Revolution. Methodist. St. Paul's, Catherine Street near 6th. Church is now used as an Italian mission, has a small graveyard. Presbyterian. Of 1st and 3rd churches, southwest corner of 4th and Pine Streets, First Church, 7th and Locust Streets, has the eastern section. When the First Church abandoned its old Market Street site for the present locality, the bodies were moved whenever possible, and many of the old headstones were inserted in the south wall of the new graveyard. The 3rd church, called Old Pine, divides the grounds, using the west section. Both are most interesting, with many people of note interred, including David Rittenhouse, William Hurry, who is said to have rung the Liberty Bell when proclaiming independence, Dr. William Shippen, Director General of Hospitals during the War for Independence, many Revolutionary soldiers, and Captain Charles Ross of the 1st City Troop. Protestant Episcopal. All Saints, Bristol Turnpike, Torresdale. Established 1772 to 73, when the first church edifice was built. Christ Church has 2 burial grounds, one attached to the church on 2nd Street, north of Market, dating from the earliest days of the church, the other southeast corner of 5th and Arch Streets, where the first interment was made in 1730. Graves of Benjamin Franklin and Deborah, his wife, are in the northwest corner, may be seen from Arch Street through an iron railing set in the brick wall. In these graveyards are buried many distinguished Americans, among them Peyton Randolph, first president of the Continental Congress, Commodores Truxton, Biddle, Bainbridge, and Dale, Robert Morris, several signers of the Declaration of Independence, Dr. Benjamin Rush, Dr. Philip Singh Physic, Bishop White, and Dr. William Augustus Muhlenberg. Gloria Dei, Old Swedes, Front and Swanson Streets, south of Christian, church built 1700, being the oldest church building in Philadelphia. A most interesting graveyard surrounds it. The celebrated ornithologist, Alexander Wilson, is buried here. St. James, Kingsessing, 68th Street and Paschal Avenue, church erected 1762. General Josiah Harmer of the Revolution is buried in the graveyard. St. James the Less, Hunting Park Avenue and Clearfield Street. This beautiful little Gothic church, brownstone, built 1847, has a number of fine monuments in the burial ground. John Wanamaker is buried here. St. Luke's, Germantown Avenue and Coulter Street, church dates from 1818. The famous Philadelphia annalist, John Fanning Watson, is interred in the churchyard. St. Peter's, southwest corner of 3rd and Pine Streets. In the graveyard lies the body of Commodore Stephen Decatur, the grave surmounted by an Ionic column supporting an American eagle. Other notable names here are Chew, Cadwallader, Mifflin, Binney, Biddle, Peel, Walm, Meade, McCall, Duché, Norris, Coon, Montgomery. Trinity, Oxford, near Fox Chase, east of Old 2nd Street Pike. Present church dates from 1711. Began as a log meeting house, 1698. Tombstones date as early as 1708. The inscriptions on some are quaint and original. Roman Catholic. Holy Trinity, northwest corner of 6th and Spruce Streets, dates from 1789. On the old tombstones may be deciphered names of many of the early German and French inhabitants of Philadelphia. Stephen Girard was buried here until 1851. Later, his body was removed to Girard College. Most Holy Redeemer, Richmond Street, opposite Headley Street, Bridesburg. Many of the Redemptorist fathers are buried here. Other notable burial grounds. North Cedar Hill, Frankfort Avenue, corner of Faust Street, incorporated 1857. A soldier's monument to the Civil War soldiers from Frankfort is in the older part. Crispin, Holmesburg, contains grave of Thomas Home, who laid out the city of Philadelphia. Plot is under care of the Crispin Association, formed of the descendants of Home. Glenwood, Ridge Avenue and 27th Street, opened 1850, has notable monument of the Scott Legion Association, formed among the surviving soldiers of the Mexican War. Greenwood, Asylum Pike and Arrett Street, Frankfort, established 1869 by the Benevolent Order of the Knights of Pythias as a burial place for members and their families, occupies the Mount Airy estate, once residence of Commodore Stephen Decatur. Hood, or the Lower Burial Ground, on Germantown Avenue at Logan Street, opened in 1693, having been presented to the borough of Germantown by Jan Strebers. Many early settlers of Germantown lie here, among them Frederick William Post, the Moravian missionary to the Indians, and Condi Raguet, founder of the Saving Fund in Philadelphia. In 1847, William Hood built the front entrance of Pennsylvania marble, the wall, and railing. Ivy Hill, East Mount Airy Avenue, above Stenton Avenue, chartered 1867, about 80 acres. The Second Baptist Church has removed to Ivy Hill about 300 bodies from its old burial place on New Market Street. An imposing monument is here in memory of David Lyle, chief engineer of the Volunteer Fire Department from 1859 to 67. North Laurel Hill, east bank of the Schuylkill River and Ridge Avenue, organized 1835. Formerly Laurel, country seat of Joseph Sims. Ferry Hill, seat of Pepper family, now Central Laurel Hill. And Harley, William Rawls Place, now South Laurel Hill. Historic dead and artistic monuments fill these cemeteries. Commodores Murray and Hull, General George Gordon Meade and Mrs. Cornelia Stevenson, Peggy Shippen of the Ledger, are among those who lie here. The Lee Memorial, sculptor A. Sterling Calder, is very beautiful. The chapel is early English. Just across the Schuylkill River on Belmont Avenue at Pencoed Station is West Laurel Hill, opened in 1869. General Herman Haupt is among those buried here. Monument, Broad Street and Montgomery Avenue, was laid out by Dr. John A. Elginton in 1836. An obelisk monument on a pedestal, erected 1859 in honor of Washington and Lafayette, was designed by John Sartain, artist, who is buried near base of shaft. Mount Moriah, 62nd Street and King Sessing Avenue, opened 1855, has grave of Betsy Ross, over which a flag floats perpetually. Mount Peace, Lehigh Avenue and 31st Street, was originally country seat of the Ralston family, known as the Mount Peace Estate. Mount Vernon, Ridge and Lehigh Avenues, opposite Laurel Hill, chartered 1856. The Gardell Monument was long considered handsomest in the country. National Cemetery, Haynes Street and Limekiln Pike, land acquired by the United States government in 1885. It is well wooded, and the grounds are laid out with flowering plants. About 2,700 Union soldiers are buried here, their graves marked by long rows of small granite slabs, bearing their names and the states from which they came. Soldiers of 3 wars lie here. A granite monument, erected by the United States, marks the burial place of 184 Confederate soldiers and sailors. Palmer, at Palmer, Belgrade, and Memphis Streets, owes its origin to Anthony Palmer. In 1730 he purchased a large tract of land in the Northern Liberties, on which he laid out a town and named it Kensington. His daughter carried out his wishes and bequeathed the ground for a burial place for those living in Kensington. Ronaldson's, 10th and Fitzwater Streets, now neglected, was founded by James Ronaldson in 1826 as a burial place in which persons of moderate means could find a grave without any of the restrictions which attended interments in churchyards. He gave the ground, almost a city square, decorated it with trees and shrubbery. So beautifully was it kept that it was considered the model burial place of the city until the opening of Laurel Hill. Upper Burial Ground, or Axes, Germantown Avenue near Washington Lane. John Frederick Axe was caretaker from 1724 to 56. Many early settlers are buried here, the oldest known grave being that of Cornelius Tyson, who died in 1716. There are also graves of some American soldiers and officers killed in the Battle of Germantown. Over them, John Fanning Watson placed a marble headstone. Woodlands, 39th Street and Woodland Avenue, was in early times the country seat of William Hamilton, known as the Woodlands, acquired by Woodland Cemetery Company in 1840. Many distinguished men and women are buried here, among them Commodore Thomas Stewart, who commanded the Constitution in 1812, General John Stewart, Major Generals D.B. Birney and Abercrombie of the Civil War, Rembrandt Peale, William K. Hewitt, and P.F. Rothermel, artists, John Davenport, actor, Colonel Thomas A. Scott and J. Edgar Thompson, Frank and Louise Stockton, Dr. S. Weir Mitchell, and Anthony J. Drexel. Historic churches in Philadelphia. Among the 805 churches in Philadelphia are the Philadelphia Baptist, whose association celebrated its 210th anniversary in 1917. First Church, 17th Street below Chestnut, open daily, is a consistent example of Byzantine architecture with American modifications. Stone, architect Edgar V. Sealer. Windows made by Heineke and Bowen are copies of the Byzantine leaded glass. Lights and shadows and drapery are all done with leaded strips of glass, not painted. Temple, Broad and Berks Streets, famous on account of its pastor, Reverend Russell H. Conwell, was dedicated 1901. At that time it was the largest church edifice in the United States, excepting the Mormon Temple at Salt Lake City. Auditorium seats 3,135 people. Romanesque with 2 low towers on the front, surmounted by large copper domes, which give an oriental touch. Architect Thomas Lonsdale. Fine rose window in front, said to have been made by John Lafarge. Other windows are by J.N.R. Lamb and R.S. Groves. The Hope Jones organ, built by the Rudolph Wurlitzer Company, is one of the largest in this country. It has all the orchestral accompaniments. Tabernacle, Chestnut and 40th Streets, Gothic, stone, has a window by William Willett. There are about 100 Baptist churches in Philadelphia. Christian Science. First Church of Christ Scientist, Walnut Street near 40th, Spanish architecture. Congregational. Central, 18th and Green Streets, Gothic, stone, built in 1872. Architect D. Supley. Organized in 1864. First services were held in Old Concert Hall, 1217 Chestnut Street. Afterwards used as first free library building. Sermon Recognition was preached by Reverend Henry Ward Beecher. Other sermons of early days by Richard S. Storrs, D.D. About 9 or 10 churches of this denomination are in Philadelphia. Friends or Quaker meeting houses. What dignity breathes from the lofty space and amplitude of hospitality in these old-fashioned Quaker shrines? Most friendly seems the long, high, sturdy roof, most friendly the all-welcoming old walls, seen through the sheltering trees. O mighty oaks and noble sycamores, with trunks moss-silvered and with lichened limb, breathe soft to me the storied memories and treasured records of the long, rich years that blessed the meeting houses. From Old Meeting Houses by John Russell Hayes. For more than 100 years, there has been no change in the general style of architecture. Before that time, the earliest meeting house in Philadelphia, at 2nd and Market Streets, was built with a central lantern or cupola, probably copied from a meeting house of similar form in Burlington, New Jersey, built 1682, where the yearly meeting for New Jersey and Pennsylvania was first held. Later it met alternately at Philadelphia and Burlington, but since 1750 in Philadelphia, 4th and Arch Streets. One of the most interesting old meeting houses, built in 1696, is at Marion, near Narberth Station, Pennsylvania Railroad, in which William Penn preached. Another that he attended is the Old Haverford, built in the early 18th century near Cobb's Creek, opposite St. Denis Roman Catholic Church. Radnor and Plymouth are also interesting old houses. All these last named are now owned by the Hicksite branch of Quakers, who also own over 70 other meeting houses throughout the state. Among those owned by the Orthodox branch within Philadelphia are the 4th and Arch Streets, not only the most important, but of great charm architecturally. It is very large and stands on ground originally given by William Penn to George Fox, and by the latter to Friends in America, and may be taken as typical of the later and best Quaker architecture. Built in 1804 following the style of the pre-revolutionary days of the houses just named, but adapted in material and size to the increased numbers worshipping within. It is of brick, set in ample grounds with abundant shade. The ground about it, and much also covered now by the building and by Arch Street, is a very old burial ground, filled over several times. James Logan is buried under the pavement of Arch Street. 12th Street Meeting House, brick, built in 1812, is second in importance, and is one of the most beautiful bits in Old Philadelphia. The oak timbers in its roof are said to have come from the Great Meeting House, which succeeded that with the cupola at 2nd and Market Streets. Oak timbers are also exposed with good effect in the upper room of the Arch Street house. The two houses are of the same general type and severely plain, but form, together with that at 6th and Noble Streets, a most dignified trio of places for worship. Remarkable for true proportion and dignity of outline, they are typical of the wealth and solidity of the Friends at their most flourishing period. The Meeting House, 6th and Noble Streets, known as North Meeting, once accommodating a large congregation, has been reduced in numbers by removals. The yearly meeting has therefore taken over its use as an adjunct to the settlement work, carried on by Friends at Noble House. Jewish. Rosh Hashanah, or the Jewish New Year's Day, is the oldest festival celebrated in the civilized world. 1917 will usher in the year 5678. It commences the great series of fall holidays. 10 days later is Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement, most sacred of the year, when the Jews fast from sunset to sunset and attend the synagogues, and a week later Sukkoth, corresponding to our Thanksgiving Day, which lasts a week. The principal synagogues are Adath Jeshurun, Broad Street above Diamond, Egyptian, limestone and brick. Architects, Churchman, Thomas, and Molitor, has leaded glass windows by Niccolo de Cenzo. Kenneseth Israel, Broad Street above Columbia Avenue, Italian Renaissance, brick with limestone trimmings. Architect, Hickman. Mikveh Israel, Broad and York Streets, organized 1747, moved from 7th Street near Arch. French Renaissance, limestone, architects Pitcher and Takow. Rodef Shalom, southeast corner of Broad and Mount Vernon Streets, Moorish, sandstone, built 1869. Architects Furness and Evans, has leaded glass windows by Niccolo de Cenzo. Lutheran. The Theological Seminary of Philadelphia, 7301 Germantown Avenue, was founded in 1864, removed to present location 1889. Site, residence of Chief Justice Allen, afterwards a military school of some distinction, Mount Airy College. The administration building was erected by James Gowan for a residence in 1848 and adapted to the wants of the seminary. On the grounds are 12 buildings, including Crowth Memorial Library, perpendicular Gothic, stone, built 1908. Contains portraits. The refectory, once residence of the Miller family, built 1792, colonial, and the Ashmead Schaefer Memorial Chapel, Gothic, stone. St. Michael's, Germantown Avenue and Philellena Street, first church, built 1730. British soldiers took refuge in the church and demolished the organ during the Battle of Germantown. Cornerstone of present church laid 1896. Old St. John's, Race Street between 5th and 6th, first English Lutheran church in America, colonial, brick. Congregation organized in 1806, largely through efforts of General Peter Muhlenberg. Contains a fine oil portrait by John Neagle, painted in 1853, of Dr. Philip F. Mayer, first pastor, 1806-58, and wood carvings in front of the gallery by William Rush. Zion, German, Franklin Street above Race. Romanesque, brownstone, built 1870, moved from southeast corner of 4th and Cherry, founded 1766. A memorial service was held here for Washington in 1799 by General Charles Lee. The Mary J. Drexel Home and Philadelphia Mother House of Deaconesses, 21st Street and South College Avenue, modified Gothic with numerous towers, brick trimmed with sandstone, built 1888, provides a training school for deaconesses of the Lutheran Church, home for the aged and a children's hospital, a Gothic chapel on the second floor, has altar cloths from Neuendettelsau, Bavaria, and stained glass by Meyer, Munich. Portraits of the Lankenau and Drexel families are here, and an Italian marble bust of Mr. Lankenau by Moses Ezekiel of Rome. Methodist. St. George's, 229 North 4th Street, oldest Methodist church in the world, used continuously for worship, dedicated 1769. Bishop Francis Asbury preached his first sermon in America here. 3 memorial tablets mark the front. To John Dickens, founder of the Methodist Book Concern, buried rear of the church in 1798. To Ezekiel Cooper, his successor, buried in front, and one commemorating the first Methodist Conference in America, held in this church July 14, 1773. Calvary, 48th Street and Baltimore Avenue, Gothic, stone, has mural painting, Sermon on the Mount, by H. Hanley Parker, and 2 Tiffany windows. Other Methodist Episcopal churches with good architecture are Arch Street, Broad and Arch Streets, Gothic, white marble, and Grace, Broad and Master Streets, Renaissance. Presbyterian. First Church, 7th and Locust Streets, facing Washington Square, oldest Presbyterian church in Philadelphia, founded 1699. Present building erected 1820. Classic, brick, rough cast with Ionic porch. Architect Theophilus P. Chandler. Contains Paxton Memorial Window by Frederick Wilson, interesting old tablets, and a copy of Calvin's Institutes. Second Church, 21st and Walnut Streets, French Gothic with early English detail, erected 1872. Architect Henry Sims. Richmond granite is used in the base. The walls are of Trenton stone, Cleveland sandstone for tracery of windows and molding of doors, with red sandstone, blue sandstone, and green serpentine for special parts, in contrasts of color and decorative effects. Interior is faced with buff-colored brick imported from Roban, Wales. The richly ornamented pulpit is of cane stone. Windows, a double one by John Lafarge, 7 representing Old Testament subjects by Tiffany, and 5 apse windows from England. Scott's, Broad Street below Morris, founded 1766, 3rd oldest organization in the Philadelphia Presbytery, still under its original charter. Original church was at 4th and Bainbridge Streets, later on Spruce Street above 3rd. Louis Philippe lived in the parsonage during his residence in Philadelphia in 1796. John Purdon, father of Purdon's Digest, was its first elder. President John Adams attended the church. Old Pine Street Church, 4th and Pine Streets. Classic, brick, rough cast with Corinthian porch. Erected 1857, one of the walls being that of the original church built in 1768. The first pastor, George Duffield, was chaplain of all the Pennsylvania militia, and also served as chaplain of the First Continental Congress after Jacob Duché. He was with Washington during the retreat through New Jersey, was in the battles of Princeton and Trenton, and the British offered a price of 50 pounds sterling for his head. He is buried under the central aisle of the lecture room, and his portrait is in Independence Hall. John Adams, when president, was a communicant here. When the British occupied the city, they used this church as a hospital. Pews and other woodwork were burned as fuel, and later the church was used by the dragoons to stable their horses. Holland Memorial, Broad and Federal Streets, Romanesque, buff massillon stone, with red sandstone trimmings, from the Ballaclunial quarries of Scotland. Architect David S. Grendel. Windows by Tiffany in the South Arcade are from originals by Frederick Wilson. Other windows are by Alfred Godwin and Maitland and Armstrong. There are 4 large rose windows. In one, the patriarch Joshua stands in the center, clad in full armor. Color scheme is based upon the rose window of Sainte-Chapelle, Paris. Makers William and Annie Lee Willett. Under each window is a group of 5 arcade windows, some of them copies from originals of Sir Edwin Burne-Jones, for windows in Brighton and Salisbury cathedrals. Tabernacle, 37th and Chestnut Streets, is one of the finest Gothic church edifices in Philadelphia in decorative English style, with tower 130 feet high, erected 1886. Granite with Indiana limestone for tracery of windows and doors. No wood being used in its construction, it thus resembles the cathedrals of the Old World. Chapel is connected with the manse by a cloistered porch. West Arch Street, 18th and Arch Streets, Roman classic with dome 170 feet above the ground. Stone, plastered. Has fine Corinthian porch. Market Square, Germantown, founded 1738. President Washington worshipped here while living opposite in the old Morris House during the yellow fever epidemic in Philadelphia in 1793. During the Battle of Germantown, a battalion of Virginians, prisoners of the English, were lodged in this church. The old bell, cast 1725, which was in the shingle roof steeple of the old church, is still intact and preserved as a relic. Also, the trumpet angels in their gold array, part of the original organ from Holland. Present building, French Gothic, stone, was erected in 1886. The Witherspoon Building, Walnut Street below Broad, has sculpture by A. Sterling Calder and Samuel Murray. Protestant Episcopal. St. Albans, Olney, consecrated 1915, decorated French Gothic. Buttresses run up to above the cornice line, ending in gables with crockets and finials. There is a belfry tower and porch. Interior lines are very beautiful. The high arches and lofty piers give an impression of great dignity and simplicity, well adapted for rendering the services, with all the accompaniment of advanced churchmanship. Architect George T. Pearson. Christ Church, 2nd Street north of Market, first Protestant Episcopal church in the province. Hours of service, September to July. Sundays 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 3:30 p.m. Open daily 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Founded in 1695 under a provision in the original charter of King Charles II to William Penn. John Penn, last male member of this line, is buried near the steps of the pulpit. Present building, Georgian, erected 1747. Dr. John Kearsley, building director. The old roof, its wooden balustrade with carved spindles, and the steeple are ever of interest to architects and antiquarians. Here the colonial governors had their state pew, marked by coat of arms, bearing the monogram of William and Mary. The parish was subsidized by King William III, William of Orange. Communion silver presented in 1709 by Queen Anne. Baptismal font dates from 1695 and was used for the baptism of Bishop White in infancy. The chime of bells pealed forth the Declaration of Independence in response to the Liberty Bell, July 8, 1776. They were made in England and came over in the same ship with the Liberty Bell, and were taken to Allentown with the Liberty Bell, and subsequently rehung, are referred to by Longfellow in Evangeline. George and Martha Washington regularly occupied Pew 58 from 1790 to 97. It was also the official pew of John Adams while president, and was used by Lafayette in 1824. Franklin had Pew 70, still used by his descendants. Robert Morris's pew was 52, Francis Hopkinson's 65. General Charles Lee of the Continental Army is interred beside the southwest door, and nearby is General Hugh Mercer. The Right Reverend William White, D.D., first Bishop of Pennsylvania and long presiding Bishop of the United States, is interred before the chancel rail, and his episcopal chair is beside the altar. The church was organized, its constitution framed, and the amended prayer book adopted in this church in 1785. Bishop White and Provost William Smith, D.D., were the committee for revising and altering the liturgy of the English prayer book for use in America. Reverend Jacob Duché was rector for many years. Windows illustrate the history of the Christian church, made by Heaton, Butler, and Baines. St. Clement's, 20th and Cherry Streets, Norman Gothic, brownstone, built 1857. Architect John Notman. New roof of nave, apse, and high altar. Choir and Lady Chapel. Architect Horace Wells Sellers. The sanctuary is beautifully designed, with effect heightened by a magnificent reredos. Artist Frederick Wilson of Briarcliff, New York. Leaded glass of apse and Lady Chapel by Alfred Godwin, Philadelphia. St. Elizabeth's, corner of 16th and Mifflin Streets, early Italian, with a high campanile. Medieval exterior and interior give an exact idea of old Italian churches. Brick, architects Bailey and Bassett. The choir is raised 8 steps from the nave, giving view of the crypt, and dignified elevation of the high altar. Over the altar is a copy of Correggio's Marriage of St. Catherine. Fine jeweled door of the Pix on the altar. Lady Chapel has an altar of richly carved and gilded wood, finished with a high reredos. Copy of an original in Santo Spirito, Florence. Paintings set in are copies of works by Fra Filippo Lippi. Church of the Evangelist, now part of Graphic Sketch Club, Catherine Street above 7th, brick, is a gem of medievalism. Italian basilican style, red brick, relieved by stone trimmings. Pillars of portico rest on backs of lions. Architects Furness and Evans. Frescoes by Niccolo di Cenzo and by Robert Henri. Original compositions and adaptations of great paintings in Italy. Font, late English Gothic with richly carved stone. Above it is the Strasbourg window, containing a figure of the prophet Jonas. This piece of glass, before the Franco-Prussian War, was in the Cathedral of Strasbourg, and was taken from one of the windows after the Germans had directed their fire on the church and smashed the glass. Paving of the Chapel of the Holy Sepulchre is of Mercer tiles. rood screen of polished marble, is modeled after that at St. Marco, Venice. Altar rail modeled after that in a chapel at Monreale, Sicily. The reredos of the high altar is a copy of a famous altarpiece by Carlo Crivelli, original now in the National Gallery, London. Gloria Dei, Old Swedes, on land given by Swanson, corner of Front and Swanson Streets near Christian Street, formerly Wekakoa, Indian name for pleasant place, was dedicated in 1700. Georgian architecture with steep pitched roof, brickwork of walls, Flemish bond, headers coated with vitreous, blue-black glaze, doubtless the archbricks in the kiln, great square windows. Erected by the Swedish Lutherans after the Revolution, care of the great Swedish churches was committed to the American Church, and became part of the Diocese of Pennsylvania. This congregation first worshipped in a blockhouse, also used as a fortress from 1677. The font used then is still in the present church. Holy Trinity, 19th and Walnut Streets, Norman Romanesque. Architect John Notman, has fine memorial windows. St. James, 22nd and Walnut Streets, founded 1807, present building, English decorated Gothic with sculptured band around the tower, from which rises the graceful memorial spire. Ohio green sandstone and granite, built 1870. Architect G. W. Hewitt. Pulpit, altar, reredos of fine perpendicular work in cane stone, rich in ornamentation and sculpture, which also extends around the chancel, with 2 marble pilasters having delicately carved capitals, all designed by Cram, Goodhue, and Ferguson. Mosaics of the 12 apostles in the walls of the nave suggest those of the popes in the Church of St. Paul, outside the walls in Rome. Leaded glass by Niccolo di Cenzo. Font has a bas-relief in white marble, angels scattering flowers, made in Florence, Italy. St. James the Less, near main entrance to Laurel Hill Cemetery, 13th century Gothic, brownstone, once said to be the choicest specimen of church architecture in the United States. St. John Chrysostom, corner 28th Street and Susquehanna Avenue, almost an exact copy of St. Stephen's Church, London, designed by Sir Christopher Wren. Renaissance, granite. Architects Bailey and Bassett, adapted to a square lot, the interior shows form of Greek cross with inner octagon. Rosettes and decorations of the dome are graceful and beautiful. Columns, placed on rather high pedestals, are Vermont marble, with very beautiful veining, surmounted by Corinthian capitals. The church is almost entirely white, with no stained glass, and gives an impression of complete harmony. St. Mark's, Locust Street above 16th, built 1849, fine specimen of 14th century, decorated Gothic, brownstone. Plans furnished by the Ecclesiological Society of Cambridge, England, modified by John Notman. Altar and reredos are richly carved stone, also the pulpit and choir screen. Notable features are the rood beam, with cross and figures, carved sanctuary door, choir and clergy stalls. The altar at head of north aisle is alabaster. Lady Chapel, erected 1900, contains a silver altar of elaborate magnificence, probably finest in the world, of the same style as the one at Florence, Italy, by Palagnoli, but richer, containing 12 scenes from the life of the Virgin and studded with precious stones, some 400 emeralds, sapphires, and opals, a monumental work which will remain a very splendid presentation of 20th century English ecclesiastical art. Altar rail is silver and bronze. Stained glass windows in the church are notable. The sacred vessels and vestments surpass any in the Anglican Communion in their extraordinary richness. Silver processional cross is supposed to be that of the Palermo Cathedral in 1520. Among old vestments are the coronation robes of Louis XV from Rheims Cathedral, of light blue velvet, heavily embroidered with 22-karat gold bullion. The first curate was the Reverend Morgan Dix, ordained priest in this church, who became the famous rector of Trinity Church, New York. St. Mary's, 3916 Locust Street, on ground given by William Hamilton of Woodlands. First Protestant Episcopal Church in West Philadelphia, organized 1820. Frame church erected 1824. Bishop White laid the cornerstone. Present building, Gothic, consecrated 1890. Memorial Gothic altar, retable, and reredos are from famous studios in Rome, Italy, said to be the finest example of ecclesiastical mosaic work in this country. Windows are from London, Paris, Munich, and Philadelphia. Reverend Thomas C. Yarnall celebrated his 50th anniversary as rector of St. Mary's in 1894. St. Paul's, east side of 3rd Street, below Walnut, classic, erected 1761, third Protestant Episcopal Church in Philadelphia and largest in the province, now headquarters of the city mission. The General Convention met here in 1814, when Bishop Moore of Virginia was consecrated. Bishop Hobart preached the sermon. St. Paul's Club, 411 Spruce Street, makes a specialty of giving aid to the down-and-out drunkard, sobering him up, fitting him for a job, and getting him one. In the 5 years of its existence, to 1917, it has registered 45,000 transient visitors and temporary guests on the books. St. Peter's, corner of 3rd and Pine Streets, second church erected in Philadelphia, Fine example of Georgian architecture in beauty of line, brick. Built 1761. Tower and spire 218 feet high were added 1842. Stone finials of gateposts were cut in England. Present wall erected in 1784 after the old wooden fence had been taken for fuel by the British. Interior still retains the high-backed box pews, President Washington's among them, pew 41. The pulpit, surmounting the clerk's desk, soars upward at the far end opposite the altar. Provost William Smith preached the consecration sermon. Very beautiful stained glass by Myers, London, remarkable for richness of color and design. Many interesting relics in the church's history are in the sacristy. Church of the Savior, 38th Street above Chestnut. Architect C. M. Burns. Has a splendidly impressive chancel. Decoration by Edwin Howland Blashfield, and the furnishings are memorial to Anthony J. Drexel. Memorial window by William and Annie Lee Willett. Christ and Nicodemus has strong decorative quality and richness of color. South Memorial Church of the Advocate, 18th and Diamond Streets, French Gothic, suggested by Amiens Cathedral, built 1897. Stone, architect Charles M. Burns. Interior profusely adorned with carving and 65 stained glass windows by Clayton and Bell, London. St. Stephen's, 10th Street above Chestnut, founded 1823, early Gothic with 2 octagonal towers. Stone, designed by William Strickland, contains notable sculpture, the Bird Memorial, Angel of the Resurrection, finest Italian marble, by Karl Steinhauser, native of Bremen, who studied in Rome under Thorwaldsen, and recumbent effigy of Colonel Bird, also font by Steinhauser, represents 3 cherubs supporting on their wings a large marble bowl with sculpture and relief. The church, decorated by Frank Furness, with color, rich and unusual, sets off admirably the beauty of the memorial marbles. The stately reredos, with its brilliant Venetian mosaic picture, The Last Supper, was made in 1889 by Salviati, Venice, from cartoons by Henry Holliday, London, and under his own supervision. Large double window and transept also by Holliday. A Tiffany window is Christ among the lilies, the only flower he mentions in the Evangels, and accepted as symbol of the resurrection. The window, showing the angel sitting on the edge of the tomb with partly unfolded wings, is copy of a picture by Axel Ender, over the altar of the church in Molde, northern Norway. Near the reredos is the Angel of Purity, sculptor Augustus St. Gaudens, which suggests his Amor Caritas, owned by the French government, now in Luxembourg. Here is also a bas-relief by Charles Grafley of Dr. David D. Wood, organist of St. Stephen's for 46 years. The great organ was built by C.T. Haskell, Philadelphia, in consultation with Dr. Wood. Pipes were voiced in the church, resulting in a sweetness and just proportion of tone. Its echo organ, located about 200 feet away, is in the loft over the chancel. Parish house is on site of the old graveyard. Tombstones are in pavement of cloister. Architect George C. Mason, Jr. Trinity, Oxford, Oxford Road and 2nd Street Pike. Colonial, founded 1698. Present brick church, erected 1711-12. The transepts and tower later. Was the first house of worship in Pennsylvania, owned and occupied by the Quakers, and presented by them to the Church of England for episcopal use in worship. Chalice and paten sent by Queen Anne, engraved Anne Regina, 1713. She died in 1714. It is probably the last one she sent to America, and has been used in every Holy Communion for over 2 centuries. Tiffany altar window, the Baptism of Christ. The altar, of walnut and oak, is beautifully carved. This is the mother of many flourishing missions: St. Luke's, Germantown; Our Savior, Jenkintown; St. Mark's, Frankfurt; Emmanuel, Holmesburg; Holy Trinity, Rockledge; and Trinity Chapel, Crescentville. Today it stands, vigorous and full of life, in its old age, greatly enlarged and carefully restored. The utmost care has been taken to disturb none of the old walls, and to keep the historic features intact. The glass in the body of the church is an opaque yellow, harmonizing with the colonial buff of the walls and barrel ceiling. The churchyard is of great interest. One stone, dated 1686, is said to mark the grave of an Indian. The Reformed Church in the United States, which brought its beautiful and significant emblem, the lily among thorns, from the fatherland, is derived from the Reformed churches of Switzerland and Germany. These churches are largely to be found in the counties east of the Susquehanna River. William Penn's mother, Margaret Jasper, was reared in this faith. Noted members who came here were Michael Schlatter, in 1746, from St. Gall, Switzerland, sent to establish an ecclesiastical organization. He was practically the first superintendent of public instruction in Pennsylvania, died 1790, and was buried in the Reformed graveyard in Philadelphia, now Franklin Square. Colonel Henry Bouquet from Switzerland proved the savior of the early settlers in Pontiac's War and obtained the restoration of all the captives to their homes. 370 were brought back. And Baron von Steuben, who had served on the staff of Frederick the Great at the Siege of Prague, drilled our men into efficiency to cope with the British regulars. Later he commanded at the Siege of Yorktown, which he pressed so vigorously that Cornwallis was obliged to surrender. Zion Reformed Church at Allentown sheltered Our Liberty Bell and the Christ Church bells during the Revolution. Among their 30 churches in Philadelphia and the vicinity of Gothic architecture stone, Our First Church, 50th and Locust Streets, oldest of this denomination in Philadelphia, moved from 10th and Wallace Streets. Palatinate, 56th Street and Girard Avenue, St. John's, 40th and Spring Garden Streets, and Trinity, northeast corner of Broad and Venango Streets. There are also 5 churches of the Dutch Reformed. Roman Catholic. The churches of this denomination are all notable for good architecture, interior sumptuous, ecclesiastical decoration. Cathedral of Saints Peter and Paul, finely situated on Logan Square and the Parkway. Classic Renaissance, brownstone, built 1846-64. Architect Napoleon Lebrun. The Crucifixion, back of the high altar, genuine fresco painting, is by Constantine Brumidi, who, about the same time, executed important decorations in the same medium in the dome of the Capitol at Washington. On entering the church, and chapels on both sides of the door, are mural decorations by Henry J. Thurin, said by high authority to be the best mural paintings in the United States. The first was placed in 1911 as a fitting background for a statue of the Virgin and Child by Louis Madrazi, which Mr. Thurin brought from Paris as a gift to the cathedral. In the north transept is a painting, The Dead Christ, attributed to Titian. A work of art of exceptional merit is a large ivory crucifix, the masterwork of Carlo Pezzenti, an Augustinian lay brother, about 1840. Acquired for the church with much difficulty by the Venerable John N. Newman, 4th Bishop of Philadelphia. When, during the Civil War, the Sanitary Fair was being held in Logan Square, Archbishop Wood, then Bishop Wood, exhibited this beautiful work daily, for the benefit of a great cause. It was returned each evening to its place in the cathedral. St. John the Evangelist, 13th Street above Chestnut, for a short time the cathedral. Early English, Gothic. Interior, perpendicular Gothic. Cornerstone laid by Bishop Kenrick, 3rd Bishop of Philadelphia. Church opened April 8, 1832. A flagellation of Christ, much darkened by Guerracci, was presented to the church by Joseph Bonaparte soon after its completion. Mozart's Requiem Mass was rendered for the first time in America at St. John's Church, and the music there today is said to be the best church music in Philadelphia. St. Patrick's, 20th Street below Locust, originated in a frame church in 1839 on east side of 19th Street near Spruce. The 75th anniversary was celebrated in 1916, was attended by many noble dignitaries of the church. Windows by DeCenzo. St. Francis de Sales, 47th Street and Springfield Avenue, Romanesque with Byzantine details. Built 1907-10. Architect Henry D. Dadgett, Philadelphia. The leaded glass is particularly beautiful. Windows are of the antique school and extremely rich in color, including 4 rose windows, designed and made by Niccolò DeCenzo, Philadelphia. 4 old historic churches rather near together. St. Joseph's on Willings Alley, south of Walnut, below 4th Street, built on site of First Roman Catholic Church in Pennsylvania, established by a member of the Society of Jesus from Maryland in 1731. St. Mary's, 4th Street above Spruce, St. Augustine's, 4th Street above Race, and Holy Trinity, northwest corner of 6th and Spruce Streets, had their origin in the 18th century, the first 2 long before the Revolution. St. Augustine's is on the site of a building erected in 1801 by the Hermits of the Order of St. Augustine. It had William Rush's wooden sculpture, The Crucifixion, but this was burned in 1847. Holy Trinity, German, is of somewhat earlier date. The wayfarer who now looks in on any of them may readily picture them as they were over 100 years ago. In St. Mary's Church is a very fine Pieta by Boucher, a modern French sculptor. Swedenborgian, or the New Church, grew out of the teachings of Emanuel Swedenborg, scholar, traveler, scientist, and religious writer, born in Stockholm, Sweden in 1688. A school of the New Church was started in Philadelphia in 1854. First New Jerusalem Church, 22nd and Chestnut Streets, Gothic, brownstone, was built in 1884. Architect Theophilus P. Chandler. Connected with it is a free library and reading room. Unitarian. First Church, Chestnut Street near 22nd, built 1885, was organized 1796 in a room of the University of Pennsylvania. In 1797, Dr. Joseph Priestley delivered an address to this society and enrolled himself among the members. William Henry Furness was ordained pastor in 1825 in the church at the corner of 10th and Locust Streets. Present church contains some interesting memorials. Dr. Furness, bust by M. Lant Thompson, New York. Circular window to Dr. Priestley by John Lafarge. Other windows are English, and some are by Tiffany, New York. Girard Avenue Unitarian, Girard Avenue above 15th Street, organized by the Reverend Charles G. Ames in the late 70s. Gothic, granite. Germantown Unitarian, corner of Chelton Avenue and Green Street, built 1866. Gothic, architect Frank Furness, has good stained glass windows made by Heaton, Butler, and Bain. London. Reverend Samuel Longfellow, brother of the poet, was pastor for some years. Also, the Reverend Charles G. Ames. End of Section 4. Section 5 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Commonwealth, or State of Pennsylvania, Penn's Woods, Part 4. Fairmount Park. On the east and west banks of the Schuylkill River and Wissahickon Creek, second largest municipal park in the world, 3,597 acres. Its only superior in acreage being Blue Hills Park, Boston, with 4,906 acres. The ravines, unkempt and wild, all have springs of clear, cold water. Main entrance at Green Street is also approached to the proposed Philadelphia Museum of Art on a raised terrace like a Greek temple facing the parkway. Horace Trumbauer, C.C. Zantzinger, and Charles L. Borey, Jr., architects. Part of the plan for development of Philadelphia within a radius of 30 miles. Here also is the Washington Monument, sculpture Professor Siemering of Berlin, erected by the Society of the Cincinnati. Continue drive to the Schuylkill River. Proposed Erickson Memorial, Paul B. Kret, architect, was commissioned to prepare a design for development of the entire basin, from boathouses to Spring Garden Street, including the aquarium, formed 1911 using the classic marble buildings of the old waterworks. It is said to be the best equipped in the world. Walls of exhibition tanks are covered with calcareous tufa, rock shell formation from the Ohio River Valley, full of holes, in which deep water vegetation is planted to suggest sea bottom. Arctic and tropical life have their own temperatures, also hatching rooms. This tract and rocky hill of the old waterworks, 5 acres, between Green and Callow Hill streets, was named by William Penn Fairmount. It was used as the terminal pillar of the British redoubts, stretching across the city from the Schuylkill to the Delaware in 1777 to 78. Acquired by the city in 1812 as site for the city waterworks, moved from Center Square for park purposes. This was the beginning of Fairmount Park. To beautify the grounds, walks were laid out up to the reservoir, and the rock decorated with sculpture, chiefly wood carving, by William Rush, including the groups, the Schuylkill in an improved state, and the Schuylkill in chains, which are still over the entrances to the wheelhouses. Justice and Wisdom, full-length statues, carved for decoration of the triumphal arch in front of the State House at Lafayette's reception in 1824, are now in the hatching room, and Leda and the Swan, modeled in 1812 from Miss Van Uxen, a Philadelphia belle, a bronze reproduction is here now. Boathouses are of decorative construction. The Schuylkill Navy, said to be the most complete association devoted to rowing in the world, is the center for test trials of skill and endurance, of national interest. It is known as the American Henley. The course above Columbia Avenue Bridge is ideal for oarsmen, and the banks rise like the seats of an auditorium. On the main drive from the aquarium are the Lincoln Monument, bronze, sculptor Randolph Rogers, made in Rome, cast in Munich, iron spring, and a bronze group, lioness carrying her young a wild boar, sculptor August Kane. Near Brown Street entrance is bronze group, Silenus and the infant Bacchus, original in the Louvre, credited to Praxiteles, and the bronze group, the Wrestlers, from original antique in the Royal Gallery, Florence, both reproduced by Barbedienne, Paris. Lemon Hill Mansion, built by Henry Pratt about 1800, near site of favorite home of Robert Morris. The Hills, planted by Major L'Enfant, built 1773. The property was bought by the city in 1844, and dedicated in 1855 as a public park. Northwest on Main Drive is Grant's Cabin, headquarters of General U.S. Grant, in Siege of Richmond, 1864-65, brought to the park from City Point, Virginia at close of Civil War. Opposite is Sedgley Guardhouse, formerly the Porter's Lodge of the Sedgley Park Estate, site of a Gothic mansion, built 1800 by William Crammond, acquired for the park by public-spirited citizens. On the same drive, near east end of Girard Avenue Bridge, is the replica bronze equestrian statue of Jeanne d'Arc, sculpture Fremier, Paris, among the best examples of modern French equestrian sculpture. The original is in La Place des Pyramides, Paris. River Drive near Boathouses, Tam O'Shanter, 4 figures, red sandstone, sculptor Tom. From the last boathouse or the Beacon Light to Girard Avenue Bridge will be the Ellen Phillips Samuel Memorial, for which she left $500,000 in 1913. Fairmount Park Art Association legatee. On top of stone bulkhead I will have erected, 100 feet apart on high granite pedestals, uniform in size and style, the history of America, symbolized in a system of statuary. Model made by Edgar V. Sealer. Near are the heroic bronze bust of James A. Garfield, with allegorical figure, Sculptor Augustus St. Gaudens. The colossal bronze equestrian group Lion Fighter on natural jutting rock. Sculptor Professor Albert Wolff, cast 1893, and scattered along 5 bronzed iron fountains, replicas of those at Rond Point, Champs-Élysées, cast in Paris at Foundry of Val d'Osny. North of Tunnel, above Girard Avenue Bridge, on River Drive, bronze equestrian statue, Cowboy, sculptor Frederick Remington. A band of cowboys and Indians participated in the unveiling. River and Fountain Green Drive, heroic bronze equestrian statue, General U.S. Grant. Sculptors Daniel Chester French for Grant, Edward C. Potter for horse, modeled from the 19-year-old gelding General Grant, sired by an Arabian stallion, Leopold, presented to the general in 1878 by the Sultan of Turkey. Cast by Bureau Brothers, Philadelphia, mounted on Jonesboro granite pedestal designed by Frank Miles Day and brother. Columbia Avenue entrance, fountain of Orestes and Pylades, bronze group on Richmond granite pedestal with bronze masks. Sculptor Karl Steinhauser, Karlsruhe, Germany, cast in Philadelphia. Near is the Children's Playground building, erected by Richard and Sarah Smith in 1898, and a park mansion, Mount Pleasant. Land bought from Phineas Bond by John Macpherson, who built the house in 1761, after style of a house in Scotland owned by the chief of his clan, the Macphersons of Cluny. In 1779, purchased by Benedict Arnold. On his conviction for treason, it was confiscated by the state. In 1781-82, Baron von Steuben occupied it, and here wrote the army regulations which created the American Army. In 1868, it became property of the city and was added to Fairmount Park. Rockland comes next, on west side of Dairy Ball Field, occupied 1750-65 by John Lawrence, a notable mayor of Philadelphia. Near Rockland is Ormiston, colonial, owned by Edward Byrd, prothonotary, Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, named for Scotch home of Mrs. Byrd, daughter of Lord Halliburton of Ormiston, who founded the Byrd Orphan Asylum. Near Dauphin Street entrance, Grand Fountain, Bronze and Iron, and Park Trolley Station. Northwest is Woodford Mansion, ground deeded by Penn to Dennis Rockford in 1693, house built 1742 by William Coleman, an original member of the Junto Club, friend of Franklin and judge of the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania. Colonial, brick. Original oak floors still in a fine state of preservation, boards doweled together, laths are hand-cut and handwork on cornices and wainscoting most beautiful. Fireplace and mantel and main room are worthy of attention, although now marred by paint. Later it became the home of the Franks family. Edgeley Ball Field, site of residence built by Philip Singh Physic, 1828-36, professor of surgery at University of Pennsylvania, and first American to be elected member of the Royal Academy of France. The Randolph Mansion is west of Edgeley, interesting colonial house with beautiful handwork and cornices. Strawberry Mansion, near Dauphin Street entrance, residence of William Lewis, then called Somerville, now used as a restaurant. Name was given when added to the park. Fine colonial architecture. Main hall shows still how beautiful it must have been, with exquisite handwork on cornices, wainscoting, and niches in the hall ornamented with hand tracery. Along the River Drive, we pass other country seats known as Harley, Ferry Hill, and the Laurels, now South, Central, and North Laurel Hill. Near the falls on east side of Ridge Road stood the home of Governor Thomas Mifflin, the fighting Quaker. From the Falls Bridge, a fine view is obtained of the Schuylkill Navy's racecourse. Farther up is Wissahickon Creek, Wissahickon, Catfish Creek, or Wissahickon, yellow-colored stream. We enter the deep recesses of this ravine, where the waters empty into the Schuylkill River. Tradition says that on the northwest bank stood a flour mill. In Revolutionary times, the owner ground glass or plaster with the wheat for the Patriot Army. For this crime, some of Washington's soldiers hanged him on a tree in front of his mill. Here, General Armstrong's corps attacked the Hessian and British soldiers, October 4th, 1777, while the Battle of Germantown was in progress. Up the Wissahickon Drive is Maple Spring Hotel, decorated by grotesque figures of animals and birds, carved out of native laurel. Beyond this, across the stream, are abrupt bluffs. From one, the most prominent, called Lover's Leap, tradition says a young Indian and the girl whom he loved, being forbidden to marry, plunged into the waters below and were drowned. A steep grade leads to the 6-Mile Stone. Here Paper Mill Run empties into the Wissahickon, and here Nicholas Rittenhouse had his grist mill. Just beyond, close beside an old bridge, is a quaint old house. Inside is a stone tablet marked CWR 1707. Here David Rittenhouse, the famous astronomer, was born. On Paper Mill Run, the first paper mill in this country was erected about 1690 by William Rittenhouse. A portion of this land near Tulpehocken Street, within park limits, once belonged to the Queen of Spain. Farther is the Blue Stone Bridge, and just beyond is Lotus Inn. Northward, the east shore becomes more steep, to Mom Rinker's Rock. She is said to have been a witch. Upon the height stands a statue of William Penn, with the single word toleration cut on the pedestal. The statue and land were given to the city for park purposes, by Honorable John Welsh, ex-minister to England. 1/4 mile farther is Kitchen Lane, and the Hermit's Well, dug by Johannes Kelpius, scholar and mystic, who came from Germany with his followers, 40 men, the number of perfection, in 1694, to the New World to see the dawn of the millennium, the pathway to the light illuminable, in the glory of religious liberty in Pennsylvania. They were followers of the Essenes, who lived in the solitudes of the Dead Sea, of which St. John the Baptist is said to have been a member. The ridge and valley of the Wissahickon gave them a temple of sacred grandeur. Places there are known as Hermit's Land and Hermit's Glen. The piety and humility of Kelpius made him renowned. John Rogers of Connecticut and leaders of other colonies came long distances to consult this great magister. He lived wholly to the service of God and his fellow men. The baptistry, a place in the creek, is shown where the monks immersed their converts. After Kelpius's death, about 1710, his followers built the monastery, replaced in 1752 by a stone house, built by Joseph Gorgas, also called the monastery. Ruins still there. The bones of these faithful men are interred under the floor, in the chancel of St. Michael's Protestant Episcopal Church, High Street, Germantown. Also, some of their original headstones are there. Their books were given in 1728 to Christ Church, Philadelphia, where they may still be seen. The cult is now found about Ephrata among the Seventh-day Baptists. Beyond the monastery, near Livesey's Lane, are caves said to have been the abode of hermits. 1/2 mile farther is Livesey's Mansion, built 1698, said to have been neutral ground where British and American officers met during 1777 to 78. Now headquarters of the Valley Green Canoe Club. Above is Cresham Creek, a small tributary flowing into the Wissahickon Creek, among great masses of huge rocks, under tall pines, making a dark pool called the Devil's Pool, said to be bottomless, scene of an engagement during the Battle of Germantown. Just beyond is Valley Green, a quaint old wayside inn. Here is a stone bridge with strong buttresses and single arch. The reflection makes a clear oval. Farther is the first drinking fountain erected in Philadelphia, pro bono publico, placed in 1854, white marble. 1/2 mile beyond, at east end of Rex Avenue Bridge, is Indian Rock, summit crowned by heroic statue of Teddyskung, last of the Indian chiefs to leave the shores of the Delaware. Northwest, the ravine is deep and the hills steep, winding toward Chestnut Hill. It is proposed by the city to extend Fairmount Park, on both sides of the Wissahickon, to Fort Washington, and include Militia Hill at White Marsh, famous in the Revolution, making the park 1,000 acres larger. West Park, west end of Girard Avenue Bridge, zoological gardens, open daily including Sundays. In front, bronze group, The Dying Lioness, sculptor Professor Wilhelm Wolff, Berlin, cast in Munich. The enclosure embraces Solitude, a mansion built in 1785 by John Penn, the poet, grandson of the founder and cousin of John Penn of Lansdowne. Was the last property owned in America by the Penn family. Notable decorations are in the ground floor room. Ceiling, fine example of French stucco, Louis XV period. The zoological gardens were incorporated in 1859, oldest incorporated body of its kind in America. On an area of 41 acres arranged by H. Schwarzman in 1873, opened 1874, with large and attractive buildings, in which representative species of living animals are shown. It is a private organization. The pathological laboratory has for its objects assistance in the hygienic control of the garden, collection of statistics upon diseases of wild animals, and research. Many species of water and other birds are on the large lake, and enclosures scattered through the garden. Opposite, on Girard Avenue, is William Penn's house, originally in Letitia Street, near 2nd and Market. First brick house in Philadelphia, built 1683, removed in 1883. Lansdowne entrance to the park under 2 spacious elliptical arches of the Pennsylvania Railroad viaduct, carrying the railroad across Girard Avenue, is a dignified and handsome structure. Near is bronze group Hudson Bay Wolves, sculptor Edward Keymes, cast in Philadelphia. In 1732, the State and Schuylkill, a fishing club, first social club in Philadelphia, leased an acre of land near here and built a hut. Annual rental, 3 sun perch, presented on a pewter plate. They were here for 90 years, now in New Jersey. The members espoused the revolutionary cause, and in 1774 formed a company called the Light Horse. Afterwards, in 1778, became the first city troupe. On Lansdowne Drive is Sweetbriar Mansion, built by Samuel Breck about 1810. Colonial, in the hall, is an interesting wrought iron grill. In front is bronze Indian group, the Stone Age. Sculptor John J. Boyle, cast in France. The Smith Memorial Gate, to Pennsylvania men distinguished in the Civil War, is at entrance to the Esplanade. Architects James and John T. Windrum. Erected with statuary 1897 to 1912. Sculpture all colossal, equestrian, Major General Hancock, sculptor J.Q.A. Ward, and Major General McClellan, sculptor Edward C. Potter. Statues, Major General Meade, sculptor Daniel Chester French, Major General Reynolds, sculptor Charles Grafley, Richard Smith, sculptor Herbert Adams, busts, Admiral Porter, sculptor Charles Grafley, Major General Hartranft, sculptor A. Sterling Calder, Admiral Dahlgren, sculptor George E. Bissell, James H. Windrum, sculptor Samuel Murray, Major General S.W. Crawford, sculptor Bessie O. Potter Vano, Governor Curtin, sculptor Moses Ezekiel, General James A. Beaver, sculptor Catherine M. Cohen, John B. Guest, sculptor Charles Grafley, 2 eagles and globes, sculptor J. Massey Rind. The John Welsh Memorial, president of the Centennial Exposition, formal garden, with fountain on site of Centennial Main Building, Parkside Avenue approached Memorial Hall, Florentine lions, cast by Harrison, Winans, and Eastwick at Alexandrovsky, Russia, in 1849, from pair at entrance of Imperial Mechanical Works, originals at entrance to Loggia di Lanzi, Florence. Memorial Hall, front terrace, bronze, Spanish cannon, Miltiades, date 1753. Bronze, Spanish cannon, Semiramis, date 1737. Bronze, Spanish mortar, date 1731, from fortifications in Cuba. Carved decorations with Spanish royal arms of Philip and Elizabeth Farnese. 2 bronze groups, winged horses led by muses of epic and lyric poetry, Calliope and Clio. Sculptor Pils, made for Vienna Opera House, Austria. Memorial Hall, German Renaissance. Architect Hermann G. Schwarzmann. Contains complete model of the arrangement of the Centennial buildings, made to scale by John Baird. First international exposition held in America, when our national art was invigorated by competition with masterpieces of other lands, and now challenges comparison with the best. Also Pompeian collection of paintings, illustrative of Pompeian life, and bronze face and hands of Abraham Lincoln, casts taken from first replicas of original casts from life in 1860. Sculptor Leonard W. Volk, Chicago. For collections, see Art. North of Memorial Hall is heroic bronze equestrian statue, Major General George Gordon Meade, sculptor Alexander Milne Calder. Horticultural Hall, erected 1876 on site of Lansdowne Mansion, built by Governor John Penn in 1773. Stone, Italian. In 1816, leased by Joseph Bonaparte for 2 years, accidentally destroyed by fire in 1854. In 1866, the land was acquired from Barney family for the park. Moorish style, architect Hermann G. Schwarzmann, also responsible for plan of adjacent sunken garden. No other building for similar purposes in this country can approach it in dignity of design. Contains marble statue, Il Penseroso, sculptor Mosier, acquired 1874. Notable plants housed in this building are a gigantic specimen of Italia cohienne, bay oil palm, from Central America, possibly most superb palm to be seen under glass anywhere. Phoenix canariensis from the Canary Islands, Seaforthius from Australia, Howius from Lord Howe's Island, cocoa palms, Ceroxylon, wax palms towering 60 or 70 feet, giant rubber trees, Araucarius from Australia, bamboos from the Orient, and lofty tree ferns from New Zealand unite to produce a wonderfully impressive scene, not unlike a glorified tropical forest, emphasized by training creepers up the lofty stems, growing ferns and orchids in crotches of the limbs, and by the strange aerial roots which reach down from these clinging plants to seek nourishment in the soil below, as in the tropical jungle. The cactus house is arranged to give something the effect of arid regions by planting in sterile soil. The fern houses, with superb collections of tree ferns and smaller growing adiantums, nephrolepis, acrosticums, recall the effect of mountain ravines. A special house is given to the cycads or sago palms, survivals of vegetation of fossil beds, of which this collection is unique in this country. Another tropical house contains the bromeliad or pineapple family, collection unique in many respects. In the gardens, most striking features are the rare trees, golden larch, pseudo-larix, the gordionis, franklinius, oaks. East front has bronze busts of Schubert, granite pedestal with bronze bas-relief, music, sculptor Henry Bearer, New York. Haydn, a trophy won by United Singers of Philadelphia at the National Sanger Fest. Verdi, on artistic sandstone pedestal with carved figure. Religious Liberty, marble, sculptor Moses Ezekiel, presented by the Hebrew Society B'nai B'rith. A short walk east near Columbia Avenue Bridge is said to be Tom Moore's cottage. The poet was a frequent guest both at Belmont and Ormiston, with communication by boat. The sunken garden, west, rearranged to conform to Moorish ideals of garden approaches, is now a pool about 800 feet long, similar to that before the Taj Mahal, flanked on both sides by spreading oriental plains. Beyond this central feature are flower gardens, following the oriental in color arrangement, making an effect of noble proportions. A bronze sundial shows the variations for each month of the year, and the time at 12 o'clock in 12 principal cities of the world, on Tennessee marble pedestal with 4 supporting female figures, emblematic of the 4 seasons. Sculptor A. Sterling Calder. Bronze statues of Schiller, made in 1886, granite pedestal with bronze panels in bas-relief representing poetry, history, drama, and of his friend Goethe, made in 1890, granite pedestal decorated with bronze laurel wreaths. Roman Catholic centennial fountain, erected by the Total Abstinence Societies, sculptor Hermann Kern. Japanese Temple Gate and Lotus Pond near Belmont Avenue, part of Japanese exhibit in St. Louis in 1904, showing best Japanese work of 300 years ago. Also on way to George's Hill are the Ohio, English, and Rhode Island Centennial Buildings. George's Hill, 83 acres, acquired by bequest to the city of Philadelphia in 1868 through the Fairmount Park Commission for the health and enjoyment of the people forever. Belmont Mansion, built 1743 by William Peters, stone on a estate of 200 acres, approached by avenue of tall hemlocks 90 feet high. Washington and Lafayette both planted trees here. View down the Schuylkill is like the Rhine. City Hall Tower focuses the eyes in the distance.
Richard Peters, his son, wit and scholar, born here, was made judge of the United States District Court of Pennsylvania by Washington, who was entertained here. Also Hancock, the Adamses, Jefferson, Steuben, Talleyrand, and Louis Philippe.
North of Belmont is Ridgeland, once private residence. Continue northeast near Park Trolley Station, Chamonix Mansion, formerly known as Mount Prospect for its fine situation, built 1802 by George Plumstead, a Philadelphia merchant. Other squares and parks. William Penn, in his city plan, laid out 5 squares. Penn Square, Broad and Market Streets, site of early waterworks, now occupied by City Hall. Washington, 6th and Walnut Streets, first Potter's Field. Rittenhouse, 18th and Walnut Streets, remodeled like a French park, playground for children of City's Social Center. Lion and Serpent, bronze, sculptor Barry, replica of one in the Garden of the Tuileries, Paris. The Duck Girl, bronze, sculptor Paul Manship. Billy, sculptor Albert Laisel. Logan on the Parkway, Swan Memorial Fountain to be in center, sculptor A. Sterling Calder. This was the second Potter's Field and place of public executions. Site of Sanitary Fair in 1864 for the Civil War, visited by President and Mrs. Lincoln, pronounced most brilliant affair ever had in America. Franklin, 6th and Race Streets, formerly a burial ground. Broad Street, running north and south, is 113 feet wide and 12 miles long from League Island to City Line. Burholme, near Fox Chase, museum and library given and maintained by provision and will of Robert W. Ryers. Over 48 acres, open to public in 1910. Clark's, 43rd Street and Chester Avenue, has artistic bronze group, Dickens and Little Nell, made in 1890. Sculptor Frank Edwin Elwell. Awarded gold medals, Philadelphia 1891, Chicago 1893. Cobb's Creek, 338 acres, formed 1904, follows Cobb's Creek on East Bank, chiefly steep tree-covered slopes for 107 acres, crossing at Mount Moriah Cemetery, widens north of Market Street into rolling landscape, has public golf links. Fernhill, 10 acres, bounded by Wissahickon Avenue, Roberts Avenue, Schuyler Street, and Abbotsford Avenue, Germantown. Memorial to Mr. and Mrs. Thomas McKean, part of their old homestead, given by their children to park commissioners with endowment. Fisher, 20 acres, near North Penn Branch, Reading Railway, acquired by gift 1909. Hunting Park, with lake 87 acres, crossing Northeast Boulevard at Nicetown Lane. League Island and United States Navy Yard, part of Southern Boulevard. Morris, 20 acres, extension of Cobb's Creek Park, beautiful forest watered by Indian Run Creek, acquired by gift 1912. Pennypack, near mouth of Pennypack Creek to Ron Street, 532 acres, acquired in 1905. Beautiful fertile valley with stream, widened in places, with half-ruined mill dams and their waterfalls. Quaint masonry bridges, either in single arch or series of spans. Reynolds, Snyder Avenue and 17th Street, contains memorial to General John F. Reynolds, a hero of Gettysburg. Granite shaft 6 feet high, with bronze medallion of General Reynolds. Sculptor H.K. Bush Brown. Unveiled 1915. Wister's Woods contains fine trees and profusion of dogwood, 44 acres. East Germantown, bird sanctuary. Total amount of space devoted to park, square, and boulevard purposes within city limits is 8,037.32 acres. The Fairmount Park Art Association, organized in 1871 to express high civic ideals in forms of beauty and dignity, synonymous with art, have had large mounted photographs of the sculpture in Fairmount Park placed in Philadelphia public schools. End of section 5. Section 6 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Commonwealth, or State of Pennsylvania, Penn's Woods, Part 5. Historic Institutions of Philadelphia. Academy of Natural Sciences, on the Parkway at Logan Circle, was founded 1812 in the house of Thomas Say, Esquire, northwest corner of 2nd and Market Streets. The museum, for its historic value and extent of its collection, is one of the most important in existence, arranged in 2 series, an exhibition for the public and reference for specialists. Library contains about 60,000 volumes, nearly all on the natural sciences. Several important publications are issued by the Academy, and numerous lectures on natural history are given annually. Contains portraits of founders, Thomas Say, Gerard Troost, William McClure, Charles Luzerne, Sir Joseph Banks, Samuel L. Mitchell, all painted by Charles Wilson Peale and hung in Peale's museum. Others by noted artists are Robert Bridges, Isaac Lee, Joseph Leidy by Bernard Ewell, Jacob Gilliams by P.F. Rothermel, William Hampel and George Ord by John Neagle, Samuel G. Morton by Paul Weber, W.S.W. Ruschenberger by William K. Hewitt, Isaac Wistar by Robert Vano, also a fine study model of Alexander Wilson, the ornithologist, by Charles Grafley, and statuette of same by Alexander Calder. American Philosophical Society, 103 South 5th Street, on lot in State House Yard, given the Society by the State in 1785. Colonial, brick, built 1789. Originated in the Junto formed by Benjamin Franklin 1727, with the object of mutual improvement. Received its name 1769. The American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia, for promoting useful knowledge. Benjamin Franklin, then in Europe, sole American plenipotentiary to France from the 13 provinces, was elected first president, and continued until his death in 1790. David Rittenhouse, second president, served until his death in 1796. He, with other members, successfully observed the transit of Venus, June 3, 1769, giving the first approximately accurate results to the world in the measurements of the spheres. He also constructed an orrery for measuring heavenly bodies. Thomas Jefferson, third president, served 18 years, while he was also vice president and president of the United States, and established its library and cabinet. Present president, Dr. W. W. Keene. Its membership is worldwide. At the meetings held regularly, the most advanced thought and scientific investigation is presented. The Society now owns most of the Franklin papers in existence, recently calendared in 5 volumes by Dr. I. Minnis Hayes. Field Notes of Lewis and Clark Expedition, original copy of Penn's Charter of Privileges dated 1701, manuscript volume Laws of Pennsylvania prior to 1700, and original broadside Declaration of Independence. Oil portraits of all its presidents are here and of many leading members, notably George Washington by Gilbert Stuart, President Jefferson, Benjamin Rush, John Vaughan, Caspar Wistar, P.S. Duponceau, all by Thomas Sully, David Rittenhouse and Samuel Vaughan by C.W. Peale, Joseph Priestley and Chief Justice William Tillman by Rembrandt Peale, Daniel G. Brinton by Thomas Akins, Professor Alexander Dallas Bache by Huntington, General Isaac Wistar and Joseph Henry by Bernard Ewell, several notable busts of Jefferson, Turgot, and Condorcet by Hewden, Benjamin Franklin by Caffieri, and of Lafayette, Alexander Hamilton, and Nicholas Biddle. The Franklin Institute, 7th Street above Chestnut, organized 1824, open free daily, classic, marble, built 1825, John Haviland, architect. First organization in the United States to combine science with practice. The lecture course presents, free to the public, latest advances in useful arts and sciences by distinguished technologists. Also, popular illustrated addresses on topics of the day. School of Mechanic Arts includes instruction in mechanical and architectural drawing, said to be one of the most thorough and practical in the United States. Library is second to none in extent and completeness as reference for scientific literature. The Franklin Journal, published since 1825, monthly, is the only record extant of number of early United States patents. They held first exhibition in America of American manufactures, 1824, in Carpenter's Hall, and first electrical exhibition in America. Portraits include Dr. Benjamin Franklin and Matthias W. Baldwin by Sully, Daguerre by Abraham Whiteside, and bust of Henry Clay by William Rush, carved wood. Among relics are typesetting and electrical machines used by Benjamin Franklin and early models of machinery. Will be moved to Parkway, Race Street, east of 19th Street. The Historical Society of Pennsylvania, 1300 Locust Street, in mansion of General Robert Patterson, enlarged and made fireproof. Founded 1824. Open 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., July and August, closes at 4 p.m. Publishes the Pennsylvania Magazine of History and Biography. Contains probably the largest collection of sources of American history assembled in any one place. Includes over 100,000 bound books, 250,000 pamphlets, 7,000 volumes of manuscripts, and some 3,500 volumes of newspapers, which are invaluable to the student of colonial and revolutionary history. An index to the marriages and deaths in Dunlap, Claypool, and Polson's American Daily Advertiser creates a constant demand for the files of that newspaper for genealogical purposes. Tom Paine's American Crisis, 1776, and many other rare imprints of Americans. The Society has a large and exceedingly rich collection of oil paintings. Practically all the governors of the state are represented in portraiture on its walls, some of the mayors of Philadelphia, and portraits of many revolutionary officers. A portrait of Johannes Kelpius, the Hermit of the Wissahickon, by Christopher Wick, in 1704, is believed to be the earliest portrait in oil painted in America. Portraits of Gustavus Hesselius, his wife, and of Robert Morris Sr., father of the financier, painted by Gustavus Hesselius, are of historic interests. A fine collection of original portraits, drawings, studies, and manuscripts by Benjamin West includes the full-length portrait of William Hamilton of the Woodlands, and his niece, Mrs. Anne Hamilton Lyle, probably the most beautiful of West's portraits in this city. Other artists represented are Charles Wilson Peale, Jacob Eichholz, Thomas Sully, Rembrandt Peale, John Neagle, Charles Gilbert Stewart, Robert Edge Pine, John Singleton Copley, Walter G. Gold, Henry Inman, Paul Weber, and William E. Winter. Among the miniatures are those by John Trumbull, James Peale, and Robert Fulton. Marble busts are of Washington, Franklin, Milton, Henry Clay, Major General Robert Patterson, T. Buchanan Reed, and Dr. Joseph Parrish. Relics of great historic interest include the Ephrata printing press, the charter of the city of Philadelphia, and the Great Belt of Wampum, representing the famous Shackamaxon Treaty between William Penn and the Indians, never signed and never broken. Masonic Temple, Broad and Filbert Streets, Norman architecture, built 1870, John T. Windrum, architect. Rooms with notable decorations are the Egyptian, Oriental, Moorish style from sketches made in the Alhambra by John Sartain, and Corinthian, copied from well-known standards of architecture, ornament, and familiar figure composition. Museum said to be the greatest existing Masonic museum, contains aprons of past Grand Masters of the 3 oldest lodges in the world, and George Washington's apron, made by Madame Lafayette and presented to him by the Marquis, worn by Washington at laying of the cornerstone of the Capitol at Washington. An ancient Templar cross, original Crusaders' cross, found in a grave at Tyre, Syria, A.D. 1250. Notable jewelers' art of England, Denmark, Germany, France, and Great Britain, in badges, including one owned by Napoleon I. Tablet from Temple of Herod, Sephar Torah, ancient scroll of the law found in Germany, over 18 feet long, and from 300 to 500 years old. Library, Byzantine decorations with coats of arms of various guilds and grand lodges in the ceiling. The Great Hall, or front entrance, contains portraits and paintings, among them The Puritans by F. J. Waugh and A Marine Scene by Richards, seals of the States of the Union, and paintings portraying the Pan-Athenia, Greek festival. On the second floor are the Grand Lodge Room, representing a Corinthian temple, constructed to appear roofless. The columns, reproductions of the Lysicrates, Athens. Mural paintings represent the mythology of the Greeks, Weighing of the Soul, Ulysses passing the island of the Sirens, Birth of Athena, Judgment of Paris, The Golden Fleece. Renaissance Hall, the Tabernacle, contains the veils of the temple. 2 paintings at either end represent a high priest and a scribe. Ionic Hall and Norman Hall have characteristic ornamentation. Egyptian Hall decorations are copied from temples of Karnak, Elephanta, Philae, Ramses, the cataracts, and tombs, ceiling from Temple of Dendera, also the scene Weighing the Soul, showing Egyptian mythology allied with Greek. Mint of United States at Philadelphia, 16th and Spring Garden Streets, open daily except Sundays and holidays, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Classic Ionic, granite, built 1901 by the supervising architect of Washington, D.C. Main lobby finished in Italian marble with mosaic ceiling. Panels illustrate ancient methods and processes of coinage. Artist W.B. Vaningen. Largest and most completely equipped mint in the world. Numismatic room, accessible to the public, contains large collection of coins and medals, among them the widow's mite found in ruins of temple in Jerusalem. Pennsylvania Bible Society, 701 Walnut Street, organized in Philadelphia, 1808. First Bible Society on American continent. Present building erected, 1853. First President, Right Reverend William White, D.D. First meeting called by Robert Ralston in his own home. Object, to further our country's welfare through the Bible, the book teaching love, unity, and forbearance, therefore qualified to band the people together and advance national betterment. The establishment of such an organization in our land was recognized by a gift of £200 by the British and Foreign Bible Society, London. All denominations have been represented in the line of presidents. During Bishop Whitaker's incumbency, the Pennsylvania Bible Society was connected with the American Bible Society in New York, now the national organization. General Lafayette in 1824 was presented by the society with a specially prepared copy of the Scriptures. At the centennial of this society, in 1908, celebrated in the Academy of Music, Bishop Ozzie W. Whitaker, D.D., presided. Right Honorable James Bryce, British Ambassador, made an address and presented to Bishop Whitaker a beautifully embossed Bible, sent by the British and Foreign Bible Society. Emblems on the cover were from early Christian examples, similar to those on the coronation Bible given to King Edward VII. Ambassador Bryce was in turn presented with a richly made copy of the Scriptures by the Pennsylvania Society. Greetings were received from President Theodore Roosevelt and Governor Edwin S. Stewart of Pennsylvania, and from other Bible societies. At the tercentenary celebration of King James' version of the English Bible in the Academy of Music, 1911, James A. MacDonald, LL.D. of Toronto, spoke of the influence of the Bible upon the Commonwealth. Letters were read from King George V of England and President William H. Taft. This society now circulates between 200,000 and 300,000 Bibles per annum, printed in over 50 languages and dialects, for Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware, over which this house has special jurisdiction. Any separate book of the Bible may be obtained for 2 cents. Philadelphia Commercial Museum, 34th Street below Spruce, organized 1894, is the only commercial museum in the United States. It received immense collections from the Chicago Columbian Exposition, over 40 governments being represented, many subsequent collections from other international expositions, and special exhibits illustrating the people and products of the world. A free reference library is here of foreign and American commerce and travel, which could not be duplicated, and courses of free lectures are given which cover subjects of geographic, commercial, and industrial importance, illustrated by colored lantern slides and motion pictures. Colored slides with lantern screen and typewritten lectures, covering same field of geography, commerce, and industry, are loaned free of cost to public school teachers in all parts of Pennsylvania. They reach tens of thousands. Also, collections of specimens to aid teachers are sent free of cost as a gift to Pennsylvania public schools. They are arranged, showing important raw material and process of manufacture. Manufacturers are furnished with information on all matters pertaining to foreign trade. The Foreign Trade Bureau is the acknowledged leader of such organizations in the world. The Pennsylvania Horticultural Society, 1600 Walnut Street, first in America, organized at meeting in Franklin Institute, 1827, to promote horticulture and create love for flowers, fruits, and vegetables by their cultivation. Minutes of the society and list of membership is complete from formation to present time. Lectures by an expert in the various branches of horticulture are given at each monthly meeting from November until May. Annual exhibitions are Spring Flower Show before Easter, 3 days, Peony, Outdoor Grown Rose and Sweet Pea Show in Philadelphia suburbs from May to July, according to season, Dahlia exhibition in September, Chrysanthemum early November. The Society has a library of several thousand books on agriculture and horticulture, some very rare and of great value, and all recommended works of recent publication in Europe and America. Great gardens educate people in gentility as well as in horticulture. Wagner Institute, southwest corner of 17th Street and Montgomery Avenue, founded by Professor William Wagner, 1847. Circulating and reference library open daily, except Sunday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Museum collections, chiefly in reference to geology and mineralogy, open Wednesday and Saturday afternoons. Courses of lectures conducted through the collegiate year. Libraries. The Library Company of Philadelphia, Locust Street east of Broad, first circulating library in the United States, founded by subscription in 1731 by Benjamin Franklin and his friends of the Junto Club, charter granted by John, Thomas, and Richard Penn in 1781. Original building, 5th and Library Streets, designed by Dr. Thornton, now the Drexel Building. Present building, architect Frank Furness in 1889, is a haven for scholars interested in historical research. Also has important collections of books on costume, foreign literature, and complete set of Punch, begun in 1840. Among historic relics are original sketches made for Watson's Annals of Philadelphia, William Penn's desk from Pennsburg, John Dickinson's reading desk, and heraldic hatchment used at his funeral, and the Andre collection. The Ridgeway Branch, Broad and Christian Streets, founded by bequest of Dr. James Rush, architect Addison Hutton, built 1878, Doric, granite, contains terracotta bust of Minerva, heroic size, probably French work, formerly behind the Speaker's chair in the Continental Congress, 6th and Chestnut Streets, given to the Philadelphia Library, 1783. Also some articles of Boole and illuminated manuscripts. Mercantile Library, 10th Street above Chestnut, was established 1821 at 100 Chestnut Street, present building originally a market house, with rooms 74 by 200 feet, and high arch ceiling makes ideal condition for library work on one floor. This is a circulating library of general literature for stockholders and members who only are admitted to the reading room, where they have unrestricted use of books. Philadelphia City Institute, 218 South 19th Street, was founded 1852 by public-spirited citizens for the purpose of benefiting young men by establishing a free library and night school, library free to the public. The Free Library of Philadelphia, northeast corner of 13th and Locust Streets, chartered 1891 from endowment fund left in will by William Pepper, M.D., LL.D., for a free library in the city of Philadelphia, opened temporarily in City Hall, removed to Old Concert Hall, 1217 to 21 Chestnut Street, now an old building of College of Physicians, contains bust of Dr. Pepper by Carl Bitter, and portraits. A new large library building is in process of construction on the Parkway, 19th and Vine Streets. Growth and usefulness from its inception are due to the management of the late Dr. John Thompson, librarian. Now includes a main building, 26 branches, as well as deposit stations and traveling libraries. Total circulation for home use in 1916, 2,767,310. Hearty cooperation exists between the public schools and the free library. School extension lectures are given to the children of the grammar grades, and story hours are weekly events for younger children in the branch libraries. Reference and periodical departments contain works on art, architecture, and archaeology. Extremely valuable to the practical student and the designer. Here are facsimiles of many most noted, of early printed books and manuscripts, Bible codices, etc. The open shelf system is used in all departments. Fine buildings of the branch libraries have been developed in their architectural proportions and decoration on the traditions of French and English Renaissance, or local expression of the Georgian, always with top lighting, considered extremely important. In the basement of the branch at 17th and Spring Garden Streets is a large and valuable collection of government documents. The Josephine Widener Memorial Branch, Broad Street and Girard Avenue, has reference books of priceless nature and rare prints, issued before A.D. 1500. Historic medical colleges, hospitals, and dispensaries. Christ Church Hospital, Winfield Station, Park Trolley, and PRR, Gothic stone building, organized 1772 by Dr. John Kearsley, endowed by Jacob Dobson in 1804, is a home for gentlewomen, communicants of the Protestant Episcopal Church in the Diocese of Pennsylvania. 150 acres. The Board of Managers include 3 of the vestry, each of Christ Church and St. Peter's Church. College of Physicians of Philadelphia, 22nd Street above Chestnut, founded about 1787 and modeled on lines of the Royal College of Physicians in London. A scientific paper was read by Dr. Benjamin Rush at the first meeting. English Renaissance, brick, laid Flemish bond, with basement, cornices, pilasters, and other trimmings of Indiana limestone. Finest building of a medical society in the world, with the largest medical library, save one, in the United States, and a fine collection of portraits of presidents of the society, painted by most notable artists. This is not a teaching institution, but a medical society, composed of men of professional distinction. Hahnemann Medical College and Hospital, 226 North Broad Street, oldest homeopathic college in the world, founded in 1848, first located at 229 Arch Street. Consolidated with the Homeopathic Medical College in 1869, moved to present site in 1901. Its collections include the world-famous dissection of entire cerebrospinal nervous system by Dr. Rufus B. Weaver, Dr. Herring's complete writings of Paracelsus, Dr. A.R. Thomas's library of old and rare anatomical books, Hahnemann's works in the original. It has the most complete library of homeopathic literature in existence. Portrait of Dr. W. V. Van Lennep, artist Henry Rittenberg. Home of the Merciful Savior, 4400 Baltimore Avenue, on grounds adjoining the Clarence Clark Park, incorporated 1882. 8 houses and chapel, all memorials, with a summer home at Avon by the Sea, a home for crippled, homeless, and helpless children. First of its kind in America where vocational training is taught. Hospital of the Protestant Episcopal Church, Front Street and Lehigh Avenue. Main group of buildings, pure Norman. Founded by the Right Reverend Alonzo Potter, Bishop of Pennsylvania, and Dr. Casper Morris, in the ancestral home of 2 parishioners on the present site. Jenny Lind made the first cash contribution. Jefferson Medical College, 10th and Sansom Streets, founded through the efforts of Dr. George B. McClellan, opened 1825. Present building erected 1904. Jefferson Hospital, 10th and Sansom Streets. Last word in hospital construction and equipment. Originated in the infirmary established in Jefferson College, 1825. Present site was bought 1875, and the building opened for use in 1877. Amphitheater is one of the largest in the world. Museum contains casts and wax models of interesting cases. Notable portraits in the building are Dr. Forbes by Akins, Dr. DaCosta by Vano, Dr. Keene by Chase, Mr. William Potter by Breckenridge, Dr. William Pancoast by Yule. Also, bronze bust of Dr. Marion Sims by C. Du Bois, Paris, 1876. Marble bust of Dr. George McClellan. Bronze busts of Daniel Webster and Thomas Jefferson. Jewish Hospital, Logan Station, Old York Road and Olney Avenue. Entrance is marked with 6 granite columns from the old United States Mint, formerly on Chestnut Street. Includes 20 buildings on 22 acres of ground, with modern scientific equipment for treatment of sick, care of aged, and incurable. A number of artworks said to be of considerable value are here. Municipal Hospital, Luzerne near Front Street, 4000 North, on extensive grounds bisected by a well-wooded ravine. Established in 1774 on State Island for the isolation and treatment of contagious diseases, probably most complete of its kind in the world. Pennsylvania Hospital, between Spruce and Pine Streets, 8th and 9th Streets, colonial, brick, with great trees and beautiful open spaces in the grounds. First hospital in the United States, founded 1751 by Dr. Thomas Bond and Benjamin Franklin. Cornerstone on present site, laid 1755, can still be seen. Part of this land belonged to William Penn, which he donated. In 1756, here was the first clinical amphitheater in America. Noah Webster delivered a lecture for the benefit of the hospital in 1786. Other benefits received about this time were a charity sermon preached by Reverend George Whitefield in St. Paul's Protestant Episcopal Church, and a painting by Benjamin West, Christ Healing the Sick, made while he was in London. The English refused to allow the original to come to America. They used it to start the National Gallery, so a replica was painted. It now hangs in the hall. For years, the hospital made money by charging a fee to see it. At the Pine Street front is a leaden statue of William Penn, presented by his grandson, John Penn, from Wycombe Park, Bucks, England. Estate of Lord le Despencer. Benjamin Franklin was the first secretary and the second president. His minute books are still to be seen there, with clear, fine handwriting, and interesting letters and documents of colonial and revolutionary times. Philadelphia Almshouse and General Hospital, 34th and Pine Streets, Blockley. First almshouse was opened in 1713 by the Quakers. Not municipal, open only to their sect. Located on Walnut, between 3rd and 4th Streets. First city almshouse was established in 1732, second in 1767. In 1772, it was the most extensive hospital on the continent. During the Revolutionary War, wounded were cared for here. In Longfellow's poem, Evangeline becomes a Sister of Mercy and ministers here to the yellow fever sufferers in Philadelphia. Present institution built 1834. Architecture of Administration Building, Corinthian, marble. The medical department antedates the Pennsylvania Hospital. Philadelphia College of Pharmacy, 145 North 10th Street. Established 1821 at Meeting and Carpenter's Hall. Consists of 5 large buildings connected by a central building. Romanesque, Pompeian brick, and Seneca red stone. Largest and first institution in the United States devoted to pharmaceutical and chemical instruction. Laboratories and equipment are without a peer, for most advanced training of men and women as pharmacists and chemists. Museum has a large number of paintings of famous scientists. Also, the Martindale Herbarium of over 200,000 plant specimens. Library has about 14,000 volumes. Around the gallery hang portraits of men who have given largely of their time and substance to the development and advancement of the college, and to the progress and betterment of the city. Artists represented: Charles Wilson Peale, Hugh H. Breckenridge, Henry R. Rittenberg. Collection of photographs of pharmaceutical subjects, many rare and very valuable. Preston Retreat, 20th and Hamilton Streets, on site of William Penn's residence. Classic marble, founded by Dr. James Preston in 1837, for married women of good character and indigent circumstances, about to be confined. One of the best equipped in the world. St. Joseph's Hospital, Girard Avenue and 16th Street, colonial, brick. Established first in the parish of St. Joseph's Church near 4th and Walnut Streets, for Irish famine refugees who became ill on overcrowded and unventilated ships. Incorporated 1849, was 3rd General Hospital in Philadelphia. Wills Hospital, 18th and Race Streets, facing Logan Circle, classic, marble. Founded 1832 by James Wills, Jr., for the indigent, blind, and lame. Now one of the best in the world as an institution for the study and practice of ophthalmy. Women's Hospital of Philadelphia, North College Avenue. Oldest and largest hospital in the world for women and children. Organized 1861. Its motto is, Woman's Work for Woman by Women. Women's Medical College of Philadelphia, 21st Street and North College Avenue. First college in the world organized for the education of women for the medical profession. Incorporated 1850. Dr. Ann Preston, of first class to be graduated, was the founder of the Women's Hospital. Contains bas-relief tablet, The Woman Physician. Sculptor, Miss Clara Hill. Historical musical interests of Philadelphia. Academy of Music, Broad and Locust Streets. Seats 3,000. Established 1857 for representation of operas in English and distinguished entertainments. Opened with a magnificent ball such as was never before witnessed in Philadelphia. Now home of the Philadelphia Orchestra, which has had 3 conductors since its organization in 1900, Fritz Schiele, Karl Pohlig, and Leopold Stokowski, all of whom have brought the splendid body of players to a high standard of musical excellence. Dr. Stokowski has said of the Academy, "The architect must have had great knowledge of the laws governing sound, as the volumes are marvelously arranged." The Mahler Symphony was given here in 1916, first time in America. Stokowski, director with chorus of 1,000 voices. A memorial to Siegfried Behrens will be in wall of lobby, portrait figure in relief, with muse of music holding laurel wreath. Carrara marble, 7 feet high, on base of dark marble. Sculpture, Giuseppe Donato. The Manor Chorus Society, 1643 North Broad Street. A men's chorus of active and associate members, founded 1835 by Philip Matthias Woolcipher, director for 18 years. The Manor Corps was the first men's chorus in America. They have sung for 28 years at opening of the German-American Charity Ball in the Academy of Music. They sang with the Vocal Union, choral parts of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony in 1874, first time given in America, William W. Woolcipher conducting. Won 3 prizes at National Sanger Fest in Brooklyn, Baltimore, and Newark. Musical Fund Hall, Locust Street, west of 8th Street. Built 1824. Acoustic properties unsurpassed. Jenny Lind sang here, now used by a labor organization. Philadelphia has had over 200 singing societies and a long list of very prominent musical organizations. The Presser Foundation of Philadelphia, organized 1916, is the first institution of its kind to be established in America. All of its resources have been given by Mr. Theodore Presser. It includes a home for retired music teachers, suggested by the founder's visit to the Verdi Casa di Riposo per Musicisti in Milan in 1899. Scholarships to institutions of learning, the students to be selected by the president and directors of the musical departments, and emergency aid relief to musicians. The University of Pennsylvania and other historic schools. The University of Pennsylvania, 34th Street and Woodland Avenue, with a campus of 117 acres along the west bank of the Schuylkill River and equipment of 70 buildings, originated in the Charity School, organized 1740 at 4th and Arch Streets, made an academy through the interest of Benjamin Franklin in 1749, chartered the College of Philadelphia with the power to confer honorary and collegiate degrees, being the 3rd oldest college in the United States. In 1799 was organized and chartered as the University of the State of Pennsylvania, making it the first institution in the United States designated a university, also the first to establish professional schools distinct from the college. The School of Medicine was added in 1765 and has always maintained the most advanced requirements and highest standards of scholarship for graduation. It was founded by Dr. John Morgan, who held the first medical professorship in America. He was physician-in-chief of the Continental Army, 1775 to 77. The first American university professorship in law was established here, 1790. James Wilson held the position. President Washington attended his lectures. In 1799, the university conferred on Washington the degree of LL.D., and later, in 1826, set apart his birthday as University Day, on which honorary degrees are conferred, with appropriate exercises. 9 sons of this university signed the Declaration of Independence, 7 the Constitution of the United States, 21 were members of the Continental Congress, 9 in the United States Senate, 8 were Attorney Generals of states or of the United States, 6 were Justices of the Supreme Court, 7 governors of states, and many others were officers in the Army and men in public life who had received their education in the old building, 4th and Arch Streets, before 1800. In 1802, the university was moved to 9th and Chestnut Streets and occupied the Presidential Mansion, now site of the post office. In 1872, moved to the present site in West Philadelphia. In 1912, under the administration of Provost Edgar Foz Smith, the university extension courses were formed, and the college made into 3 departments with a dean for each. The college, founded 1740, includes School of Arts, summer school, college courses for teachers, courses in biology and music. The town scientific school, founded 1875, includes architecture, chemistry, science, technology, mechanical, electrical, and civil engineering. Wharton School of Finance and Commerce, founded 1881, includes School of Accounts and Finance in Philadelphia, and Extension Schools of Finance and Accounts in Scranton and Wilkes-Barre. Department of Music, through the unceasing and wise direction of Dr. Hugh A. Clark, has graduated hundreds of students in music after a 4-year course in harmony, counterpoint, composition, and orchestration. The degree of Bachelor of Music has been conferred on many who qualified to meet the requirements. The graduate school was founded 1882. Courses lead to degrees of Master of Arts and Doctor of Philosophy. Other departments are the Law School, 34th and Chestnut Streets, building dedicated University Day, 1900. Architects, Cope and Stewardson. Style similar to the English Renaissance as developed by Sir Christopher Wren. Indiana limestone and dull red brick. Contains the Biddle Law Library, 55,000 volumes. The Black Memorial Collection of English legal engravings, most complete in America. Several original documents by Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, and other colonial men. Many objects of historical interest to members of the bar. A fine collection of portraits include those of Algernon Sidney Biddle by Cecilia Bow, Charles Chauncey by Henry Inman, Thomas McKean, LL.D. by Robert W. Vano, Richard Cox McMurtry, LL.D. by William M. Chase, James Wilson, LL.D. by Albert Rosenthal, from a miniature, marble busts of Daniel Webster and Jeremiah Sullivan, tablets and memorials. Laboratory of Chemistry, 34th and Spruce Streets, dedicated 1894, shows the broad projecting eaves of brick architecture in the Italian Renaissance. Architects Cope and Stewardson. It is one of the best equipped chemical laboratories in America. The Engineering Building, 33rd and Locust Streets, dedicated 1906, Georgian, dark brick with limestone trimmings. Architects Cope and Stewardson. Houses the civil, electrical, and mechanical engineering departments, best equipped of its kind. In its collection of portraits is that of John Henry Towne by William M. Hunt. Laboratory of Hygiene includes the Psychological Clinic, Department of Physical Education, and Franklin Field, 33rd and Spruce Streets, dedicated 1895, seating capacity of the stadium about 62,000, was for many years scene of annual football between the United States military and naval academies. Gymnasium facing 33rd Street, erected 1903, English collegiate, Gothic, dark red brick with black headers laid in Flemish bond, terracotta and Indiana limestone trimmings, floors and columns concrete, comprises Waitman Hall, exercising rooms, and a large swimming pool. Architects Frank Miles Day and brother. In front of the terrace is statue of Benjamin Franklin at 17 as he first entered Philadelphia in 1732. Sculptor Dr. R. Tate Mackenzie. Pedestal designed by Professor Paul P. Crett. In the entrance is bronze tablet in relief. Full-figure portrait of Charles S. Bain in baseball uniform. 1895 College. Sculptor R. Tate Mackenzie. Also other memorials. Department of Archaeology, founded 1889 by the late Provost William Pepper, M.D., LL.D., Museum. Spruce Street, near 34th Street, open free daily, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., Sunday 2 to 6 p.m. The treatment of this building and the courtyard, begun in 1897, is among the most successful works of architecture in this country. It was inspired by the round, arched brick architecture of northern Italy, about 12th century, details especially suggesting the old church of San Stefano in Bologna. Roof of Spanish tiles gives added charm. Architects in cooperation, Wilson Iyer, Jr., Cope and Stewardson, Frank Miles Day, and brother. Has valuable collections illustrating the history of mankind. Egyptian, Cretan, Etruscan, and Babylonian antiquities, famous tablets from Nippur, and the Dilwyn Parish collection of Greco-Roman papyri, among which are the oldest known fragments of the Gospel of St. Matthew. During 1916, the museum maintained 4 expeditions in the field, in Egypt, China, Siberia, and one on the Amazon, which will return with collections they have gathered. Among the portraits in the museum are Mrs. William D. Frismith, donor of collection of musical instruments, and Franklin Hamilton Cushing, ethnologist, both by Thomas Eakins. Bronze statue of Dr. William Pepper by Carl Bitter is in the Italian Garden. Free public illustrated lectures are given Saturdays, 3:30 p.m. from November to March. Library, founded 1749, with volumes bearing accession dates of 1749, given by Benjamin Franklin. First Provost William Smith. Louis XVI of France and others, now contains about 450,000 volumes, and many special collections. Present building dedicated 1891, 34th and Locust Streets. Red brick, sandstone, and terracotta. Furness, Evans and Company, architects. Among the portraits here are Benjamin Franklin, LL.D., replica by Thomas Gainsborough, R.A., of his original. William Wordsworth, poet, from life, by Henry Inman in 1844. Joseph G. Rosengarten, LL.D., by B.A. Osnes, and the entire class of 1811-1 in silhouette, cut at Peale's Museum. Here also is the famous orrery and large clock made by David Rittenhouse for this university. Houston Hall, memorial to Henry Howard Houston, Jr., class of 78, Spruce Street above 34th. North Conshohocken in Indiana limestone, architect's design of 2 students of the School of Architecture, developed by Frank Miles Day, was planned by Provost C.C. Harrison to weld the cosmopolitan body of students into one democratic brotherhood, which has now become a worldwide movement in college life. Contains trophy rooms, pool tables, and publication office of Old Penn, until 1918 the official weekly. Courses of free public lectures are given by members of the faculty and men from other American and foreign universities. Services by eminent ministers are conducted each Saturday morning. Among the many portraits in Houston Hall are Henry Howard Houston, Jr., by Cecilia Beau, David Rittenhouse by Charles Wilson Peale, Henry Reed, and Henry Vithake, both by Sully. The University Hospital, 34th and Spruce Streets, founded by the late Provost Dr. William Pepper in 1874, covers 2 city blocks. Medical staff consists of more than 150 physicians and 100 nurses. The surgical building, erected 1914, Jacobean style, brick and limestone, architects Brockie and Hastings, contains marble bust on pedestal of Dr. William Pepper, Provost, 1881-94, bronze mural tablet with portrait of late Dr. John H. Musser, sculptor Dr. R. Tate Mackenzie, and many bronze memorials. The medical laboratory, dedicated 1904 on Hamilton Walk, English Collegiate of middle 17th century, hard burnt brick and buff Indiana limestone, architects Cope and Stewartson, interior finished in white Italian marble, is one of the largest and best equipped in America, contains nearly complete collection of oil portraits of staff of physicians from 1765, including painting of David Hayes Agnew, M.D., LL.D., at the close of a clinic in Medical Hall. All the subordinate figures in the group are likenesses, among them Dr. J. William White, Dr. Joseph Leedy, Jr., and the artist Thomas Eakins. Professor John Morgan, founder of the medical school, after the original by Angelica Kaufman, Professor William Osler, LL.D., and DeForest Willard by W.M. Chase, Professor Philip Singh Physic, first American to be elected member of Royal Academy, France, by Henry Inman, from life in 1836, Professor Benjamin Rush, by John Neagle, Dr. J. William White by John S. Sargent, and bronze bust on pedestal of Dr. Joseph Leedy. The Wistar Institute of Anatomy and Biology, 36th Street and Woodland Avenue, founded 1892 for extension of Wistar and Homer museums, first university institute exclusively for research in anatomy and biology, buff brick and light terracotta, fireproof, built 1808. Architects George W. and W. D. Hewitt. In 1905, this institute became the clearinghouse for anatomy in America, and in 1906 was appointed Central United States Institute for Brain Investigation. The 5 principal independent anatomical journals of the United States are published here. Open to the public daily except Sundays and holidays, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., Saturdays 9 a.m. to 12. Contains bronze bust, sculptor Samuel Murray, 1890, of General Isaac J. Wistar, Psi D., who gave the building an endowment. In bronze vase are his ashes. Also in 3 bronze vases are the ashes of Joseph Leedy, M.D., LL.D., John Adams Ryder, Ph.D., and Professor Edward Drinker Cope. Opposite the Architectural School, 36th Street and Woodland Avenue, second only in importance and numbers to the École des Beaux-Arts, Paris, the esprit de corps of faculty and students is most pronounced. Students and graduates of late years have won more competitive prizes and scholarships than those of all other American schools combined. The 4 years course leads to degree, special 2 years course, and summer 6 weeks course. The Botanic Gardens, established 1894, face Hamilton Walk, open to visitors from sunrise to sunset. Greenhouses filled with rare plants from all the world. Lily and lotus ponds are attractive features of the campus. Open-air plays are given here. The Vivarium, established 1898, has fresh and saltwater aquaria, first vivarium ever connected with any educational institution. Zoological Laboratory on Hamilton Walk and 39th Street, built 1910. Architects Cope and Stewartson. Hard burnt brick and Indiana limestone. English Collegiate of middle 17th century. Considered best working laboratory for its purpose in this country. Contains many famous collections. Veterinary Building and Hospital, 39th Street and Woodland Avenue, constructed about a square courtyard, one of the best equipped of its kind. Architects Cope and Stewartson, English Collegiate, 17th century, hard burnt yellow brick and limestone trimmings, roof green slate, built 1906-7. School of Dentistry, Thomas W. Evans Museum and Dental Institute, 40th and Spruce Streets, Collegiate Gothic, time of Henry VIII. Hard burnt red and black brick and Indiana limestone, built 1914. Architect John T. Windrum. The grotesques ornamenting the band courses, while in the spirit of the Middle Ages, are modern in subject and caricature, most complete edifice in the world devoted to the science of dentistry. Museum contains the priceless Evans collection, gifts from the nobility of Europe, portraits and busts of Dr. Evans. Henry Phipps Institute for the Study, Prevention and Treatment of Tuberculosis, founded 1903, northeast corner of 7th and Lombard Streets, facing Star Garden Park, a civic center of the Playgrounds Commission, is colonial style, designed by Grosvenor Atterbury, New York, brick trimmed with white marble. Flower Astronomical Observatory at Lanark on Westchester Pike, architect Edgar V. Sealer, 1895, open to visitors every Thursday evening during collegiate year, 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., is equipped with an 18-inch equatorial telescope and other instruments of latest and most approved design. Dormitory houses, Jacobean, 30 in number, begun in 1895, suggest the Oxford and Cambridge colleges. Carved grotesque bosses on main cornices are reminiscent of the Gothic period. They are amusing and display an unusual amount of imagination. Material, hard burnt yellow brick and Indiana limestone. Architects, Cope and Stewartson. Entrance through 2 gateways known as Memorial Tower, gift of the alumni, dedicated in 1901, in memory of University of Pennsylvania men who served in the Spanish-American War. Cornerstone was laid by General Miles in 1900. And the Provost Tower, named as memorial to the Provost of the University of Pennsylvania, whose 12 names are carved on medallions, from William Smith to Charles Custis Harrison. William Penn Charter School, 8 to 10 South 12th Street, was planned in 1684 at a meeting of the Provincial Council, Governor Penn presiding. In 1689, William Penn, writing from England to Thomas Lloyd, President of Council, instructed him to set up a public grammar school in Philadelphia. The school was incorporated in 1698, and George Keith engaged as headmaster 1699. In 1701, William Penn, while on a visit to America, granted the school a charter from his own hand. On the same day he chartered the city itself. The school is the oldest existing chartered school in America. A second and more liberal charter was granted 1708. A third charter, under which the school is still conducted, 1711. The originals of all 3 of these charters are in the school's possession. The school will be moved to Pinehurst, the Walnut Estate, 22 acres on School Lane near Wissahickon Avenue, Germantown, acquired by gift. Field now used for their athletic sports, surface having been adapted for the purpose by the Newhall Engineering Company, Philadelphia, who made there a football oval, an 18-foot quarter-mile track, and an 18-foot 220-yard straightaway. Drainage of these tracks and oval is such that in 8 years not one scheduled contest has been postponed on account of condition of the ground. Central High School, Broad and Green Streets, established 1836. In view of the increasing income and diminishing debt of the nation, the United States Congress in 1836 passed a law authorizing the distribution of surplus revenue among the states, to be disposed of as their legislatures might enact. Pennsylvania devoted her share, over $70,000, to public education, and the controllers erected a high school in Philadelphia, which was completed 1838, east side of Juniper Street, below Market Street. In 1853, the original building was sold. Present structure occupied in 1900. Conferring of academic degrees dates from 1849. Memorial window to Edward T. Steele and assembly room. Girard College, College in Corinthian Avenues, for the care and training of orphan boys, founded by Stephen Girard, a native of France, who at his death in 1831 left his estate for this purpose. Main building, architect Thomas Eustace Walter, architect of the Capitol at Washington, probably the finest architectural specimen in Philadelphia, modeled after a Greek temple. White marble covers an area of 34,344 feet, exclusive of 11 marble steps by which it approached on every side. A colonnade of 34 Corinthian columns aid in supporting the marble roof, each column 6 feet in diameter and 55 feet high. The diameter of corner columns being increased 1.5 inches to overcome apparent reduction of size from their insulated position. Bases 9 feet 3 inches in diameter, 3 feet 2 inches high. Capitol is 8 feet 6 inches high and 9 feet 4 inches wide. Each shaft, as well as the bases, consists of a single piece without vertical joints. At each end of the 3-story building is a vestibule, the ceilings of which are supported by 8 columns, whose shafts are composed of a single stone. Cornerstone was laid July 4, 1834, and the completed building transferred to the Board of Directors 1847. In the first vestibule is white marble sarcophagus with body of Stephen Girard, and his statue by Gavleau. The memorial room contains portrait of Girard by J. R. Lambden, copy from posthumous portrait by Bass Otis in Masonic Temple. Interesting collection of furniture. Pictures, china, silverware, and fine marble bust of Napoleon I by Canova, presented to Girard by Joseph Bonaparte. Present capacity, 1,520 boys admitted from 6 to 10 years of age, and graduated 14 to 16 years of age. Preference of admission is given to those born within the old Philadelphia city limits. Next in consideration, those born in Pennsylvania, and third group, boys born in the cities of New York and New Orleans. There are several hundred on waiting list. Equipment comprises 10 white marble buildings for school and house purposes, chapel seating 1,600, and other buildings. Also plant for heat, light, and power, enclosed on 40 acres with a 10-foot-high stone wall. Endowment now about $29 million. Soldiers and Sailors Monument on campus, in memory of the graduates who served in the Civil War. Sculptor J. Massey Rind. Clergymen are excluded by Girard's will, that boys might be kept free from denominational controversies. Bible has always had a foremost place in the teaching of the college. Chapel speakers are laymen of prominence in the professional and business world. End of section 6. Section 7 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Commonwealth, or State of Pennsylvania, Penn's Woods, Part 6. Other Places of Historic Interest. Residence of John Fitch in 1791, 462 North 2nd Street. In 1790, John Fitch's steamboats made regular trips. Petty's Island was used as a port for the Perseverance, one of the 5 steamboats that Fitch constructed for use on the Delaware, before Robert Fulton placed his Claremont on the Hudson. It was blown up at moorings on this island. Residence of Edgar Allan Poe from 1843 to 44, west side of 7th Street, above Spring Garden, old number 234. Bush Hill Mansion, on west side of 17th Street below Spring Garden, erected by Andrew Hamilton in 1740, front lawn sloping to Vine Street, was scene of a 4th of July celebration held in 1788, after the last of the 9 states that made the Constitution effective came in. The procession dispersed here at Union Green. James Wilson, as signer of the Constitution, delivered an oration, and there were other ceremonies. Springettsbury, built 1736-39, called after the name of William Penn's first wife, manor house of the Penns, built in 1808. Part of site is now occupied by the Preston Retreat, 18th Street below Spring Garden. Northeast corner of Broad and Walnut Streets, site of Vauxhall Garden, a ball was given here in honor of General Andrew Jackson after his victory at New Orleans, January 8, 1841. Penn Treaty Park, Beach Street and East Columbia Avenue. Knight's Wharf at edge of Green Street and Northern Liberties. Near here, Poole's Bridge crossed Pegg's Run at Front Street. It was named after one Poole, a friend, whose mansion was here. Recalls the Mischianza invitation. The favor of your meeting the subscribers to the Mischianza at Knight's Wharf, near Poole's Bridge, tomorrow at 3:30, is desired. Signed, Henry Calder. Sunday, 17th May, 1778, for River Parade to the Garden. Preparations for this magnificent entertainment, the erection of numerous and vast pavilions around the Wharton Mansion, and their decorations by Andre, Delancey, and other gallant officers, was the talk of the town for weeks. The Wharton Mansion, Walnut Grove, used by a family in the summer, was where 5th Street near Washington Avenue is now. The British had possession there in the spring of 1778. Miss Peggy Shippen's portrait was sketched by Major Andre in Mischianza costume. Philadelphia then excelled all other colonial cities in size, culture, and importance. Southwark Shot Tower, built 1809, Carpenter Street between Front and 2nd, first plant in the United States which made bullets. Site of Hill's Shipyard, Queen Street Wharf below Catherine Street. Original Swedish houses on both sides of Queen Street below Front. Site of United States First Navy Yard, 1201 South Front Street. Obelisk northeast corner 23rd and Market Streets gives a history of the old Market Street Bridge, built 1801 to 05, inscriptions to be recut. Historic Germantown. Colonial and revolutionary suburb 6 miles from Philadelphia, founded in 1683 by Francis Daniel Pastorius from Sommerhausen, Germany, one of the best educated men in the colonies. He had received the degree of Doctor of Laws at Nuremberg, was a member of the Assembly from 1687 to 91. Earliest settlers were Friends and German religionists, highly cultivated and skilled in weaving, paper-making, printing, and other trades. First railroad in America to use steam was the Philadelphia and Reading to Germantown in 1832. First successful locomotive made in America was Matthias Baldwin's Old Ironsides, used on this road, only taken out in fair weather. Germantown Avenue follows an old Indian trail, made a turnpike in 1800, on which are still many historic houses of quaint colonial architecture, rough native stone with overhanging hipped roofs and a projecting pent over doorstep. Stenton, built in 1728, brick, colonial, near Wayne Junction, residence of James Logan, secretary to William Penn, 1727-34. President of Council, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania. His guests were Franklin, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Lafayette, John Randolph. Occupied by General Washington, August 1777, on way to the Battle of Brandywine, by General Howe during Battle of Germantown. Washington dined here with Dr. Logan, July 1787, while the Constitutional Convention was in session. There is a curious underground passage from cellar to stable. The stream on the place was named Wingohocking for an Indian chief, who himself took the name of Logan, now in charge of the Pennsylvania Society of Colonial Dames, who have refurnished it with original pieces and relics of the Logan family. Open daily 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., excepting Sunday and Thursday. Admission fee 15 cents. Northwest corner of Apsley Street and Germantown Avenue, Loudon, built in 1801, residence of Thomas Armat, now occupied by Armat and Logan descendants. Many wounded Americans died and were buried here in the Battle of Germantown. 4825 Germantown Avenue, house built by Christopher Ottinger in 1781, walls 2 feet thick, rafters, unhewn trees. His son, born here in 1804, was Captain Douglas Ottinger in the United States Revenue Marine. He invented the Ottinger Life Car, which in 1849 equipped 8 life-saving stations on the New Jersey coast. 4810 Germantown Avenue, site of Wagner House, built 1747, used as hospital after the Battle of Germantown. Stable doors were taken for operating tables. Many died and were buried in a trench near the rear. 4908 Germantown Avenue, built in 1760, was bought 1828 by John S. Henry, whose son, Alexander Henry, was 3 times mayor of Philadelphia and a member of Congress. Northeast corner of East Logan and Germantown Avenue, Lower or Hood's burial ground, presented to Borough in 1693 by Jan Streepers. John F. Watson placed stones over graves of General Agnew and Colonel Byrd, British officers killed in Battle of Germantown. See burial grounds. 5109 Germantown Avenue, site of Tonus Kunder's home. Part of original north wall is still standing. First meetings of the Society of Friends in Germantown were held here, and a public protest against slavery was made in 1688. The paper, written and signed by Pastorius and 3 others, was forwarded to the yearly meeting in Burlington. Tonus Kunder, by trade a dyer, was the ancestor of the Connard and Conrad families, also of Sir Samuel Cunard, founder of the Cunard steamship line. He died in 1729. South side of Mannheim Street, west of Germantown Avenue, residents of Jacques-Marie Rosset, who came to America in 1792, first introduced the tomato plant into Germantown. His granddaughter was the wife of Anthony J. Drexel, Esquire. Opposite 153 Mannheim Street was Taggart's Field. British infantry encamped here. Mannheim Street, corner of Morris Street. Germantown Cricket Club, organized in 1854. William Roch Wister was the first American to study the science and points of the play and teach it. He was known as the father of American cricket. First American field, Belfield Cricket Club, Stenton and Olney Avenues, was the Wister Pasture and Orchard. Second club, Young America Field, rear of residence of Thomas A. Newhall, Esquire, Mannheim and Hansberry Streets. They consolidated in 1889. Queen Lane, west of Pulaski Avenue, site of Potter's Field in 1765, a burial place for all strangers, Negroes, and mulattoes as die in any part of Germantown. 5106 Germantown Avenue, residence of Commodore James Barron, Commandant Philadelphia Navy Yard in 1842, captain of the Chesapeake, when captured by the British ship Leopard. In 1807, he killed Commodore Stephen Decatur in a duel at Bladensburg, Maryland. 5157 Germantown Avenue, residence and printing office, now altered, of Philip R. Fries, publisher of the Village Telegraph in 1830, later the Germantown Telegraph. St. Stephen's Methodist Church, opened in 1856, site of Frederick Fraley's carpenter shop. Gun carriages were made here for the American Army. Washington was a frequent visitor. 5140 Germantown Avenue, residence of Gilbert Stuart, 1794-95. The barn was used as his studio. Portrait of Washington, now in the Athenaeum of Boston, was painted here. Also a full-length portrait of Corn Planter, the Indian chief. 5253-55 Germantown Avenue, formerly one dwelling. Owen Wister, novelist, was born here July 14, 1860, son of Dr. Owen J. and Sarah Butler Wister. His mother was a daughter of Pierce and Fanny Kemble Butler. 5219 Germantown Avenue, residence of John Bringhurst, carriage maker, 1775-95, a founder of the Germantown Academy. In 1780 he made a chariot for General Washington, whose arms and crest were properly displayed, cost £210 in gold. Martha Washington rode to Mount Vernon in it. Colonel Byrd, British officer, died here. 5249 Germantown Avenue, built by Dr. Owen Wister, was his residence from 1860 to 70. He then moved to Butler Place on York Road. 5253 Germantown Avenue, site of Christopher Sauer's residence and printing office, who arrived in Germantown 1724, secured a printing outfit from Germany in 1738, published the first German newspaper in America 1739, printed the first Bible in European language in America 1743. Christopher Sauer, Jr. was bishop of the Dunkard Church 1753. 5242-44 Germantown Avenue, site of Indian Queen Tavern, which gave the name to Queen Street. 5261 Germantown Avenue, erected by John Wister in 1744. Stones were quarried from a hill in the rear, joists from Oaks and Wister's Woods. Family removed to Penland during occupancy by British, where Sally Wister, a daughter, wrote her charming diary. The British general, James Agnew, lived here at the time of the Battle of Germantown, was brought back wounded and died here, now owned and occupied by Wister descendants. 5300 Germantown Avenue, corner of Queen Street, parsonage of Trinity Lutheran Church, was one of the Sauer properties. The first typecast in America, in 1772, was made in the cellar of this house. Church built 1837. Many well-known Germantowners lie in the graveyard. 5275-77 Germantown Avenue, Germantown National Bank, 1825-68. John Fanning Watson was cashier. He lived at 5277. Building was occupied by Thomas Jefferson, Secretary of State, and Edmund Randolph, Attorney General of the United States, in 1793 during the Yellow Fever in Philadelphia. Northeast corner of Germantown Avenue and Coulter Street, St. Luke's Protestant Episcopal Church, First Episcopal Church in Germantown, built 1811. Land given by Thomas Armott, Esquire. John Fanning Watson, the annalist, is buried in the churchyard. Northwest corner of Germantown Avenue and Coulter Street, Friends Meeting, land given by Jacob Shoemaker, 50 acres in 1693. In the library is a photograph of the first protest against slavery. 5425 Germantown Avenue, Masonic Lodge Room, site residence of A. Bronson Alcott, where Louisa May Alcott, authoress, was born. 5430 Germantown Avenue, residence of Captain Albert Ashmead of the Philadelphia County Troop, who commanded a troop of cavalry and escorted General Lafayette from Bristol to Philadelphia in 1824. French Embassy during 1793. 5434 Germantown Avenue, residence of John Ashmead, father of Captain Albert Ashmead, who designed and made the first carriages known as Germantown wagons in 1824 in the shop at rear of house. Also first plows with wrought iron moldboard. Lafayette purchased 4 for his Lagrange farm in France. Market Square, Battle of Germantown fought here, September 25, 1777. Here was the market house, prison, stocks, and public scales. In February 1764, several hundred Paxtang boys from banks of the Conestoga and Susquehanna rivers encamped here. They came east to murder the peaceful Moravian Indians sheltered in Philadelphia, and were met by Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Willing, Benjamin Chew, and others who persuaded them to return. Monument erected in 1883 to Civil War soldiers and sailors. Pedestal with tablets containing names of Germantown soldiers and sailors. At base are 2 coast defense mortars from the Civil War, 2 bronze cannon on wheels from the United States Arsenal. The enclosure is of musket barrels and bayonets used during Civil War, and broken cannon from British frigate Augusta, sunk by American batteries during Revolutionary War. Market Square Presbyterian Church, originally German Reformed, built in 1733. Count Zinzendorf preached his first sermon in America here, December 1741, and last on leaving, June 1742. Washington worshipped here while living in the Morris House opposite. A battalion of 9th Virginia, captured by the British, was confined here. 5442 Germantown Avenue, Morris House, Washington's summer residence in 1793-94, built by David Deschler, 1772-73. Sir William Howe occupied it after the battle in 1777. In 1804, it was bought by Mr. Perot for a country residence, and became the property of his son-in-law, Mr. Morris. The yard is kept in the simple elegance of colonial times. 5450 Germantown Avenue, in 1790 residence of Thomas Armott, who lived later at Loudon. 5452 Germantown Avenue, erected in 1711 by John Ashmead, great-grandfather of Captain Albert Ashmead. Front rebuilt 1790. 5454 Germantown Avenue, occupied in 1742 by Count Zinzendorf. Commencement of Moravian Seminary, now in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Saving Fund Building, site, residence of Jacob Tellner, first stone house built in Germantown. William Penn present at the roof raising. He once preached here. Schoolhouse Lane in Green Street, Germantown Academy, built 1759. Colonial, native stone, founded by Christopher Sauer and others of German birth to furnish education in English, High Dutch, and the German language. It has always held high rank as a school. The bell was brought to Philadelphia in 1774 in the tea ship Polly. The cargo was not allowed to land. It was taken back to England and returned here when the war was ended. Telescope used by Washington during battle when the building was used as a hospital is here. Several British soldiers were buried in the yard. Cricket was first played in America here by British officers. Bank of Pennsylvania was brought here, escorted by McPherson's Blues in 1798 during the second yellow fever epidemic in Philadelphia. Gymnasium on Green Street, modern. On Schoolhouse Lane farther west is cricket field of the William Penn Charter School. Northeast corner of Schoolhouse Lane and Germantown Avenue, Mutual Fire Insurance Company. In the office is Shag Rag, an old hand engine, imported from England 1764. Site De La Plaine House. Whitefield preached from balcony to about 500 people in the square. Northwest corner of Germantown Avenue and Schoolhouse Lane, Germantown Bank, chartered 1813. Site of Germantown Library in 1806. Used by United States Bank in 1798. Escorted from Philadelphia by body of light horse. 56, 16, 18, and 20 Germantown Avenue. Site King of Prussia Tavern in 1757. The sign was painted by Gilbert Stewart. A stagecoach with awning ran from King of Prussia to the George Inn, 2nd and Arch Streets, 3 times a week. Germantown Avenue north of Chelton Avenue, Vernon Park, residence of John Wister, member of Congress until 1883, now belongs to the city. Mansion, built in 1803, is used as a museum by the Site Relic Society. Marble statue of John Wister near the door, made in Italy, given by his son, Jones Wister, who posed for the figure. Free library building and park. South side of Haynes Street, east of Chew, still stands a farmhouse, residence of Christopher Ludwig in 1777, appointed Baker General to American Army, said to be the original of Harvey Birch and Cooper's novel, The Spy. Southeast corner, Germantown Avenue and High Street, site of the Morris Little House, was the residence of Dr. Christopher Witt, physician, botanist, musician, artist, astronomer, poet. Originally one of the hermits of the Wissahickon, friend of John Bartram and Francis Daniel Pastorius. An oil portrait of Johannes Kelpius, painted by Dr. Witt in 1705, is said to be the first oil portrait painted in America, now at Pennsylvania Historical Society. He started the first botanical garden in America, 20 years earlier than Bartram's. Now yard of high school building. South side of High Street, 2 squares east from Germantown Avenue, St. Michael's Protestant Episcopal Church. Window of St. Michael after Guido Reni by William and Annie Lee Willett. Grave of Dr. Christopher Witt is here. Died in 1765, aged 90. Site of Old Warner Burial Ground. British and American soldiers were buried here. Methodist Church, 6019 Germantown Avenue. Site Green Tree Tavern in 1748, kept by Francis Daniel Pastorius until 1754. General Anthony Wayne came this far, time of battle. Pastorius was the hero in Whittier's Pennsylvania Pilgrim. Died in 1719, was buried probably in the Friends Burial Ground, Germantown Avenue above Coulter Street. Southwest corner of Walnut Lane and Germantown Avenue, Wick, built in 1690, thought to be the oldest house now in Germantown, was used as hospital and operating room after battle. Lafayette was entertained here July 1825. 6043 Germantown Avenue, southeast corner of Walnut Lane, was bought in 1775 by Dr. William Shippen as a summer home. Center of fierce skirmish during battle. Pennsylvania Manual Training School was here under Dr. George Junkin, who was afterwards president of Washington and Lee University. His daughter was married to General Stonewall Jackson. In 1832, Dr. Junkin was president of Lafayette College, Easton. In 1851, this property was bought by Charlotte Cushman, actress. Germantown Avenue above Herman Street, Mennonite Meeting House, founded 1708. Present building erected 1770. William Rittenhouse, first pastor. Brigadier General Agnew was mortally wounded near here. 6205 Germantown Avenue, site of house built in 1738 by Dirk Kieser, a silk merchant, who came from Amsterdam in 1688. 6239 Germantown Avenue was known as Washington Tavern in 1793. 6306 Germantown Avenue, Johnson House in thickest of fight. Time of battle, the British swarmed through and cleared everything edible. Family fled to the cellar. Germantown Avenue, north of Washington Lane, built 1775, Concord Schoolhouse, now Charter Oak Library. North of Library is the Upper Burial Ground, probably the oldest existing stone to a German in Pennsylvania. Cornelius Tyson, buried in 1716. Graves of the Lippard family are here, ancestors of George Lippard, author. American Soldiers Memorial Stone was erected by John Fanning Watson. Southeast corner of Germantown Avenue and Duval Street, site Pomona, residence Colonel Thomas Forrest, artillery officer, later member of the 16th and 17th Congress. 6338 Germantown Avenue, site the Ship House, built 1760, had representation of a ship on South Gable, rear, site of First Public Hall in Germantown. Northeast corner of Germantown Avenue and Johnson Street, Chew House, Cliveden, known as the Germantown Battlefield, built in 1760 by Benjamin Chew, Attorney General of the province, member of council, later Chief Justice. Colonial, solid, and heavy masonry, forming admirable fortification, was the scene of most important battle in Germantown. October 4th, 1777. Family were away, house partly furnished was left in charge of servants. The building was battered with bullets, holes still shown in the doors. Northwest corner of Germantown Avenue and Johnson Streets, Uppsala, one of the finest examples of colonial architecture, built in 1798 by John Johnson, is still occupied by his descendants. During the battle, Americans put their cannon in the yard to fire on the Chew House opposite. Northeast corner of Germantown Avenue and Upsall Street, Billmeyer House, built in 1727. Washington stood on the horse block, telescope in hand, to penetrate the smoke of battle and discover force of the enemy at Chew House. Woodwork bears marks of bullets and attempts by soldiers to set it on fire. Bought by Michael Billmeyer in 1788, a celebrated German painter, whose business plant was here. Tablet placed by Site and Relic Society. 6611 Germantown Avenue, parsonage of Dunkard Meeting House, said to be over 200 years old. Near it, in the battle, General Nash was mortally wounded, and Major Witherspoon, son of Reverend John Witherspoon, president of Princeton College, killed by the same cannonball. They were buried in St. Michael's Lutheran Churchyard. 6613 Germantown Avenue, Mother Church of the Brethren, or Dunkards in America, who came here in 1719. Church was organized by Peter Becker, first pastor, in 1723. Present building, erected 1770, has tablet to Christopher Sauer in the Meeting House. He published the first American quarto edition of the Bible, 1743. In the graveyard is buried Alexander Mack, founder of the Dunkard sect in Germany, who came to America 1729. Southeast corner of Germantown Avenue and Philhelena Street, St. Michael's Lutheran Church, founded 1737. In 1742, Reverend Henry Melchior Muhlenberg had charge here, and of St. John's in Philadelphia. Pews were placed in 1750. During the battle, the organ was destroyed by British soldiers, who ran along the streets blowing the pipes. In the graveyard is buried Christopher Ludwig and other patriots. 6749 Germantown Avenue, residence George Hesser. Elizabeth Drinker's journal, written while staying here in 1793 during yellow fever epidemic in Philadelphia, gives interesting local details of life in Germantown. 7301 Germantown Avenue, opposite Allen's Lane, Lutheran Theological Seminary, site Mount Airy, summer residence of Chief Justice William Allen. Lafayette was entertained here. Later a school was conducted by Benjamin C. Constant, the American Classical and Military Institute. General Meade and his brother, also General Beauregard, were educated here. Southeast corner of Germantown and Gowan Avenues, now part of Lutheran Theological Seminary, residence in 1792 of Joseph Miller, whose daughter was married to James Gowan. Their son, Franklin B. Gowan, was born and lived here many years. Also his brother, James E. Gowan. 7406 Germantown Avenue, Mount Airy, Pennsylvania Institution for Deaf, Semi-Deaf, and Blind Deaf, founded in 1820 by David G. Seixas, who gathered deaf street roamers in his home, taught, fed, and clothed them. A school was planned, Bishop White presiding, constitution adopted, and directors chosen. Now a splendidly equipped trade teaching department for boys and girls. Articulation and lip reading taught. Architecture, Norman. Interesting places west, not on Germantown Avenue. Queen Lane, 2 blocks west on Wissahickon Avenue. Carlton, residence of Henry Hall, Washington's headquarters, August 1777, and 2 days in September, before and immediately after the Battle of Brandywine, when the British occupied Germantown. The Hessian detachment encamped from here to the Schuylkill River. General Keyfansen's headquarters, beyond the house toward Queen Lane Reservoir, is a granite monument erected by Sons of the Revolution in 1895 to commemorate the earlier encampment of the American Army at this point. Corner of Rittenhouse Street and Lincoln Drive, birthplace of David Rittenhouse, Pennsylvania's first and greatest astronomer, born April 8, 1732, house erected in 1707. His grandfather, William Rittenhouse, came to America in 1690, first papermaker in America, mill located near the house. Places of interest east. East Logan Street, across Wissahickon Avenue, the picturesque Wakefield Mills and residence of Thomas and Sarah Fisher, née Logan, in 1795, granddaughter of James Logan of Stenton. Passing Wakefield, Old York Road is soon reached. Jewish Hospital on the right. Old York Road on left, residence of Pierce Butler, bought in 1812. He was a member of the Constitutional Convention and senator from South Carolina. His son, Pierce Butler, Jr., married Fanny Kemble, present residence of Owen Wister, their grandson. The British outpost was stationed near here. Church Lane and Wingohocking Creek, site of Robert's Mill, built in 1683, first in the country. Built by Richard Townsend, a passenger on the Welcome, with William Penn. Back of Mill, British had a small redoubt guarding their encampment in Germantown. Northeast corner of Church Lane and Dunton Street, Spencer Farmhouse. Thomas Godfrey, inventor of the quadrant, was born here. He died in 1749. Northwest corner of Haynes Street and Limekiln Turnpike, Philadelphia National Cemetery, 13 acres, founded in 1885. Soldiers of the War of the Rebellion are buried here. Farther along Limekiln Turnpike, left wing of Washington's army moved down this road, and a sharp encounter occurred with an outpost of the British. End of Section 7. Section 8 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Berks County. Automobile ride of historic interest through Washington's itinerary to New Hope. Return to Philadelphia via Bristol and Frankfort. One of the first 3 counties established by William Penn, 1682, named for Buckinghamshire, Bucks, England, Penn's ancestral home. From Hatboro, Montgomery County, take the Old York Road to Warminster, site where John Fitch, in 1785, made a model of the first successful steamboat marked by monument. He ran a boat with side wheels by steam on a pond in 1786, and on the Delaware River, during the session of Federal Constitution at State House in Philadelphia, 1787, 20 years before Robert Fulton's trial trip on the Hudson. Before Fitch, first model of steamboat in the United States was made by William Henry of Lancaster, 1763. Approaching Hartsville is site of Log College, origin of Princeton University, founded by Reverend William Tennant, 1740, near Christ's home, where everything is obtained through prayer. Neshaminy Church, in a grove of very old oak trees where William Tennant preached, is one of the oldest Presbyterian churches in Pennsylvania. Hartsville, Cove Scout's shop, on Little Neshaminy. Bulk of American Army was at Neshaminy Camp with General Stephen and Lord Sterling when Lafayette joined it, and was handed his commission by General Washington in Moreland House, near the bridge. Marked inscription: Washington's headquarters, August 1777, Berks County Historical Society. First pike west of Hartsville, wooden covered bridge over Little Neshaminy. Inscription, Berks County Bridge, 1821, 20 miles to P. Continue York Road beyond Jameson's Corner, 7-arch stone bridge over Big Neshaminy at Bridge Valley, built 1800. Beyond bridge, first left road over Crawford's Hill, fine view of Neshaminy Valley. Via Pebble Hill to Doylestown, county seat, settled 1778, population 3,857. Courthouse, native gray stone, concrete fountain in front, Renaissance, with benches and lamp posts, designed by William R. Mercer, Jr., erected by Borough, 1912, in commemoration of 100th anniversary of the county seat. Berks County Historical Society, Library, and Museum, built 1915 of reinforced concrete, interior groined arch construction, designed, built, and presented to the Society by Dr. Henry C. Mercer. The court, surrounded by 4 galleries, contains collections illustrating history of the United States by means of utensils of American pioneers, unique of its kind in America. Includes Indian relics, decorated stoveplates, illustrated in a booklet, The Bible in Iron, arms and relics of the rebellion. Former library building, now the auditorium, brick, built 1904, colonial, designed from Homewood, Baltimore residence of Charles Carroll of Carrollton, was presented to the Society by William L. Elkins, Esquire. Fountain House, Main Street opposite National Bank, oldest hostelry in continuous use in Upper Berks County, built 1745, rebuilt 1758. Low, 2-story, with porches. Was the old stagehouse to Easton. Contains large collection of colonial furnishings and old prints. Aldi, residence of William R. Mercer, Jr., has notable pheasantry, rare fowls from Eastern Asia, concrete garden ornaments made by Mr. Mercer, and antique sculpture from pre-Christian era. Font Hill, outside borough limits, residence Dr. Henry C. Mercer, beamed and vaulted ceilings. Roof terraces and many windows, entirely of reinforced concrete. Walls and ceilings adorned with mosaics and tiles made by Dr. Mercer at the neighboring Moravian Pottery and Tile Works. Living room decoration, Bible pictures and tiles, adapted from Pennsylvania German stoveplates. Columbus room, ceiling and pavement tiles, discovery and exploration of America. Bow room, ceiling tiles. Cortez's maps of ancient Mexico. Pavement, Aztec picture writings. Yellow room tiles, story of Bluebeard, also collection of classical and Renaissance mosaics, and ancient tiles from historic buildings, may be seen by writing to the owner for admission. Near Doylestown, National Farm School, 400 acres, pioneer Jewish institution of its kind in America, founded 1898. From Doylestown southwest 2 miles, Castle Valley, Prospect or Spruce Hill, fine view and grave, according to county tradition, of Lenape chief Tammany, whose name is used in Tammany Hall, New York. Continuing the automobile route, Buckingham Turnpike near Doylestown, small stone bridge said to be 179 years old, facing masonry more modern, date stone 1814. Buckingham Tavern, General Green's headquarters, lunchroom restored in ancient style. Friends Meeting House with lost graves of Continental soldiers along roadside. Buckingham Mountain and Wolf Rocks, center of runaway slave settlement. Old Negro Church on summit. Left of Old York Road, ancient limestone quarries and kilns. Holcomb, or Conkey Hole, deep funnel-shaped depression with waterhole in neighboring field. Residence of Colonel H. D. Paxson. Contains unique collection of light and fire-making apparatus, and of North American Indian objects, including the Lenape stone. Lahaska, Dr. Staveley's residence, Bleak House. Aquatong, Logan's or Ingham Spring, one of the largest limestone springs in East United States, residence of Samuel Ingham, General Jackson's Secretary of State, north of York Road, Salisbury, Friends Meeting House. Center Bridge on the Delaware, house in which William G. Whittier, the poet, lived, residence of Edward W. Redfield, landscape painter. Many of his paintings are made from scenes in this vicinity. New Hope, Summer Art Colony, residence W. L. Lathrop and other artists. Perry House, Sintra, stone with walls of great thickness and said to have been built by William Maris in 1816, is so strikingly like the famous Octagon House in Washington, D.C., that both were probably from the same model, a wing of the old castle Sintra near Lisbon, Portugal. The heavy paneled cherry doors with silver-plated knobs on first floor are said to have originally been part of Robert Morris's house, The Hills, in Fairmount Park. Mr. Maris is credited with several buildings in New Hope. Also near New Hope, Springdale, with octagonal entrance hall, once the home of Dr. Charles Huffnail, who was United States Consul to Calcutta and later United States Consul General to British India, who brought a notable collection of curios from the Orient, which for many years were on exhibition at Springdale. In December 1776, 4 brigades under Generals Sterling, Mercer, Stephen, and de Fermoy were posted from Yardley's to Coriolis Ferry, now New Hope, to guard fords above Trenton. Farmhouse of William Keith above Brownsburg, built 1763. Marked inscription, Washington's headquarters previous to Battle of Trenton, December 14th to 25th, 1776. Old Eagle Tavern to right, fine view of river, hills, and valley southward, picturesque valley of Noel's Creek along Jericho Hill, site of American Army camp. North, line of William Penn's first Berks County purchase from the Indians, near site of Indian Town, Plewicky. Below, Lurgan, near river, named in honor of James Logan's birthplace in County Armagh, Ireland. On December 25th, Washington and Army crossed the river at McConkey's Ferry, now Taylorsville, before midnight. 900-foot bridge there now. 2,400 troops were transported by 3 a.m., December 26th, marched to Trenton, in 2 divisions, under Generals Greene and Sullivan, conquered the Hessians, and recrossed the river same evening, with nearly 1,000 prisoners, arms, and several cannon. At Newtown, then county seat, Washington wrote of his victory to the President of Congress, December 27, 1776, in residence of John Harris, his headquarters until December 29th. Old Brick Hotel, built 1684, enlarged 1764, called the Red Lion. Hessian prisoners were brought here. In 1829, residence of Major Joseph O.V.S. Archambault, born at Fontainebleau, France, aide to Napoleon in Battle of Waterloo, member of his household at St. Helena, was visited here by Prince Murat and Joseph Bonaparte. Old Friends Meeting House, Old Courthouse, and Bank, robbed by the Dones after the Revolution. North of Newtown, 1 mile, Wrightstown, Lenape Monument on site of Chestnut Tree, land given by Miss Martha Chapman. Inscription: to the memory of the Lenni Lenape Indians, ancient owners of the region, these stones are placed on this spot, the starting point of the Indian Walk, September 19, 1735, Berks County Historical Society, 1890. Friends Meeting House nearby in Fields, site of Cave House of John Chapman, first settler. Very beautiful views beyond Buckmansville toward Wrightstown, Solbury Mountain in plain view. On Richborough Pike at Richborough and Churchville are Dutch Reformed churches about 200 years old. Near is Southampton Baptist Church, built 1764. From Wrightstown through Yardleyville to Morrisville, population 3,639. Opposite Trenton, island off lower part was first Pennsylvania land occupied by Europeans, 1624. First ferry, 1640. Summer seat, built by Thomas Barclay, 1773, conveyed to Robert Morris, 1791, still standing. Was Washington's headquarters December 8th to 14th, 1776. Lincoln Highway enters Pennsylvania here. Falsington, Friends Meeting House, and quaint old buildings. Return to Philadelphia on Bristol and Frankfort Turnpike, the King's Highway, laid out by Provincial Council, first road cut through Berks County, early milestones still standing. Past Wheat Sheaf to Pennsbury, site of William Penn's country house, frames and other work brought from England. He lived here 1 year. Edgeley, green houses where the Queen of Edgeley Rose originated. Landreth Seed Farms above Bristol, population 10,273, named for Bristol, England, home of William Penn's wife, Hannah Callowhill. The Keene House, built by Major Lennox, 1816, American minister to England. His niece, Sarah Lukens Keene, inherited and died here, bequeathing it to the Protestant Episcopal Church of Philadelphia in trust as home for aged gentlewomen. St. James's Protestant Episcopal Church, built 1712, has silver communion service presented by Queen Anne. Church was used for stable by cavalry during the Revolution. Interesting burial ground, tomb of Captain John Green of American Navy, said to have been first to carry the American flag and voyage around the world. Farmers Bank of Berks County, Radcliffe Street, Grecian, Ionic, built by James Craig, nephew of Nicholas Biddle, for residence. Bought for bank, 1830. Langhorne, residence of Joseph Richardson, Esquire, built 1738, Edge Hill stone with white oak joists and rafters, sawed by hand with pit saw, now occupied by his descendants, headquarters of Lafayette and Dr. Peter Yarnall. Night after Battle of Trenton, part of Washington's army came to Attleboro, now Langhorne, Old Galloway House, Trevose, residence of Jeremiah Langhorne, part owner of Durham Furnace. 1 mile east on Lincoln Highway is Stone Mansion, one of the oldest in Pennsylvania. Exterior is an original state, residence of the late A. Holler Gross, Esquire, notable for its art, architecture, and landscape gardening. An addition in French chateau style, built 1911, has rooms and floors enriched by very beautiful tiles, designed and made by Dr. Henry C. Mercer. His work is further shown on the terraces and gardens. In a fountain of green enameled tiles, the concrete balustrade and pavilion dragons and other devices are in the sunken Moorish garden, and in the Italian garden with its pergola, sundial, and fountain. Byberry, birthplace Dr. Benjamin Rush in 1745, house still standing, and Friends Meeting House with large library. Eddington, St. Francis Roman Catholic Industrial School, built and endowed by the Drexel family. Cornwells, Castle of State and Schuylkill. Andalusia, named by John Craig, Philadelphia merchant, in memory of successful ventures in Spain. Here is Church of the Redeemer and King Free Library. Old Red Lion Inn on the Pike, near Three Arch Stone Bridge over Poquessing Creek, Washington's army encamped around it in 1781 on march to Yorktown. 7 years later, Massachusetts delegates to the First Continental Congress stopped here. Torresdale, Philadelphia County, place of fine residences. Eden Hall, now Convent of St. Elizabeth. Bustleton, Old Baptist Church with interesting burial ground. Over Pennypack Creek, Two Arch Stone Bridge, date 1800. Style has been reproduced in the Fairmount Park trolley bridges. Holmesburg, Edwin Forrest Home, Springbrook, and 111 acres, bequeathed by him for retired actors, men and women. Bought in 1865 for his country seat. House of Correction accommodates 1,000. Well-kept grounds. Over Pennypack Creek, stone bridge built in 1697-8 in good repair, oldest in Pennsylvania. About a mile distant near Rowland Station is Old Crispin Cemetery. Contains monument, inscription, in memory of Thomas Holmes. Died 1695, age 71, Surveyor General for William Penn. He drafted the plan and laid out the city of Philadelphia. Bridesburg, United States Arsenal. Frankfort, site of a Delaware Indian camp on banks of Frankfort Creek. Many arrowheads have been found in this locality. Indian names are retained at Tacony, Tackawanna, Wissineming. An interesting Roman Catholic church, Gothic, is at Tacony. Also, Louis A. Berks' Japanese garden and orchid farm. Swedes settled here in 1667 and were followed by the English. Philadelphia delegates to the First Continental Congress came to Frankfort in 1774 to meet the Massachusetts delegates on their way to the city, and held a conference here relative to the independence of the colonies, which decided the destiny of the nation. In 1781, General Washington and his army marched through Frankfort from New York to Yorktown. A stop was made at the Jolly Post Hotel, built 1680 on Frankfort Avenue north of Orthodox Street. In 1824, Lafayette passed through Frankfort from Bristol to Philadelphia, riding in an open carriage drawn by 6 cream-colored horses, with postilions. He was escorted by a detachment of the city troop under command of Captain Albert Ashmead, captain of the Philadelphia County Troop, the Washington Grays, and several other companies of mounted volunteers. Rooms of the Frankfort Historical Society, Frankfort Avenue north of Sellers Street, contain many objects of interest, illustrating this locality in old times. Residence of Commodore Stephen Decatur is on Powder Mill Lane. The Old Friends Meeting House, corner of Unity and Malden Streets, was organized in 1682. First log church built 1690. Present building 1775. Rehoboth Methodist Church, formed in 1830, used the old academy. The Supreme Court met here in 1800, now on Paul Street below Unity Street. Present building Spanish architecture, dark brick, erected 1879. St. Mark's Protestant Episcopal Church was a mission of Trinity, Oxford, started in 1709. Present church, Frankfort Avenue below Sellers Street, erected in 1908. English, 14th century Gothic. Port Deposit granite with Indiana limestone trimmings. Architects Watson and Huckle. Windows by DeCenzo and Tiffany. Frankfort Presbyterian Church, corner of Frankfort Avenue and Church Street, was originally German Reformed. Cornerstone laid 1770. For many years the church was supplied with a preacher from the Market Square Church, Germantown. Present building erected 1859. Architect MacArthur. St. Joachim's Roman Catholic Church, corner of Church and Franklin Streets, built 1874. Gothic, brownstone and sandstone, has a very beautiful tower resembling that of Magdalen College, Oxford. Architect Edwin Durang. Contains 3 carved marble altars, also a large mosaic and memorial windows from Munich. Automobile, north from Center Bridge, River Road to Durham, commands some of the most beautiful views in eastern Pennsylvania. Through Lumberville, Devil's Half Acre. Right at Lake Kiln, site of important Indian fishing village. Many relics have been found here. Point Pleasant, mouth of Tohickon Creek, Indians quarried argillite rock for blade material. Ridges Island, Indian village site, grave of Edward Marshall of the Indian Walk in his family graveyard. Tinicum Creek, picturesque gorges, ringing rocks, cliffs of the Narrows with a fine view from Table Rock. Very rare ice plant grows here. Hill Presbyterian Church, built 1761 on Durham Road near Ottsville. Kintersville, ruins of Durham Furnace, built 1727. Stone, 35 feet square at base, 30 feet high. Large leather bellows used to give the blast were operated by a water wheel. Charcoal fuel was made in pits close at hand. In 1758, Durham was regarded as best ironworks in the country. In 1773, 1,000 acres were reserved for the furnace. Firebacks and stove plates were made here until 1794 when it blew out. 8 genuine Durham firebacks are at Stenton, Germantown, home of James Logan, who was 1/4 owner of the furnace. 3 bear the date 1728. Cannonballs for the Revolutionary War were made here in quantities. Specimens may be seen in the Berks County Historical Society. In 1773, Joseph Galloway became first individual owner. It then comprised over 8,000 acres and was leased to George Taylor, at one time a filler in the furnace. He later was a signer of the Declaration of Independence. Scanty remains of the once celebrated Durham Cave, destroyed for its limestone as flux for iron ore. The road passed the site of Indian village of Pechequalan, jasper quarries worked by Indians for arrowheads on neighboring Rattlesnake Hill, fine old stone arch bridges over Tohickon and Durham Creeks. Regalsville, old Reformed and Lutheran churches. Places of interest in Berks County, north and west of Doylestown via Easton and Dublin turnpikes, Plumsteadville, beautiful views of Haycock Mountain and Upper County, Moses Doan's grave marked with inscription. West, Dublin to Hilltown, 2 Mennonite and Amish meeting houses, stone arch bridge over Deep Run. Percassie, Trinity Lutheran Church, mural painting in chancel, angel with Trinity symbol, the late H. Hanley Parker, artist. End of section 8. Section 9 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Chester County. Third county formed by William Penn, named for Chester, England. This is rich agricultural district. Its broad, well-kept farms, great gray barns, and comfortable homesteads of stone or brick, many still occupied by descendants of the original Quaker settlers. Together with the gently rolling surface of the country and its many beautiful streams, all combine to give the county a character of its own, of quiet pastoral charm. Both the family names and place names indicate in a general way the character of the original settlement of the county. Birmingham, Bradford, Marlborough, and Kennet indicating the settlements of the English Quakers in the central and southern portion of the county. Tedfrin and Berwyn, those of the Welsh in the east,
while the Germans came later into parts of the north, and the Scotch-Irish Presbyterians into the southwest.
The Lincoln Highway, Lancaster Pike, enters the county at Stratford. St. Peter's Protestant Episcopal Church, built 1823.
Eagle Schoolhouse, 1772, on site of Lutheran Log Church, 1767, one of the cradles of the nation in education.
Now contains historical library and relics of the neighborhood. Site of Spread Eagle Inn, built 1732, post and relay station. Powley, 535 feet above sea, Tedfrin Township. The General Powley Inn, built by General Joshua Evans, who was elected to state legislature, 1820, recruiting went on briskly here for the War of 1812. Road southwest to Westchester, 9 miles. 1 mile south of Powley, Colonial Homestead, Waynesboro, birthplace of General Anthony Wayne, built 1724 in original condition, now residence of Captain William Wayne. Contains many relics of the general. Lafayette was guest here one night, marked with bronze tablet. Near Powley is Great Valley Baptist Church, second oldest in state, built by Reverend Hugh Davis from Wales, 1722. Present church, 1805. Interesting burial ground. Dufferin Mar Post Office, the Green Tree, George King, builder and host, died 1792, native blue limestone, stopping place for Mennonites and Amish. Malvern, terminus of the Westchester Railroad in 1833, cars were then drawn by horses. The Warren Inn, stopping place for Lancaster County Germans, sold to John Penn, 1776. British Army quartered here before Powley Massacre. In 1786, sold to Caspar Fanstock, member of German mystic community at Ephrata. 3 fugitive French princes were here in 1789, Louis-Philippe, Duc de Montpensier, and Count de Beaujolais. 1 mile southwest of Malvern, site of Powley Massacre, 1777. 2 monuments, marble, 1817, granite, 1877. Same inscriptions, erected by Republican artillerists of Chester County and citizens. Here General Wayne's company, 1,500 men, were surprised by a greatly superior British force under General Grey, and charged with bayonet before they could arm for defense. Wayne saved his artillery. Downingtown, birthplace of Jacob Eichholz, artist. General George Washington Inn, known as Downing's, now a dwelling. Interesting colonial mansion of the Thomas family, well preserved, now a public library. The Ship Tavern, 1 mile west, old sign perforated with bullet holes by Continental soldiers, now a residence. Old gray stone bridge across the East Brandywine, built 1741. 2 miles north near Guthrieville, birthplace of Thomas Buchanan Reed in 1822, poet and artist, marked bronze tablet. On the limestone road, following Indian Trail, leading from Parksburg to Oxford and south, are Fagg's Manor, 6 miles northeast of Oxford, classical school, established 1739, marked bronze tablet. St. John's Presbyterian Church, early burial ground. Whitefield stood under the old oak trees. An interesting early highway known as the Street Road, laid out in part by William Penn, has almost the directness and width of a Roman road, Entering the county near Westtown and crossing Brandywine Creek at Pocopson to London Grove, original name Marlborough Street. Stately old Quaker meeting house at London Grove, wonderful oak trees. Westchester, county seat, formed 1786, population 11,717. In one block, High Street between Gay and Market Streets, are good specimens of the three great orders of Grecian architecture, designed by Thomas U. Walter, architect of Capitol at Washington. National Bank of Chester County, built 1836, Doric, white marble. First National Bank, Ionic, white marble. The Courthouse, Corinthian, built 1847, Pictou stone. On Courthouse lawn is Soldiers' Monument to Civil War Patriots. Bronze figure, granite base, erected 1915. Sculptor Harry Lewis Rawle. Public Library, North Church Street, memorial to Bayard Taylor, contains interesting collection of his manuscripts. The Story of Kennet, his books, sketches, and other relics. Also marble bust of General Anthony Wayne. Sculptor W. Marshall Swain. The new library of the State Normal School contains portrait of Washington by Peale, painted at Valley Forge, historic autograph letters, Indian stone relics, large herbarium, and small permanent collection of original paintings, among them works by Hugh Breckinridge and Mary Butler. Annual exhibitions of modern paintings and sculpture are held. Della Robbia reproductions and auditorium. Chester County Historical Society rooms are here, containing many interesting local historical collections. Addresses on subjects of local historic interest are frequently given and published in their bulletins. Churches noteworthy for architecture: Holy Trinity, Protestant Episcopal, South High Street, native serpentine stone, Gothic, and Westminster Presbyterian, South Church Street. Tower suggests famous one of Magdalen College, Oxford. At north end of High Street, stone drinking fountain surmounted by bronze figure of boy, sculptor Martha J. Cornwell, placed by New Century Club. Marshall Square, a public park, contains rare collection of trees. Westchester, noted for men of repute in scientific world, was the residence of the late Dr. Joseph Trimble Rothrock. In 1893, he drew up a bill creating a forestry commission to investigate and report upon the forestry conditions of Pennsylvania. This bill was passed, and in 1895 he was appointed Commissioner of Forestry. Favorite drives, with succession of beautiful vistas, are along the East Brandywine from Downingtown, south, and West Brandywine from Mortonville, south. At Mortonville, 3 miles southeast of Coatesville, is fine old gray stone bridge with 4 arches, graduated in width and rounded buttresses, built 1826. Following the stream and crossing several picturesque wooden-covered bridges through Embryville, a half-mile east of which is Point Lookout, where sentries were posted to guard supplies for American encampment at Valley Forge, marked by Chester County chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. Opposite is Stargazer's Stone, set by Mason and Dixon, 1764, in running a baseline for boundary between Pennsylvania and Maryland. Here they made various astronomical observations, calculated the force of gravity, and measured a degree of latitude on the Earth's surface southward. This stone was walled and marked with bronze tablet. Several places in the vicinity, connected with the Lenni Lenape Indians, are also marked. In County Home, grounds, grave of Indian Hannah, last of her race in this country, site of her cabin half a mile south of Northbrook, Indian Cemetery half a mile west of Northbrook, and Indian Rock just west of Northbrook. From the latter point, the Indian chief, Checochinigan, claimed that land had been reconveyed to the tribe up to source of stream, a mile on either side. These negotiations, in the picturesque language used by the chief, are among the records of the Provincial Assembly. Okehonking, Indian Town, has been marked by tablet. Just east of Northbrook, birthplace of Humphrey Marshall, botanist, 2 miles north at Marshallton, adjoining his old home, is interesting arboretum, still containing many trees planted by him, marked by bronze tablet. Continue drive to Lenape, amusement park, where East Branch of the Brandywine, from Downingtown, unites with Western. Down Main Stream, skirting just above Pocopson, a beautiful spot, Dungeon Bottom, and passing several antique-covered wooden bridges, to Chad's Ford. Here the ranks of British, Hessians, and Continentals charged to and fro at Battle of Brandywine, September 11, 1777. 2 miles northeast, Old Birmingham Meeting House, used as hospital by troops, and center of some of the fiercest fighting. Many points connected with the battle were marked with tablets by Chester County Historical Society, in connection with the State Historical Commission in 1915. On State Highway, 6 miles west of Chad's Ford, Kennett Square, birthplace of Bayard Taylor, poet and traveler, and his later home Cedarcroft, built by him, 1 mile south, both marked with bronze tablets. He was buried at Longwood Meeting House, about 2 miles east. Artistic monument, a cylindrical stone, at this meeting house of Progressive Friends. Many prominent leaders of anti-slavery spoke before the Civil War. This region was center of anti-slavery sentiment. Many of the old Quaker homesteads were stations of the so-called Underground Railroad, by which fugitive slaves were protected and carried northward. Half a mile north of Longwood Meeting House is Pierce's Park, now owned by Pierre Dupont, Esquire. Contains wonderful trees planted over a century ago by Samuel and Joshua Pierce, who rode on horseback to the dismal swamp for cypresses and brought them home in saddlebags. Mr. DuPont has recently added an unusually beautiful flower garden and conservatory. Visitors admitted free on weekdays. Kennett Square, Bayard Taylor Memorial Library, contains first editions of his books, his paintings, and his drawings. Also busts of Bayard Taylor and John Welsh. Sculptor W. Marshall Swain. In Advent Protestant Episcopal Church, memorial window to Bayard Taylor. 10 miles southwest, New London Academy, founded 1743, marked by bronze tablet. Here were educated 3 signers of the Declaration of Independence, Thomas McKean, George Read, and James Smith, and other men of prominence. Other places of interest in North County are Valley Forge, chiefly in Montgomery County. Phoenixville, population 10,484, farthest inland point reached by British, September 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, 1777, marked by low granite monument opposite Fountain Inn. St. Peter's Protestant Episcopal Church, stone, stained glass windows by Meyer Brothers, Munich, Germany. Parish house interior designed by the late George Watrous. Pure English, dark oak with tiled floors. Early iron industry, Phoenix Iron Company, marked bronze tablet. 10 miles northwest of Phoenixville is Coventryville, Old Coventry Forge, 1717, earliest in county, second in Pennsylvania. Mordecai Lincoln, ancestor of Abraham Lincoln, worked here and was part owner in 1725. Warwick Furnace, Pots and Rudder Proprietors, 1737. Here was cast the first Franklin stove, and others with quaint designs and biblical verses. Cannon and cannonballs were made here for the Revolutionary Army, marked. 7 miles west of Phoenixville at Chester Springs is Summer Art School of the Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts, 40 acres with buildings for studios and lodging houses for the students. One of these buildings was used as a Revolutionary hospital, marked. Former name Yellow Springs, a watering resort in colonial days. Marking on all places has been by the Chester County Historical Society unless otherwise stated. End of Section 9. Section 10 of a Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Lancaster County. Formed May 10, 1729, by request of the proprietaries on site of an Indian village. It was named for Lancashire, England, derived from Lancastra, the camp at Lan, permanent camp of Roman occupation of Britain 2,000 years ago. Earliest settlers, Swiss Mennonites, who in 1710 had warrants for 10,000 acres of land on Pequea Creek. Leader Bishop Hans Herr. His stone house, built by himself on this tract, is still standing, with initials and date cut over front door, CHH 1719. A fine Mennonite meeting house, lately built, is here. On the grounds is huge boulder, marked by the Lancaster County Historical Society. This is the richest agricultural county in the United States, of unexampled fertility. The tourist is impressed with the mammoth barns of this region. Luxuriant crops of tobacco are of special note. The Conestoga River, with its affluents, drains an area of 315 square miles. It is crossed by many bridges. On the border of the city limits is a 9-arch stone bridge built by Abraham Winter in 1800, which leads the Lincoln Highway over the Conestoga. At Pequea is St. John's Protestant Episcopal Church, according to a quaint old vestry book, built of wood in 1729 to perform divine adoration, after ye manner of the Episcopal Church of England. The itinerant missionaries of the Society for the Propagation of the Gospel of England holding service. Cornerstone of present church building was laid by Bishop Onderdonk, the rector at that time being Reverend Edward Young Buchanan, brother of President James Buchanan. The parish possesses 2 vestry books of great historic value. Most famous group of historic buildings are those erected by the Seventh-day Baptists, founded by Conrad Beazle in 1722 at Ephrata, on the Cocalico. Monastery still in original condition, with cells and rooms, and the adjoining chapel little changed. The brothers and sisters lived, each in their narrow cell, like monks of the Middle Ages. A printing press was set up in 1743, on which were printed the largest books in America prior to 1860. First Sunday schools in America were said to have been started here in 1740, and Henry William Stiegel introduced glass-making. Joining the cloister settlement is Clare Point Stock Farm, now occupied by the Redemptorist Fathers, a Roman Catholic order, founded in 1732 by St. Alphonsus Maria Liguori in Italy. Of strict discipline and singleness of purpose, designed to work among neglected country people, this is their only mission in Pennsylvania. County seat, Lancaster, 418 feet above sea, population 53,150, laid out by Governor Gordon in 1730. Nearby is the Conestoga River, named by Conestoga Indians, a tribe of the Delawares. The Dutch who lived here invented the wagon, with big covered tops, drawn by 6 horses, and named it for the river. It is said that here was first given to Washington the title de Land Water. This is a square city. Lines run north and south, east and west, with outlying districts. One, Rossmere, was named in honor of George Ross, a signer of the Declaration of Independence. The Continental Congress arrived here from Philadelphia the very day Sir William Howe entered that city. The next day they moved to York. This was the capital of the state from 1799 to 1812, and birthplace of Simon Snyder, governor of Pennsylvania, 1808 to 1817. In center of Penn Square is a monument to soldiers and sailors of the Civil War. 1 block away is the courthouse on East King Street, built about 1850. Architect Samuel Sloan. Corinthian. Contains portraits of Honorable Isaac H. Heister by Isaac Williams and Honorable W. U. Hensel by Lazare Raditz, Philadelphia. Jail, East King Street, Norman castellated, red sandstone, built 1850. Architect John Haviland. Fountain, East King Street on Reservoir Grounds, made 1905, memorial to John Williamson Nevin. Bronze Lion, sculptor Blanche Nevin. Michael Schlatter and Henry Melchior Muhlenberg, leaders of the Reformed and Lutheran Germans, were in favor of higher education and established Franklin College in 1787, forming the beginning of Franklin and Marshall College. Built on an eminence west of city, main building Elizabethan, brick, built 1854 to 55, with beautiful entrance door, contains portraits. In the Watts de Peyster Library are bronze busts of the father and mother of General de Peyster. St. Stephen's Chapel has a memorial window to Reverend John W. Nevin, D.D., LL.D., made by Armstrong, New York. On the campus is bronze heroic statue of Abraham de Peyster, made in New York, 1895, replica of one facing New York Custom House. The scientific building contains oil paintings, among them one by J.D. Wiltkamp, The 3 Women of Grèvecoeur. Buchanan Park, opened 1905, joins the college campus and grounds of the Reformed Theological Seminary. Wheatland, residence of President James Buchanan, is near, on Marietta Pike. Colonial, brick, built prior to 1812. St. Joseph's Hospital and Roman Catholic Church are near College. Hospital contains portrait of Henry E. Muhlenberg, M.D., by Caroline Pert Brinton. The church windows are from Munich and Innsbruck. Among Lancaster's numerous churches are the Moravian, West Orange Street, rear part stone, built 1750, oldest in the city, brick front added 1820. First Reformed, East Orange Street, brick, Romanesque, built 1852 to 54. 2 steeples, contains lectern and other pieces of wood carving by A. Lang of Oberammergau, nephew of Anton Lang, made 1905. Decorations by J. F. Lamb, New York. Windows from Tiffany and DeCenzo's Studios. Bronze memorial tablet by Martha Hovenden. St. James Protestant Episcopal, corner of East Orange and North Duke Streets, Norman, brick. Main walls built 1820, added to 1870 and 1910. Chancel windows from England, others by Lamb and the Tiffany Studios, New York. Oil painting, The Crucifixion, artist Jacob Eichholz. Pictorial tile base at altar by Dr. Henry Mercer. In Parish House is 15th century oil painting, Urbanian School. St. Anthony's Roman Catholic, East Orange Street, bronze altar and statues from Uitsy, Paris. Frescoes by Ludwig Reingruber are adaptations of old masters. Trinity Lutheran, South Duke Street, brick. Fine Old Georgian style, compares with Christ Church, Philadelphia. Built 1761, tower and spire added 1794. Wood sculpture, 4 evangelists at base of tower. Original pipe organ built 1771. Was utilized in New Oregon. Memorial windows by the Tiffany Company and by Joseph Lauber, New York City. Fulton Opera House, Prince Street between Orange and West King Streets, on site of massacre of Conestoga Indians by Packstang Boys in 1763. Over entrance, life-size statue, carved wood, of Robert Fulton, made 1852. Sculptor Hugh Cannon. The Lancaster County Historical Society placed a tablet on the wall of Robert Fulton's birthplace, built 1765. Southern part of Lancaster County, Fulton Township. A. Herr Smith, Memorial Free Library, North Duke Street. Italian Villa Style, contains portraits of notable men identified with Lancaster County. Post Office and Revenue Building, North Duke Street, Italian Renaissance. Indiana limestone, built by United States government. Guarantee Trust Company, North Duke Street, Ionic, marble, built 1912. The Henry G. Long Asylum, corner of Marietta and West End Avenues, contains 2 portraits by Jacob Eichholz. The Iris Club, founded by Miss Alice Nevin, has annual exhibition of paintings. In Woodward Hill Cemetery, southern part of city, on the Conestoga, is tomb of President James Buchanan. Greenwood Cemetery, end of South Queen Street, has stone entrance, made 1895 by Rothenberger. Tomb of Thaddeus Stevens, white and black marble and granite, is in Shriner Burial Ground. West Chestnut Street, corner of Shippen and Ross Streets, is enclosure and small brick monument topped by stone sphere, site of George Ross's mansion. Bountiful markets held on the curbs, as well as in the market houses, are a distinctive and picturesque feature of the town. The presence of the Mennonite, Amish, and other sects lends a peculiar aspect to the scene. Near Rockford, south, is brick colonial mansion built before 1775, residence of the Revolutionary General, Edward Hand, marked with tablet by local historical society. The birthplace of Dr. David Ramsay, historian, built 1749, is still standing. Williamson Park, end of South Drake Street on Conestoga River, acquired by gift in 1902, has wild scenic beauty. Long's Park on Harrisburg Pike, 2 miles from city, acquired by gift, scenic, opened 1903. Between Mountjoy and Maytown is Donegal Presbyterian Church, built prior to the Revolution, a quaint building with gambrel roof, interesting burial ground with the witness tree, Cameron family buried here. Donegal was an early Scotch-Irish settlement. Under the oak witness tree, the sons of Donegal dedicated their lives to their country in the Revolutionary War. Tablet records their names, among them James Stevenson, 1770, whose granddaughter Sarah married David McKinley, ancestor of President William McKinley. Lidditz, settled by Moravians, 1748, has Moravian boarding school for girls. Linden Hall, founded 1749. In the town park are the famous Lidditz Springs. Lidditz is also famous for pretzels, first made by William Roch in 1710. Mannheim, laid out by Henry William Stiegel, 1762, was named for his German hometown. Here he built a large glass factory, first in the United States. Skilled workmen from Europe were employed. A few rare specimens of this glass, owned by collectors, show fineness of quality, richness of color, and a peculiar bell-like ring. Some specimens are in the Danner Museum, open Tuesdays, free to visitors, which outrivals some, more noted, in the rarity and variety of its collections. In 1772, Stiegel gave to the Lutherans at Mannheim a piece of ground on which to build a church, payment to be 5 shillings and an annual rental of 1 red rose. On the second Sunday in June, crowds attend the Baron Stiegel Memorial Church, and at these services, a descendant of the Stiegels receives the red rose. The chancel is often filled with red roses dropped there individually as a tribute. In 1752, Stiegel had married a daughter of John Jacob Huber, who owned a small iron furnace near Brickerville. He purchased land and became interested in several furnaces. One he named for his wife, Elizabeth. The Elizabeth furnace, in 1776, came into possession of Robert Coleman of Lebanon. In 1777, it was overtaxed with large orders of shot and shell for the Continental Army, and the government sent about 200 Hessian prisoners taken at Trenton to work there. Many remained and became good citizens. Mr. Coleman's residence was at Elizabeth Furnace. Here he entertained Washington as his guest, who, at his request, sat for a portrait to Gilbert Stuart, which is now owned by B. Dawson Coleman, Esquire. Lancaster County furnaces in the Conestoga Valley, Caernarvon Township, were owned by David Jones in 1736. Old mines are still there that bear his name. In 1743, David Branson built the Windsor Forges in the same township. Among his partners was Linford Lardner, who married his daughter Rebecca. On the banks of Furnace Run near Colemanville may be seen an old cinder heap, which is all that remains of the Mardick furnace, built 1751-52 on 3,400 acres of land, with the usual houses and shops. During the Revolution, round iron was drawn under the hammer at the forge, and bored out for musket barrels. Negro slaves were always employed here. Among the past owners of this furnace from 1777 to 93 was a Philadelphia merchant, Michael Hillegas, who became first Continental Treasurer in 1775. In 1777, he was appointed first Treasurer of the United States and continued in that office until 1789. Near, just below Safe Harbor in the Susquehanna River, is Indian Rock, with a number of inscriptions on it. The writing may be seen when water is low. Same writing is found in Beaver County. The bridge over the Susquehanna River from Columbia to Wrightsville has been replaced several times. One was burned to stem the tide of the Confederates. At Elizabethtown are the Masonic Homes of Pennsylvania, on 982 acres, with Grand Lodge Hall, 437 feet long by 160 feet wide, 17 dwelling houses, and other buildings. Georgian architecture, designed by Zansinger, Borey, and Metairie. End of section 10. Section 11 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. York County. Formed August 9, 1749, named for the House of York, England, an agricultural region of great fertility. First authorized settlements were made in 1733. Before the white settlers came, the territory west of the Susquehanna River was hunting ground for the Conestoga Indians, a branch of the Mohawks, who migrated to New York State about 1750. also for the Susquehannocks and Conewagoes, who had their village at present site of York Haven. When a treaty with the Indians at Albany in 1736 gave Penn's heirs right to the territory from west of the Susquehanna to the South Mountain, immigrants from Europe flocked into York County in vast numbers and proved a strong and influential part of the population. During the colonial period, 4 companies of soldiers from this county assisted in driving the French and Indians from the western part of the province before 1758. At the beginning of the Revolutionary War, it is said that the first military company from Pennsylvania that arrived at Washington's headquarters, Siege of Boston in 1775, shortly after Battle of Bunker Hill, were from York County. This company, and one commanded by Captain Morgan of Virginia, were first American troops to use rifles. They became the terror of the British regulars, who still used the old-time flint musket. When the British attacked New York City and the Battle of Long Island followed, Pennsylvania troops camped at Perth Amboy. Here 2 regiments from York County were formed out of the militia, and became a part of the Flying Camp, a body of 10,000 men from Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Maryland, which joined Washington before the Battle of White Plains. They were also in the battles of Princeton and Trenton. Colonel Thomas Hartley, a member of York County Bar, commanded a brigade under Washington at battles of Brandywine and Germantown, and after the Revolution he represented York County in Congress for 12 years. He was first member of the Pennsylvania Bar to be admitted to the Supreme Court of the United States. President Washington was entertained in his house in 1791, site marked by tablet. Shortly before the Battle of Brandywine, September 27, 1777, the Continental Congress adjourned from Independence Hall to meet in Lancaster. They were there one day, then crossed the Susquehanna and made Yorktown the seat of government until June 27, 1778, when they returned to Philadelphia. 25 congressmen came on horseback over the old Monocacy Road and took up quarters in the town and vicinity. The personnel of Congress was constantly changing. No less than 64 different members were present from first to last. The mansion, corner of Center Square, where the Colonial Hotel now stands, had been rented to General Roberdeau. Quarters were found there for the leading congressmen, Adams, Lee, Harrison, Lawrence, and others. John Adams, in letters to his wife Abigail, complained of his straitened quarters and the Dutch cooking. James Smith, a signer of the Declaration of Independence, gave his law office in Center Square to be used by the Committee of Foreign Affairs and the Board of War. The noted chest of papers belonging to Congress, which John Adams declared was worth more than Congress itself, was kept by Thomas Paine at the Cook's House, a house of entertainment, still standing in the bend of Coderus Creek, then away from town. Here he wrote parts 5 and 6 of The Crisis. On September 30th, 1777, with John Hancock as President of Congress, the first session was held in the brick courthouse, built 1756, site marked by Yorktown Chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution. Soon after Congress assembled here, news was brought of the surrender of Burgoyne to General Gates, with 6,000 British and Hessian troops at Saratoga. A motion, made by Richard Henry Lee of Virginia, to set apart a day for Thanksgiving was unanimously adopted. Thursday, December 18, 1777, was appointed, and a few days later this historical document was written and sent by post riders to the governors of each of the 13 original states. This was the first national Thanksgiving proclamation in America, in the sense of its observation on the same date by the 13 states. Soon after, General Lafayette arrived in Yorktown and was received in open session by Congress. The victory of General Gates had made him a hero of the hour. Washington had been defeated at Brandywine and Germantown and gone into winter quarters at Valley Forge, knowing that a large number of the delegates in Congress at Yorktown favored a plan to displace him from the head of the army and promote General Gates to that position. Washington never visited Congress here. He wrote a private letter to Robert Morris, saying, "If Congress adjourns, sine die, I wish it understood, I will oppose British invasion in the mountains of Pennsylvania and Virginia, rather than give up our cause for independence," promulgated July 4th, 1776. This historic letter was read at an open meeting in Zion Reformed Church. Congress called General Gates to York and made him president of the Board of War. He gave a banquet at his headquarters. Among the guests was Lafayette, 21 years of age. Speeches were made favoring the promotion of Gates to position of General-in-Chief of the Army, when Lafayette arose and offered the following toast. "To General George Washington, head of the American Army, may he continue to hold that position until a treaty of peace is signed with England, acknowledging the freedom of this country, in whose cause I am listed for its defense." It was this incident that caused the collapse of the Conway Cabal, instigated by General Conway, opponent of Washington and friend of Gates. Lafayette visited York in 1825, then 68 years old and last surviving Major General of the Revolution. He stopped overnight at McGrath's Hotel on the site of the Rupp Building, where a reception and banquet were given him. Among the toasts was, "Lafayette, we love him as a man, hail him as a deliverer, revere him as a champion of freedom, and welcome him as a guest." To which he responded, "The town of York, the seat of our American Union in our most gloomy time, May her citizens enjoy a proportionate share of American prosperity. At request of Washington, Baron Steuben came to Yorktown early in 1778 and was immediately appointed to the rank of Major General. From here he went to Valley Forge and began to drill and discipline the army in the military tactics used by Frederick the Great. In May 1778, a nephew of General Putnam, who crossed the Atlantic in the Mercury, a fast-flying vessel of Congress, which landed at Portsmouth, New Hampshire, brought a letter to Henry Laurens of South Carolina, President of Congress, from Benjamin Franklin, saying, "The King of France has resolved to send $600,000 in silver, an army, and a fleet to aid the Americans in their struggle for liberty." The Articles of Confederation were formed here and adopted in Philadelphia the following June. Much Continental money was ordered by Congress, which was printed in a house at the corner of Market and Beaver Streets, marked by a tablet. Penn Park has a soldiers' monument to men of York County in Civil War. This has been the scene of many military gatherings. Several insubordinates of the Pennsylvania line were shot here by order of General Wayne before the forces under him marched to Virginia, and large hospitals were built here during the Civil War, when York County was the high water mark of the Southern Confederacy. On June 28, 1863, General Jubal Early of Virginia, with 10,000 Confederate troops, took possession of York. John B. Gordon, leading a brigade of Georgia troops, was first to enter the town. He marched on to Wrightsville with 2,800 men, where a skirmish took place, and when the bridge across the Susquehanna was burned by the Union forces on the Lancaster County side. Early remained in York 2 days with 4 brigades, and received word to fall back immediately to Gettysburg. The first engagement took place in the streets of Hanover, between Confederate cavalry under Stuart, who were defeated by Union cavalry under Kirkpatrick. They were prevented from reaching Gettysburg until evening of second day of battle, which probably turned the tide in favor of the Union. This event is commemorated in the center square by a statue that ranks with the best art in Pennsylvania. A cavalryman, bronze, sculptor Cyrus E. Dallum, Boston. York, county seat, population 47,512, is oldest town in Pennsylvania west of the Susquehanna. The general plan embraced streets forming perfect squares with widened space in center of town, junction of Market and George Streets for market purposes. These privileges are still used. Courthouse in East Market Street, classic, porch with granite Ionic columns, built 1903. Architect J. A. Dempwolf. Contains portraits of York County judges. Museum of York County Historical Society, open every afternoon except Sunday, has large collection of Indian implements of war and peace, and etchings by Rosenthal. An annual art exhibition is held in York. Post office, classic, Ionic. Among the many places of worship, several now standing, were erected more than 100 years ago, including St. John's Episcopal, in which is a tablet to Colonel Thomas Hartley. In burial ground of First Presbyterian Church is tomb of James Smith, the signer, who died 1806. Another signer, Philip Livingston of New York, who died while Congress was in session here, is buried in Prospect Hill Cemetery, where also are the tombs of General William B. Franklin of the Civil War, his brother, Rear Admiral Samuel R. Franklin, Judge Jeremiah S. Black, and several hundred Civil War soldiers. In mentioning the notable men of York, we must include Colonel Hance Hamilton, first sheriff of York County in 1750, Colonel Richard McAllister, founder of Hanover, first president justice of the county courts under the Constitution of 1776, and later president of the Supreme Executive Council of Pennsylvania. James Ross, born 1762, served 2 terms in the United States Senate, making there an eloquent speech favoring the Louisiana Purchase, which led to its result, and Senator Matthew S. Quay, born in Dillsburg, 1833, whose father was pastor of the Presbyterian Church. Other places marked by tablet are site of building of the Franklin Press, where valuable papers were published during the Revolution, and building of General Anthony Wayne's headquarters. In 1761, the Mary Ann Furnace was built on Furnace Creek. At the same time, a road was cut from there to connect with the road to the Conewago settlement leading to Baltimore. The furnace was started by George Ross of Lancaster, the signer, his brother-in-law George Stephenson, a lawyer of York County, and William Thompson, later a general in the Revolution, and continued for 50 years under other owners. Besides making pig iron, stoves, and household ironware, cannonballs and grape shot were cast here. The Spring Creek Forge was erected by George Ross, previous to 1772, and was active many years. End of section 11. Section 12 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Cumberland County. Formed January 27, 1750, named for County of Cumberland, England, one of the 2 or 3 rich agricultural valleys in the United States. Early industries were iron furnaces and forges. First settlers, Scotch-Irish, men of stout heart and wonderful nerve, almost contemporaneous with their building forts and providing means of protection for themselves and families. They established Presbyterian churches, the fine springs of the valley being selected as sites, namely Silver Springs Church, 9 miles west of the Susquehanna, Trindle Spring, now a Lutheran church, Meeting House Spring, now First Presbyterian Church of Carlisle. Curious old carvings are in Meeting House Springs burial ground, Big Spring Church at Newville, and Middle Spring Church above Shippensburg. A monument to Revolutionary soldiers is here. All continue in active existence. The early pioneer countenanced the institution of slavery. At one period, as many as 307 Negroes were held as slaves in this county, the last of them in 1840. On November 1, 1780, an act was passed, directing that all slaves and those held as such in Pennsylvania should be registered, but thereafter all should be free men and women. Shippensburg, population 4,372, first permanent settlement in the county, founded in 1730, was the only town on the line of the Great Road when it was laid out from John Harris's Ferry on the Susquehanna to the Potomac, from 1735 to 44. This road was the first effort to connect the wilderness west of the Susquehanna with civilization in the earlier settlements. First bridge erected in the county was over Letort Spring on East Main Street, Carlisle, about 1780, replaced in 1795 by a stone bridge. Several stone arch bridges are over the Yellow Breeches Creek. At the eastern end is Miller's Mill Bridge, over 100 years old, 3-arch stone in good condition. Alexander's Bridge is 1 mile north of Carlisle on the Conodogwinet Creek. Colonial with wooden cover, 1 span, is very old. County seat, Carlisle, named for shire town of Cumberland County, England. Population, 10,916. The town is laid off at right angles with a large public square in center. Bel Air Park, on the banks of Conodogwinet Creek, is 1 mile from center of town. Lindner Park faces Franklin and Lowther Streets, 5 squares from center. Mount Holly and Boiling Springs Parks are outlying, reached by trolley. The courthouse faces Center Square. Corinthian, Bryant and Witt architects, built 1846. One of the portico columns shows marks in broken flutings of the shelling of Carlisle, captured by General Lee during the Civil War. Contains portraits of judges of the local court. First Presbyterian Church also faces Center Square. Main auditorium built in 1757. Greco-Roman. Blue limestone with white marble linings, showing early bonding in stone masonry. Tower added and parish house built, 1873. The Young Men's Christian Association, half square from center, on High Street. Friends Renaissance, built 1908. Architect M.I. Cast, Harrisburg. County Jail, 1 square from center. Corner High and Bedford Streets, Tudor, built 1854. Brownstone, is a small copy of the Castle of Carlisle, England. Note the limestone arch and east wall of the yard. Architects, Myers and Gutshall. Post Office, 2 squares from center, corner of Pitt and Lowther Streets. Classic Renaissance, built 1909. J. Knox Taylor, architect. Washington, D.C. Historical Society, corner of Pitt Street and Dickinson Avenue. Brick, built 1878 to 80. Architect, George Rice. Contains historical library, papers, and museum. Dickinson College, on campus of 7 acres, with Law School, 1 square south. Conway Hall, 1 square west. And the Herman Bosler Biddle Memorial Athletic Field with Colonial Gateway, made in 1909. Architect H. E. Yesler, 3 squares west. Main building, Old West, built 1803. Blue limestone mellowed by time, with facade of fine proportions. Arched doorways and windows. Architect Colonel Latrobe, first government engineer and architect brought from England. Auditorium contains portraits of John Dickinson, Dr. Nisbet, and others. The James W. Bosler Memorial Hall, Romanesque, built in 1885. George Rice, architect. Contains portraits of notable alumni, including President James Buchanan and Dr. Benjamin Rush. Also marble bust of James Bosler, and fine copy of Salvator Rosa's The Conspiracy of Catiline, original in the Pitti Palace, Florence. The J. Herman Bosler Memorial Library, architects Baldwin and Pennington, Baltimore. Classic, built 1899. White marble entrance vestibule, lighted by memorial window. Burne-Jones design, made by Maitland Armstrong and Company. Denny Memorial Recitation Hall, Collegiate Gothic, built 1905, M.I. Cast, architect. St. John's Protestant Episcopal Church faces Center Square, has memorial altar, white marble, with cane stone reredos, and windows made by Maitland Armstrong and Company. First Lutheran Church, 1 square east of center, corner of High and Bedford Streets. Italian Renaissance, yellow brick, black and white trimmings, built 1900. J. A. Dempwolf, architect, York, Pennsylvania. The Second Presbyterian Church, corner of Hanover and Pomfret Streets, Gothic, built 1869, has memorial window over door, Moorish design, and fine fretwork choir rail. St. Patrick's Catholic Church, East Pomfret Street has rose window of Tiffany glass and other windows from Munich, also memorial marble altar. Ashland Cemetery, York Street, nearly a mile east from center, contains bronze statue, Angel and Child, made by Lamb and Company, in James W. Bosler's lot. The old graveyard, 3 squares from center on East South Street, contains Molly Pitcher's grave and monument, bronze portrait figure standing on granite pedestal, with bronze reliefs of battle scenes extended on both sides. Sculptor J.R. Schweitzer, Philadelphia. A Civil War cannon is in front. Old English and German carvings from the year 1700 are in this cemetery. At Mount Rock, 5 miles west of Carlisle, is the Ionic Monument in memory of Governor Brittner from 1835 to 39, erected by the state in 1902. Architect J.W. Ely, Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. The Indian School, 1 mile northeast from center, was formerly a military post. Buildings were destroyed by Fitzhugh Lee in 1863, excepting the old guardhouse, built by the Hessian prisoners during the Revolution in 1777. This was the original West Point for the training of officers and artisans, and for the manufacture of arms and munitions. In 1776, and throughout the war, anthracite coal was taken down the Susquehanna River from the Wyoming mines to the Armory of Carlisle, said to have been the first shipment of anthracite coal in this country. There are now about 25 or 30 buildings, brick, of varied architecture, on 25 acres of ground. Gateway, Georgian, M.I. Cast, architect, built 1910. Native Indian art is on exhibition in the Loop Studio. George Washington joined the army of 15,000 men as commander-in-chief at Carlisle for suppression of the Whiskey Insurrection in 1794. He was the guest of Ephraim Blaine. The army was located on the opposite side of town from the military post. The Civic Club of Carlisle is placing classic art prints in the public school buildings. Interesting colonial houses. Residence of Ephraim Blaine, built 1795, now law office and dwelling of Edward Stiles, built 1815. Of Stephen Duncan, built 1815, used by the Fraternity of Owls, and that of Isaac B. Parker, built 1820, the home of the Elks. In 1762, Richard Peters of Philadelphia obtained a patent for 388 acres of land at Boiling Springs, and executed a deed to John S. Rigby and Company for 29 acres on which they had already commenced the erection of a blast furnace. They bought 2 ore banks at the foot of South Mountain, and soon after added 1,614 acres of land, and called the property Carlisle Iron Works. It passed through several ownerships, until in 1792, Michael Edge became sole owner. The furnace produced 12 to 15 tons of metal a week, mostly pig iron, but they also cast stoves, firebacks, and hollowware. William Denning, in 1776, made 2 wrought iron cannon in Mount Holly Gap, about 6 miles south of Carlisle, the first ever made. One in use at the Battle of Brandywine was captured by the British and deposited finally in the Tower of London. The British government offered a large sum of money and an annuity to William Denning to instruct them how to make wrought iron cannon, but he refused. He died in 1830, aged 93, at his home near Newville. His monument there, given by the state, shows a square marble base surmounted by a cannon. Pine Grove Furnace was built on Mountain Creek, halfway between Carlisle and Gettysburg. The recorded ownership dates from a proprietary grant in 1762 for 450 acres on Mountain Creek to Thomas Pope. It is now part of the State Forestry Reservation. End of section 12. Section 13 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Northampton County. Formed March 11, 1752. Named by Thomas Penn. Prior to the Revolution, comprised all the northeast section of Pennsylvania. Chief industries, Bethlehem Iron and Steel Works, where 15,000 men are employed day and night. Silk mills, graphite works, and other manufactories. Here were Washington's storehouses along the Delaware River, with supplies for all branches of the army. A point of attack by the British battling between West Point and Trenton, buildings are still in evidence. The famous backwoods rifles used by 2,000 Pennsylvanians against the British at Boston were made here. County seat, Easton, founded by Thomas Penn, 1751, at the forks of the Delaware, where the water is deep and smooth. Population, 33,813. In the center of the public square is the monument to soldiers of this county in the Civil War, on site of the old Northampton courthouse that stood for 100 years. On its threshold was promulgated the Declaration of Independence, the same day as in Philadelphia. The old courthouse bell that rang out then is still doing public service. The first flag, combining stars and stripes as an emblem of a new nation, was made here, showing 13 8-pointed stars and 13 stripes in the field. This flag is said to be the one now in the Easton Public Library, deposited in 1821, after being used in the War of 1812. In a special room of the library is the private collection of Samuel Sitgreaves with rare volumes of American history. Next to Sitgreaves' office was the home and shop of Henry Derringer, a gunmaker of the Revolution, whose son invented the Derringer pistol. On the public square, Light Horse Harry Lee from Virginia recruited his troop of Pennsylvania Germans and horses. Valuable papers and moneys belonging to the state and national government were placed in the custody of Robert Levers during British occupancy of Philadelphia. The Old Union Church, now the Reformed, on North 3rd Street, stone, colonial, built 1775 to 76, was used as a hospital in the Revolution. This is the principal residential street and entrance to Lafayette College, founded 1832 by James Madison Porter, Secretary of War. Has interesting collection of portraits of Lafayette in oil and black and white, also valuable old engravings. On the campus is Statue of Lafayette by Daniel Chester French, given by Morris L. Clothier, Esquire. In the New Century Art Club, New and Porter Streets, lectures on art and exhibitions are given. A bridge leads across the Delaware to Phillipsburg, New Jersey, first wooden bridge built 1797. North of the bridge is Riverside Park, leading to North Delaware Road and the Delaware Water Gap. The Wind Gap has precipitous sides. Very beautiful scenery is on the River Road. In July 1782, Washington came from Bethlehem to Easton. Bethlehem in Lehigh County is the seat of government of the Moravian economy, from Moravia in Bohemia in the Western Hemisphere, dating back to 1740. These pioneers belonged to the Church of the Brethren, organized in 1457 by followers of John Huss about 40 years after he had been burned at the stake for conscience's sake. The little church was revived in Saxony in 1722. To this church, Count Nicholas L. Zinzendorf granted an asylum on his own estate. The Count visited the Brethren here in 1741. On July 25, 1782, Washington, with Colonel Trumbull and Major Welker, stayed overnight at the Sun Inn. Brother Etwine and others of the fraternity called to pay their respects. The Sun Inn was built in 1761. Peter Warbus was the first host. The suite occupied by General Washington and his wife is still shown to visitors. During the Revolution, the Moravian settlement experienced many horrors and discomforts of war. The tramp of armed men through its quiet streets began in July 1775. In December, most of the houses were taken for hospitals, being on the main route of travel from the eastern states. Many distinguished soldiers were here. Greene, Knox, Gates, Sterling, Sullivan, Schuyler, von Steuben, DeKalb, Pulaski, de Chastellot, also Samuel and John Adams, Hancock, Laurens, Livingston, Boudinot, Reed, Rittenhouse, Girard. In autumn of 1777, Lafayette, under careful nursing of a Moravian sister, Liesel Beckel, rapidly recovered from a wound received in the Battle of Brandywine. General Hospital of the Continental Army was here, 1776 to 78. The Moravian church, plain and dignified architecture, after a German model, is full of sunlight within. Contains Moravian archives and Schussel's large oil painting, Power of the Gospel, showing Zeisberger preaching to the Indians. The organ and vocal music is exceptionally fine. The Moravian College and Seminary for Young Women includes instruction in housekeeping. Moral training is a particular feature. The Widow's House, built 1768, endowed by John Jordan, Jr., Philadelphia, for widows and daughters of Moravian ministers and other women who have served the church. The Sisters' House, formerly First Brethren's House, was used for home of unmarried women of advanced age, now a boarding house. Second Brother's House, where unmarried men could live and still gain independent support, is now Colonial Hall, a part of the seminary. Corpse House still stands with its weeping willow tree. Because of the small rooms of the houses, the body was taken from the home to the Corpse House for 3 days. The trombone choir announced a death from the church steeple by a particular choral that designated whether it was for man, woman, or child. At the burial, the trombone choir met the procession at the cemetery gate and took part in the service at the grave. In the Moravian burial ground are graves of many Indians, among them that of Uncas, in Cooper's Last of the Mohicans, inscription, in memory of Shoup, a Mohican Indian, who, in holy baptism, April 16, 1742, received the name of John, one of the first fruits of the mission at Wicomico, whereby he became a distinguished teacher among his nation. He departed this life in full assurance of faith at Bethlehem, August 27, 1746. The graves are in rows, sisters and brothers separate, with small stone markers. Bethlehem had the second waterworks system in the United States, 1760. A covered wooden bridge over 100 years old, to be replaced by modern structure, crosses the Lehigh River to South Bethlehem, Northampton County, seat of Lehigh University, built 1866. In 1865, Asa Packer gave $500,000 for founding a free technical college for boys in South Bethlehem, largest single benefaction any American college had received up to this time. This was the beginning of Lehigh University, opened the following year. Later, a classical department was opened at Mr. Packer's direction, who gave the university $1.5 million during his lifetime, and left it by will another $1.5 million, to ease the struggle upwards of boys with whose ambitions he sympathized. This university is particularly noted for its course in engineering, with the Fritsch Engineering Laboratory, endowed with over $1 million. There are also a gymnasium with swimming pool and a stadium. The Bach Festival, announced by the trombone players from the tower of Lehigh University Chapel, has been held annually since 1911. First performance was in 1888. In 1780, the settlement had an orchestra, said to be the first in America. Flutes, horns, viols, and trombones were permanent factors in their church music, which undoubtedly led up to the present development, frequently referred to as the American Bayreuth. A quartet of trombones summoning the people as do the trumpets in Germany. In 1901, the Christmas Oratorio was given its entirety, first in America. They have also given the Passion and the Mass in B minor. J. Frederick Wohl, pupil of Reinberger, organist of the Lutheran Church, has charge of the music. Choir consists of 200 voices, natives of Bethlehem, excepting leading soloists. The orchestra and instrumental soloists vary. The Philadelphia Orchestra has played here. Location of Bethlehem is scenically quite as beautiful as Eisenach in the Thuringian Forest, where the famous Wartburg, with memories of Tannhauser, Bach, and Luther, attract thousands of tourists and pilgrims. In Nazareth are old stockaded forts of the Indian Wars, where were maintained 365 settlers from beyond the mountains, now used by the Moravian Historical Society for their collection of relics, curios, and portraits of noted Indians. Whitfield House, built 1755, Old English, contains Moravian historical collection. Nazareth Hall, built 1748, was school for young men. At Bolton, near Nazareth, is Benjamin West's first tragic painting, Death of Socrates. End of section 13. Section 14 of a Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Berks County. Formed March 11, 1752, reduced to present limits, 1811. Named for Berkshire, England, where Penn family had large estates, has broad, fertile plains and valleys intermingled with rough hills and mountains containing mineral wealth and iron. First settlers were Germans and friends from England, 1704 to 12, among whom was George Boone, ancestor of Daniel Boone of Kentucky, who was born here in Exeter Township, 1735. Mordecai Lincoln, great-great-grandfather of Abraham Lincoln, also lived in Exeter Township. He owned 1,000 acres of land, had interest in iron forges, and built a small stone house in 1733 that now forms one end of the present homestead, which remained in the Lincoln family until 1912. The Lincoln men of Berks County were all men of note, several holding public positions. One, Abraham, married Anna Boone. He died 1806. In 1729, Conrad Weiser came over with Germans from the Palatinate and settled near Womelsdorf, where he is buried in the family burial ground, marked by a boulder. His granddaughter was married to the patriarch Henry Melchior Muhlenberg. Farm and burial ground of Conrad Weiser, purchased by the Berks County Historical Society, is to be maintained as a memorial park. The Dutch came in 1730. Their descendants still reside on their ancestral estates. They named the river flowing through the county Schuylkill, Hidden Creek. Indian name was Menai-Unk. When the war was declared between England and France, the French found the Indians eager to join them against the British, and after Braddock's defeat at Fort Duquesne in 1755, they devastated these peaceful settlers by fire and slaughter until 1778, when they were driven beyond the Alleghenies. This region has become famous for winemaking. Vines are grown on Mount Penn, Neversink, and the Alsace mountain slopes. Over 50 years ago, George L. Reiniger left the fertile vinelands of Furtenberg and settled here, where the soil, scenery, and environment seemed so much like the fatherland. These vineyards are now used for the cultivation of dahlias. Reading, county seat, population 107,784, was laid out in 1748 by agents of Richard and Thomas Penn, named for Reading in Berkshire, England. Courthouse on Penn Common, 5th and Penn Streets, built 1762. Present building in 1840 on North 6th Street. Colonial with Ionic porch. Cupola 84 feet above the roof. In the park are equestrian statue of General David McMurtry Gregg by H. Augustus Lukeman, New York, the Fireman's Monument, the First Defenders, and Frederick Lauer, all designed and made by P. F. Eisenbrown, Sons and Company, Reading. The bronze statue of President McKinley, Reliefs and Eagles, was designed by Edward L. A. Posh, Buffalo, New York. Prison, Penn Street and Perkiomen Avenue, red sandstone, castellated Gothic, built 1846. Architect John Haviland. A two-story building, northeast corner of 5th Street and Penn Square, was built in 1764 for a tavern. Washington stayed here in 1794, en route to join troops against the Whiskey Rebellion. Now Farmers Bank, it is marked as the oldest building in town. The Hessian Campground, southwest of Reading, is also marked. Trinity Church, most important Lutheran church in this country, is a fine example of Georgian architecture, northwest corner of 6th and Washington Streets, was built 1791. Christ Protestant Episcopal Cathedral, Gothic, brownstone, built in 1864. Architect, Potter, New York, has good windows. The Reading Museum and Art Gallery, 8th and Washington Streets, has a good collection of paintings representing foreign and American artists, including 60 paintings given by Mrs. William Littleton Savage as memorial to her parents, Mr. and Mrs. George de Benneville Keim, and other works of art and natural history. It is open free to the public. The Historical Society of Berks County, 38 North 4th Street, has a good historical collection. Among the notable artists who have lived in Reading are Christopher H. Shearer, represented in permanent collection at Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts, Philadelphia; Benjamin F. Austrian, noted still-life painter, born here 1870; James A. Benaid, landscape; F. D. Devlin, animal painter and cartoonist. During the Civil War, he furnished many cartoons for Frank Leslie's illustrated newspaper. George Sealing, mural decorator, born in Bavaria 1818. His paintings are in St. James's Church, the Transfiguration, and Calvary Church, Christ bearing the cross. Calvary Reformed Church has stone mosaic decoration in chancel by H. Hanley Parker. Charles Evans Cemetery, acquired by gift in 1864, has Gothic gateway, dark sandstone, made in 1847. Architects, Calver and Hall, Philadelphia. The chapel is brownstone, Gothic, built 1854. Architect John M. Grease, who was a major in the Union Army, killed in Battle of Fair Oaks. Here is the Soldiers and Sailors Monument, with bronze tablets, erected 1889. Reading was the resort of many fugitive families from Philadelphia while British were there in the winter of 1776 to 77, and became the scene of much gaiety. General Mifflin, afterwards governor, had his country seat at Cumru, 3 miles southeast of Reading, now used as the county almshouse and hospital buildings. In the different wars of this country, Berks County men were among the first to offer their services. The Ringgold Light Artillery, Captain James McKnight, is said to have been the first company that reported at Harrisburg in response to President Lincoln's proclamation in 1861, and was one of 5 Pennsylvania companies to arrive first at Washington in defense of the capital. At Kutztown, settled by Germans in 1733, is the Keystone State Normal School, originally Maxitawny Seminary, but since 1866, the Normal School, enlarged after most improved models of school architecture. 4 miles distant is Virginsville. Here is a natural curiosity, the Crystal Cave, of vast dimensions, with crystal formations in every shape and color. It is lighted by electricity. Boyertown, with 2 large academies, and Birdsboro, with fine churches and residences, are noted for their iron furnaces. Hamburg is the home of the Berks County State Sanatorium No. 3 for tuberculosis, Spanish architecture. Berks County has several picturesque old bridges. The oldest, with 1 arch, stone, built in 1822, spans the Wyomissing Creek at its mouth, opposite Reading. 13 other stone arch bridges, the longest over Maiden Creek, 4 arches, built in 1854, and 25 wooden-covered bridges are decided artistic assets. Historic iron furnaces in Berks County are at Birdsboro, Hay Creek Forges, built 1740 by William Byrd on land obtained by Warren and Survey. He also erected Hopewell Furnace in 1759, and the Berkshire Furnace in Heidelberg about 1760. His son, Mark Byrd, inherited the property and built Spring Forge and Gibraltar Forge. In 1796, John Lewis Bard became the owner. His daughter was married to Matthew Brooke, who subsequently purchased the property, which has become an extensive ironworks. Colebrookdale, famous as the seat of the first blast furnace in Pennsylvania, was on Ironstone Creek, named for the Colebrookdale Furnace in Shropshire, England. It was founded by Thomas Rudder and Thomas Potts in 1720. In 1724, the output was 48 tons of pig iron per annum, each ton valued at £5. This was the first furnace to cast pots, kettles, and other hollowware by the use of sand molds. It had a long and prosperous career. Hopewell, a cold blast, 1-stack furnace, employed 170 men and boys. The iron ore was obtained from the Hopewell mine about 2 miles away. Water from Hopewell Creek formed the motive power. A dam was constructed 1/4 of a mile above the furnace and conveyed by a race to the big water wheel. The property covered 5,163 acres, chiefly woodland. Stoves were cast here with much detailed design, marked with the name of Byrd, also cannon for the Revolutionary Army. Hopewell Furnace, although idle for many years, is not dismantled, and the village street of ironworkers' homes is much the same as it must have been in early times. Oley Forge, south of the little hamlet called Oley Churches, and about 10 miles from the confluence of the Manatawny and Schuylkill rivers, was organized by John Ross in 1744, and was in active operation for 120 years. In 1760, a valuable deposit of iron ore was found in Oley Township, and in 1765, Dietrich Welker erected Oley Furnace near the mountain. It was owned by General Daniel Udry during the Revolution. Pine Forge was among the earliest of those erected in the Manatawny district, on land conveyed by William Penn to Thomas Rudder. The original patent is in possession of the Rudder family. There is every evidence that the group of early forges and furnaces had a general interchange in their business affairs, as the owners of the plants were almost identical. William Byrd, in 1733, was cutting wood for the use of Pine Forge at 2 shillings 9 a day. 10 years later, we find him renting 1/8 of Pine Forge at £40 per annum. The management of the old forges was patriarchal in its character. Gristmill, sawmill, and the village store were all under control of the company, and the records of the old forges and furnaces are filled with human interests of an earlier day. Windsor Furnace, on Furnace Creek, under shadow of the Blue Mountains, besides making pig iron and the usual hollowware cast in colonial times, was noted for remarkable artistic work under the management of Jones, Keam, and Company. One casting, being a copy of Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, is now in possession of the Philadelphia Exchange. End of section 14.
Section 15 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla, Bedford County. Formed March 9, 1771, named by Governor John Penn in 1776 from fort of this name in the county, is widely known for its mineral springs. When first established, it embraced entire southwest part of the province, mean altitude 1,100 to 1,200 feet above sea level. In northwest at Blue Knob, near Blair and Cambria County line, is highest elevation in Pennsylvania, 3,136 feet above sea level. Surface is broken by parallel ranges of mountains with narrow, beautiful valleys, in a high state of cultivation. Chief industries are farming, stock raising, and apple growing. It is said that the most important fields of bituminous coal in Pennsylvania are largely in the northeast of this county, known as the Broad Top Coal Fields. Population Scotch-Irish, German, and English. First permanent settlement was made in 1750 by a Scotchman named McRae, an Indian trader, near present site of Bedford, then Ray's Town. In 1755, Colonel James Byrd was appointed by the province to construct the first wagon road from Fort Loudon, Franklin County, to join Braddock's Road near Turkey Foot, Somerset County, passing through Ray's Town, Bedford, practically identical with the Chambersburg and Bedford Turnpike, now Lincoln Highway. On western border where this road crosses main range of the Alleghenies, at a point 2/3 of the ascent, is a view unsurpassed in the picturesque charm of the landscape, stretching far and wide. The highway follows the main course of the Ray's Town branch of the Juniata, crossing the stream at least 4 times. Bridges are iron or old wooden ones. The fort at Ray's Town was constructed in 1758 by the vanguard of General Forbes's army. It embraced about 7,000 square yards, occupying the bluff now bounded on the east by Richard Street, south Pitt Street, Lincoln Highway, west Juliana Street, north the Raystone River. It was the most prominent military stronghold in the central part of the province, and the principal rendezvous of troops forming the right wing of General John Forbes's army in his expedition against Fort Duquesne, 5,850 men, besides wagoners. Largest single contingent was 2,700 Pennsylvania provincials under Colonel Bouquet, who had chief charge of entire force, until General John Forbes arrived. The 1,600 Virginians were under command of Colonel George Washington and Colonel William Byrd. In 1759, General John Stanwix, then in command of the garrison, had the name changed to Fort Bedford, in honor of the Duke of Bedford. Now no trace of the fortification remains. In 1794, Bedford became the headquarters of General Henry Lee, governor of Virginia, who was commander-in-chief of the army of 13,000 troops raised to quell the whiskey insurrection. President Washington, after reviewing the troops at Carlisle and Cumberland, came to Bedford and made his headquarters in a stone house on Pitt Street, house still standing. Bedford, county seat, population 2,330, laid out 1766 by Surveyor General John Lukens, with a commodious square, is the most convenient place. Courthouse erected 1828, colonial with clock tower, architect and contractor Solomon Filler, faces the square. Opposite is the United States Post Office, built 1915, Indiana limestone, classic, Doric columns. Architect Oscar Wenderoth. Also facing the square are the Presbyterian Church, colonial, built 1828, on site of an earlier one built in 1810, and the Lutheran Church, fine 2-story building and parsonage. The Soldiers' Monument in honor of Bedford County volunteers in Civil War occupies center of square. Handsome memorial colonial gateway forms entrance to Bedford Cemetery, stone with bronze tablets. The therapeutic qualities of the mineral springs are believed to be second to none anywhere in the world, and justly entitle Bedford to the name of the Carlsbad of America. 1½ miles south of the borough, within an area of few square rods, several varieties of water are to be found. Most famous is the Magnesia Spring, efficacious in disturbances of the digestive organs. Others are known as the Black Sulphur, Limestone, Chalybeate, and Sweetwater Spring. Colonial Hotel has a colonnade of Doric columns, 20 feet high, made of native solid trees. The links for the Scottish game of golf are on a place earlier named Caledonia. The Bedford Chalybeate Springs, about 1 mile northeast of the town, contain waters showing analysis of carbonate of calcium, magnesium, iron and sodium, and sulfite of calcium. 10 miles southwest of Bedford are the White Sulphur Springs in Milliken's Cave, second largest health resort in the country. Waters are unexcelled in health-restoring properties. End of section 15.
Section 16 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Northumberland County. Formed March 21, 1772, named for the Duke of Northumberland. Mountainous, with great amount of fertile land, watered by the Susquehanna River and tributaries. Chief industry is coal mining. County seat, Sunbury, population 15,721, on site of a populous Indian village named Shamokin, occupied variously by different tribes. In 1745, the town contained about 50 houses and 300 inhabitants. The Six Nations used it as a tarrying place for their war parties against the Catawbas of the south. It was the residence of Shikellamy, an Oneida chief sent by the Iroquois, who claimed the land by conquest in 1728. He was the Indian diplomat and land agent of the three great tribes of Pennsylvania, New York, and Delaware, with supervision of the Delaware, Shawnee, and other tribes. He also had to look after all matters relating to the settlement and purchase of Indian lands by whites. In 1742, Count Zinzendorf, with Conrad Weiser and others, came to Shamokin. Shikellamy gave them a hearty welcome and promised to forward their design of having a Moravian mission there. It was established in 1747 by Martin Mack and his wife. Bishop Kammerhoff and Zeisberger visited the town the next year. In 1748, Shikellamy died, the chief who had never swerved in his friendship to the province. He had been baptized in the Christian faith in Bethlehem, and was buried just outside of what was later Fort Augusta. James Logan, his second son, was perhaps the best known of his children, made so by the murder of his family near the mouth of Yellow Creek on the Ohio in 1774, the famous Logan's Lament. A large boulder with memorial tablet marks Shikellamy's grave. It was placed in 1915 by the Fort Augusta chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution, and the Pennsylvania Historical Commission. The boulder is a very close-grained rock, of the kind used by the Indians for their hardest and strongest implements. It was quarried near Wapwallopin, about 40 miles above Sunbury. This rock boulder from our local mountains will resist the forces of nature for centuries to come, as it has done for ages past. Shamokin, or Sunbury, was also the residence of Alamapis, or Sassunan, the head chief of the Delawares, so that this place was, in every sense of the term, the Indian capital of Pennsylvania from 1728 to 48, and was deserted in 1749 on account of a severe famine along the Susquehanna. At the north of Sunbury, along the River Drive, is site of Fort Augusta, built in 1756 by Colonel Miles and Captain Trump of the 2nd Pennsylvania Battalion. It was the frontier after Forts Muncie, Brady, and Freeland were destroyed in 1779 by British and Indians. The powder magazine and well, built of brick, are still intact and in good preservation. This was said to have been the most strategic point in the whole section. A monument on either side of the roadway marks the place. On the site of the fortifications is a brick mansion. Within are many relics taken from the fort, and draft of original plan. Visitors are welcome. Site of Fort Freeland on north side of Warriors Run, 4 miles east of Watsontown. It was a large stockaded log house built in 1773 and closing about half an acre. Sunbury was laid out in 1772 by William Maclay and John Lukens, by order of Governor Richard Penn, who named it. William Maclay, first United States Senator from Pennsylvania, built his stone residence, still standing, on the river bank in the northwest part of town. The city plan is like that of Philadelphia, and many of the streets have Philadelphia names. Market Street faces a public square between 2nd and 3rd Streets, known as Cameron Park, in which is the Civil War Soldiers' Monument, a granite shaft surmounted by a life-size granite statue of Colonel James Cameron, who organized a regiment from this county. Courthouse, 2nd Street, facing west side of Cameron Park, originally built in 1866. Georgian, brick with Hummelstown brown stone trimmings. Was remodeled in the same style in 1915 and enlarged in the rear with a cross wing, giving 2 fine courtrooms. Last architect, William H. Lee, Shamokin. The prison, 1 block away at the corner of 2nd and Arch Streets, medieval castle style, built 1878. Dark gray stone, with stone wall 20 feet high, surrounding the whole structure, has wing used as a penitentiary, where prisoners serve out their sentences. They weave carpets and make coarse hosiery. Northumberland, settled 1772, population 4,061. Dr. Joseph Priestley, chemist and philosopher, was its most noted inhabitant. He emigrated here in 1794 to be with his son, and died 1804. In 1874, scientists of America celebrated here the centennial of Dr. Priestley's discovery of oxygen. His house, built 1796, is still standing, in excellent preservation. A portrait of Dr. Priestley by Gilbert Stuart is owned by Miss Priestley. The Academy was erected in 1803, mainly through the efforts of Dr. Priestley. Reverend Isaac Greer, first principal. End of section 16. Section 17 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Westmoreland County. Formed February 26, 1773, named for the county of Westmoreland, England. Chief industries, coal, coke, gas, and manufactories. Ruins of old furnaces abound in this section, relics of the iron industry about 1800. The Lincoln Highway crosses this county, formerly the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh Turnpike, entering near Laughlinstown, at the base of Laurel Ridge, elevation 2,700 feet. Here is a museum of relics, shown in an old tavern of stagecoach days, built about 1800, where Daniel Webster is said to have stopped, and Zachary Taylor in 1848 held a reception. 3 miles west is Ligonier, on site of a fort built by Captain Byrd under the direction of Colonel Bouquet, a Swiss, named for Sir John Ligonier, a famous English general. All traces of the fort have been obliterated. A descriptive tablet, erected by the Daughters of the American Revolution, is in the town square. In the high school library is an engraving from a painting by Sir Joshua Reynolds of Sir John Ligonier. Nearby is Idlewild Park. At Bushy Run, the Indians made a furious attack on Bouquet and his company, but were utterly routed, and they retreated beyond the Ohio. Bouquet then marched to Fort Pitt and recovered it in 1763. Next year, he led an expedition beyond the Ohio River. The Indians sued for peace, and he compelled them to bring all their captives to Fort Pitt. 1.5 miles west of Ligonier is residence of General Arthur St. Clair from 1767 to 72, the Hermitage, rebuilt excepting one room, which is well cared for. There is a well-grounded tradition that Washington sent from Mount Vernon 2 expert carpenters, whose quaintly designed woodwork, mantelpiece, and wainscoting doubtless saved this room from destruction. The house was marked in 1913 by the Phoebe Bayard chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution, of Greensburg. 4 miles west of Latrobe is St. Vincent's Monastery and Church, dedicated in 1905, brick and stone buildings with highly decorated interiors, containing the main altar, onyx, set with jewels, and fine wood carvings from Italy. North on William Penn Highway is New Alexandria. Here, owned by Elizabeth Craig, is a rattlesnake flag, in use before the Revolution, made of crimson silk. In the upper left-hand corner is the English coat of arms. On the field is a rattlesnake with 13 rattles, indicating the 13 colonies. Underneath are the words, "Don't tread on me," JPFBWCP, for John Proctor's 1st Battalion, Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania, by whom it was adopted. Greensburg, population 15,033, formerly called Newtown, settled in 1782, made county seat in 1786, and name changed in honor of General Nathaniel Greene, who died at Savannah, Georgia that same year. Many of the Westmoreland County soldiers served under him in the Revolution. It now has its 4th courthouse, a dignified building, French Renaissance, white granite, the facade surmounted by a well-proportioned dome, dedicated 1908. Architect William Kaufman. Contains portraits of judges and lawyers. Among the churches of good architecture are the United Brethren, Classic, Doric, Architects Winkler and MacDonald, and the First Presbyterian on South Main Street, Gothic, Stone, Architects Cram and Ferguson. Other notable buildings are the Post Office, Classic, Ionic, the YMCA, an adaptation of Colonial, and St. Joseph's Academy with beautiful grounds overlooking the whole town. In St. Clair Cemetery is a monument to General Arthur St. Clair, who is buried here. About 5 miles distant is Oakford Park. Fells Church in Rostraver Township southwest is said to be the second Methodist church west of the Alleghenies, built of logs in 1792. Present stone building in 1834. In the burial ground are many pioneers of western Pennsylvania. End of section 17. Section 18 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Washington County. Formed March 28, 1781, named for President Washington, originally part of Augusta County, Virginia. First court held here was 2 miles west on the Gabby Farm, marked by granite block. Inscription: on this spot was held in 1776 the county court for the district of West Augusta, Virginia, the first court held by English-speaking people west of the Monongahela River. erected by Washington County Historical Society, 1905. Chief industries between 1860 and 80, raising fine stock and wool growing. In 1884, oil was discovered, and for 10 or 15 years this county became an oil center with some of the largest wells. Now coal is being shipped all over the country from seemingly boundless veins. Washington, county seat, laid out in 1782, population 21,480. Courthouse built in 1900 on Main Street, Italian Renaissance, Columbia sandstone and granite. Architect F.J. Osterling. Contains portraits, also collections made by the Washington County Historical Society. Ground given by David Hoge of Virginia, who owned large tracts of land where the town now is. Town Hall, cornerstone laid by General U.S. Grant in 1869. Contains public library, gift of Dr. Francis J. Lemoyne. Washington and Jefferson College, combined in 1870, from Washington College founded 1787, and Jefferson College founded in Canonsburg, 1802. Both flourished until the Civil War, when many students enlisted and financial depression followed. Located 1 square east of the courthouse. Oldest part, 2-story, stone, erected 1793. Main building, brick, 1836, enlarged 1875. Houses the YMCA, the museum, classrooms, and laboratories. Several other fine buildings of brick and stone are on the campus. Chapel contains portraits. Washington Seminary, recognized as one of the oldest and best institutions for women students, 1 square south of College, was built 1836. Bradford House, first stone house in this locality, was built 1794 by Colonel William Bradford, a leader in the whiskey insurrection. Residence Dr. Francis Julius Lemoyne, native of this town, built in 1812. East Maiden Street near Maine is one of the landmarks. He was a brilliant scholar, abolitionist, and promoter of the Underground Railroad. He built the first crematory in America, located south of Washington. First cremation, Baron de Palin, in 1876. Dr. Lemoyne was cremated 1879. The Presbyterian Church leads, with other principal denominations represented, also Jewish synagogue. West from Washington, the Campbell family founded the Disciples, or Christian Church, on Buffalo Creek. The Cumberland Road, built 1811, brought an almost unbroken stream of home seekers through this town, en route to the west. Bridges and culverts built about the same time still stand, models of solid masonry and good engineering. One is between Washington and Claysville, town named for Henry Clay, who had an interest in the road and frequently came here. Cannonsburg, laid out 1787 by Colonel John Cannon, population 10,632. A portion of his first grist mill is on original location near Chartiers Creek. Jefferson College, chartered 1802, oldest building erected in 1830, on North Central Avenue, highest ground in town. Was outgrowth of Dr. John McMillan's log cabin Latin school from 1782, first classical school west of the Allegheny Mountains. His cabin stands on the campus marked by a bronze tablet, placed by the Phi Gamma Delta fraternity custodians, having been removed from its original site 2 miles south of town. Franklin Hall, converted into a memorial hall in 1900, contains portraits of college presidents and professors between 1802 and 69. Also collections of old books from several early libraries and literary societies. May be seen by applying to any of the Memorial Hall committee. Stone edifice opposite campus, built by John Roberts, Esquire, who conducted a school and kept post office here in 1801. Parts of walls are said to be part of Stone Academy building, erected by Colonel Cannon, for which he donated the ground in 1790. It was merged with the log cabin school to form Jefferson College. 2-story building at northeast corner of Central Avenue and Pike Street, now grocery and hardware store, was site of the Joshua Emery's Hotel. Here President James Monroe was entertained in 1817. On east side of North Central Avenue between Pike and College Streets, vacant lot, site of Black Horse Tavern, notable as the resort of men who rifled the mail sacks when letters supposed to contain evidence against violators of the excise laws were stolen, en route to Philadelphia from Pittsburgh, 1794. Residence 62 to 68 East Pike Street, built by Dr. Jonathan Leatherman, before 1830. Here Dr. John McMillan died in 1833. The flower garden with brick wall was laid out by a landscape gardener brought from Philadelphia by Dr. Leatherman. Original design still retained. The Hutchinson House, north side, West College Street, corner of Hutchinson Avenue and adjacent lots, once the Hutchinson Farm, was where the Whiskey Boys encamped in 1794. Here also musters were held before the Civil War. Chartiers Presbyterian Hill Church and Burial Ground, 1 mile south of Cannonsburg, is where Dr. John McMillan began his pastorate in 1775 and was buried. Here Woodrow Wilson's father was also a former pastor. This site became a rendezvous for the whiskey insurrectionists in 1794. A natural park of 70 acres within east side of the borough, acquired by gift, is a beautiful breathing spot for the whole community. About 1 mile northeast of Cannonsburg at Morganza is the Western Pennsylvania Industrial School. The Morgan lands, 1,100 acres, was the home of General George Morgan, Indian agent in Pittsburgh, 1775-79. A portion of his residence is still standing, about midway between Morganza and Pollock. Here he was visited by Aaron Burr in 1806. General Morgan and his 2 sons were summoned to Richmond as witnesses when Burr was tried for treason. Monongahela, an important town, first called Parkinson's Ferry, then Williamsport. The men here took an active part in the Whiskey Insurrection, 1794. It furnished its quota of soldiers, known as the Williamsport Rangers, for the War of 1812. Monument to Colonel Hawkins and to the Philippine veterans. James Gillespie Blaine was born at West Brownsville in 1830. Amity, southern part of Washington near county line, was the residence of Solomon Spaulding, born in Connecticut, minister of the Congregational Church. Here he wrote the manuscript found, or Book of Mormon. He was not a robust man and spent many hours writing this romance, with no idea of founding a religious sect. He would read his book in the evenings to the men gathered in the general store. Died 1816, age 55. Grave marked by large granite block. End of section 18.
Section 19 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Fayette County. Organized September 26, 1783, named in honor of the Marquis de Lafayette, occupied prominent place in Indian, Revolutionary, and later wars. On Jacob's Creek, a mile and a half above the point where it empties into the Allegheny River, stands the ruins of the first furnace for the production of pig iron west of the Allegheny Mountains. The furnace was put into blast November 1790 and was known as the Alliance Iron Works, operated by William Trumbull and Peter Marmee of Philadelphia. It continued in blast until 1802, using the native ores from the neighboring hillsides and charcoal burned from the surrounding forests. In 1792, the company cast 400 6-pound shot for the Fort Pitt Arsenal at Pittsburgh. Coal mining and coke are now the chief industries. Connellsville coke is known throughout the industrial world. Aboriginal inhabitants were the Shawnee Indians, who made various earthworks and burial mounds along the Monongahela and the Allegheny rivers before their migration southward. It was part of the hunting grounds of the Iroquois Confederation. The Indian title was extinguished by treaty at Fort Stanwix, 1768. In 1749, Nemacolin, a Delaware Indian, guided Colonel Thomas Cresap from Wills Creek, Cumberland, Maryland, to the mouth of Dunlap's Creek, where Fort Byrd was erected in 1759 on the site of Redstone Old Fort, an Indian earthwork, now Brownsville. This was called Nemacolin's Trail and was the best course for the Ohio Company to reach the Ohio River. It was followed by Washington, with Christopher Gist, to the French forts in 1753, the first actual step here in conflict with France. During the French and Indian War, Fayette County was the scene of some of the most thrilling events in American history. In 1745, Washington's expedition to gain possession of the Ohio Valley followed this trail to drive the French from the Forks, Pittsburgh. He advanced to Gist's plantation at Mount Braddock, then retreated to the Great Meadows, Fort Necessity, marked by tablet at Mount Washington, where he was defeated by the French under Monsieur Coulon de Villiers. Previous to this, Washington had met a detachment of French soldiers under Monsieur Coulon de Jumonville, in which Jumonville was killed, grave marked by tablet, first bloodshed in French and Indian War. In 1755, Major General Edward Braddock's expedition against Fort Duquesne followed Nemacolin's Trail to Mount Braddock, thence over Catawba Trail, which enters Fayette County at mouth of Dunker's Creek. Northward through Uniontown, crossing the Allegheny, Stewart's Crossing, at Connellsville, on through Mount Pleasant to Westmoreland County, Hunkers, Circleville, to McKeesport, crossing the Monongahela, then recrossing below at mouth of Turtle Creek. General Braddock, mortally wounded in the Battle of the Monongahela, was carried back over the road he had opened to a point on the Cumberland Road, National Pike, where he died and was buried. Washington read the Episcopal burial service over him. Grave marked by monument erected by officers of his old regiment, the Coldstream Guards of England. Braddock's Road became the main highway for settlers of southwest Pennsylvania and Kentucky. The entire course is full of historic interest, sites of encampments, blockhouses, and Indian forts. Some are marked. Uniontown, county seat, formed 1776. Population 15,692. Courthouse, Italian Renaissance, stone. Architects E. M. Butts and William Kaufman, Pittsburgh. Presbyterian Church has fine Tiffany windows. Mr. James Haddon, the historian of Fayette County, has a life-size bust of Washington cut by himself from the wood of a wild cherry tree, which grew within the lines of Fort Necessity in 1784. Washington owned the land on which the tree stood. 2 miles south is Fort Gaddis, only frontier or settlers' fort now known standing in Fayette County, marked by tablet in 1908. There were 16 such forts in this county, built of heavy logs, making durable houses for the frontiersmen and safe retreat for neighboring settlers. Connellsville, population 13,804. On grounds of the Carnegie Free Library is a bronze statue of Colonel William Crawford, pioneer and patriot, who, in 1765, built the first cabin home within limits of Connellsville, killed by Indians in 1782. Sculptor Charles S. Kilpatrick, tablet on base placed by Pennsylvania Historical Commission. Trinity Lutheran Church, Italian Renaissance, native white sandstone, trimmed with Indiana limestone, built 1911, contains copy of Bouguereau's Resurrection. In the tower is chime of 12 bells. Architect J.C. Fulton, Uniontown. Lafayette was entertained in 1825 at Friendship Hill near New Geneva, the home of Albert Gallatin, member of Congress, minister plenipotentiary from the United States to 2 courts of Europe, signer of the Treaty of Ghent, secretary of the Treasury in Jefferson's and Madison's administrations. The house was built 1789, enlarged 1882, and with the estate of 700 acres is still of great beauty. Albert Gallatin's library remains just as he left it, on a high eminence, overlooking the Monongahela River. On the edge of a precipice 300 feet above the river, the view is said to be similar to that from Heidelberg Castle. The main entrance is near the Old Morgantown Road, a historic highway. End of section 19. Section 20 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Franklin County. Formed September 9, 1784, named for Benjamin Franklin, whose fame was then worldwide. Earliest settlers Scotch-Irish, later Germans. Chief industry agriculture. The land east is limestone and very fertile. West, slate lands prevail, abounding in pure streams and rich meadows. The Conococheague and Conocoquinet creeks drain the central part of the county. They are crossed by many stone arch bridges of graceful architecture. The most notable is at Heister's Mill, 3 arches. The principal road, now part of the Lincoln Highway, enters the county near the historic Thaddeus Stevens Iron Works, built 1837 at Caledonia, which comprised about 20,000 acres, now in state forestry reservation, and with the Mont Alto tract, makes a total of about 40,000 acres. The mill and machinery were entirely destroyed in 1863 by order of General Early on account of Stevens's well-known activity as an abolitionist. This road was route of greater part of Lee's army to and from the battlefield of Gettysburg to Chambersburg, site of encampment before the battle, a little beyond the hospital, east from Chambersburg. Other roads leading west of historic interest are the Two Mountain and the Path Valley, formerly Indian trails. County seat, Chambersburg, settled 1764, population 13,171. In center square is a boulder with tablet commemorating the burning of Chambersburg by Confederate cavalry, July 1, 1864. Facing the square are the brick courthouse, Southern colonial with fluted columns, cupola, and clock, contains portraits of judges, and the Central Presbyterian Church with Tiffany windows. Near are Miller's Drug Store on site of Jack Tavern, where the first court was held in 1784. Large mortar in front was made from one of the pillars of the burned courthouse. United States Post Office, Main and King Streets, built 1912, semi-classic, light colonial brick with gray stone facing. Masonic Temple, built 1823, saved by Confederate Masons when the town was burned. Zion Reformed Church, built 1812, exterior unchanged, particularly good lines and steeple, has Tiffany windows. On King Street stands the house John Brown occupied, second from Union Baptist Church. Nicholas Store on Main Street near Queen is site of Old Tavern where President Washington and Alexander Hamilton spent the night, en route to quell the whiskey insurrection in 1794. Market House, second in Queen Streets, built 1830, brick colonial with clock tower. Wilson College comprises 7 buildings, including Thompson Memorial Hall, built 1904, modified Gothic with auditorium and fine organ. Architect George C. Baum, Philadelphia. Falling Spring Presbyterian Church and Chapel, organized 1736, services first held in Benjamin Chambers' sawmill. Present church built 1803. Chapel 1873, native stone, has Tiffany memorial windows to Judge and Mrs. Alexander Thompson, parents of Frank Thompson, Esquire. Rocky Spring Presbyterian Church, 4 miles northwest from Chambersburg, built 1794 by the Scotch-Irish, colonial, with high, straight-backed pews, and original old high pulpit with sounding board, pewter communion service from England, and 10-plate stoves. Dr. McIntosh preached here, has an interesting old graveyard, keys kept at adjoining farmhouse. The Mont Alto Park, formerly a famous picnic ground, now in charge of State Forestry Commission in the South Mountain, and old maps named the Valley of 1,000 Springs, contains an old Protestant Episcopal church, near which is a native boulder with granite tablet, marking the place where Captain John E. Cook of John Brown's Army of Liberation was captured and disarmed, October 25, 1859, erected by the Kittatinny Historical Society, 1909. The State Forest Academy is here, where the state educates its foresters free of all cost. In 1900, the Bureau of Forestry had grown to the point where it should be raised to the rank of a department, of which the chief should be a member of the governor's cabinet. There was strenuous opposition, but owing to the flood of letters received by members of the legislature from the women of the state federated clubs, the change was made, and Pennsylvania takes a commanding place in the forestry and conservation movement. The White Pine State Sanatorium No. 1, free for consumptives, is also here, one of the largest in the world. South is Waynesboro, good roads and notably fine scenery in this section. Greencastle, birthplace of Robert McClelland in 1807, see Honor Roll. Directly north on State Road is monument to mark where Corporal William H. Rill fell, first soldier killed on northern soil in Civil War. Mercersburg, settled between 1730 to 35, population 1,663, named for General Hugh Mercer, who was killed in the Battle of Princeton. Mercersburg Academy, main hall, built 1833, used as hospital for wounded soldiers on retreat from Gettysburg, is a notable example of Southern colonial architecture, with fine pillars and surmounted by a cupola. The 88 dormitory, given largely by the class of 1888 of Princeton University, is Tudor Gothic, brick and white stone. Keel Hall, the refectory, interior, baronial Gothic with frescoes and hangings by Tiffany. Over mantel in wood carved by John J. Main is the Boar Hunt, from design by A. Sterling Calder. Notable collection of university shields in glass and wood. Mosaic armorial design and hearth. Locks Hall, Tudor Gothic, has mural painting in trophy room, the Victor, representing a Mercersburg boy being crowned victor in athletic skill. Artist, Edward Howland Blashfield. Also collection of portraits of distinguished men, including President James Buchanan, Thomas A. Scott, and W. M. Irvine, by William Merritt Chase. Dr. E. E. Hybe, by Carroll Beckwith, and Dr. Thomas Apple, by John W. Alexander. The new gymnasium, architect Frank Miles Day, has stained glass by Tiffany. Historic houses on Main Street, one in which Harriet Lane Johnston was born, built 1788, by Colonel Robert Parker, friend of Lafayette, has interesting interior woodwork, and residence of Dr. William McGaw, who dressed Lafayette's wounds after the Battle of Brandywine, grounds now in campus of Academy. Near Mercersburg, Irwinton Mills, a picturesque spot on the west branch of the Conococheague, birthplace of Jane and Elizabeth Irwin, who were married to the Harrison brothers. Jane was mistress of the White House in 1841. Elizabeth became the mother of President Benjamin Harrison. East of town, birthplace of William Findlay, see Honor Roll. President James Buchanan was born at Cove Gap, 3 miles from Mercersburg, birthplace marked by monument erected by the will of his niece, Harriet Lane Johnston. The house was later removed to Lafayette Street, Mercersburg. The famous Packer's Path, used by pack horses, leads from Stony Batter across the mountains to Pittsburgh. Site of Fort McCord near Yankee Gap at North Mountain is where 27 pioneer settlers were massacred or carried into captivity by Indians in 1756, and 32 provincial soldiers killed or wounded in their effort at rescue. Marked by Native Stone Monument 1914, erected by the Enoch Brown Association and Pennsylvania Historical Commission. Northeast is the Enoch Brown Park, with monument sacred to the memory of Enoch Brown and 11 scholars massacred by Indians here in 1764 during the Pontiac War. Large collection of Indian curios found near here are owned by Benjamin Snively, Jr. South is site of Fort Loudon, marked. Natives of Franklin County in the World's Honor Roll are Samuel Adams, Senator from Mississippi, George Washington Buchanan, United States District Attorney for Dakota, James Buchanan, 1791 to 1868, schoolboy in Mercersburg, lawyer, member of the legislature and of Congress, minister to Russia, member of United States Senate, Secretary of State, minister to Great Britain, 15th President of the United States. Edmund R. Calhoun, Rear Admiral, United States Navy, Hugh S. Campbell, United States District Attorney for Dakota, George Chambers, 1786 to 1866, Judge of the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, Matthew St. Clair Clark, Clerk of the United States House of Representatives, Colonel Thomas Hartley Crawford, Judge of the United States Court, District of Columbia, and Commissioner for Indian Affairs, George Eyster, Assistant United States Treasurer at Philadelphia, William Findlay, 1768 to 1846, State Treasurer, United States Senator, Governor, Assistant United States Treasurer at Philadelphia, Henry Harbaugh, 1817 to 67, theologian, poet, hymn writer, Robert Johnston, Collector of Excise, appointed by President Washington, John Maclay, member of the Convention at Carpenter's Hall, Samuel Maclay, United States Senator, William Maclay, first United States Senator from Pennsylvania, died 1825, Robert McClelland, United States Secretary of the Interior, Governor of Michigan. James McLean, member of the Supreme Executive Council and of the Pennsylvania Council of Censors, member of the convention at Carpenter's Hall. John Williamson Nevin, 1803 to 86, president of Franklin and Marshall College, theologian, author, preacher. William M. Nevin, 1806 to 92, poet, teacher. James Potter, Major General of the Continental Army. John Rowe, Surveyor General of Pennsylvania. Thomas A. Scott, Assistant Secretary of War, President, Pennsylvania Railroad. Frank Thompson, President, Pennsylvania Railroad. Joseph Williams, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Iowa. End of section 20. Section 21 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Montgomery County. Formed September 10, 1784, named in honor of General Richard Montgomery, ranks third in the state as to amount of money at interest paying state tax, notable for fine suburban residences and for Washington's itinerary and camp at Valley Forge, with 11,098 men. The Valley Forge Park Commission acquired, in 1893, 472 acres, partly in Chester County, to maintain and preserve forever the Revolutionary campground. American Army here from December 19, 1777 to June 19, 1778. Soldiers built their huts 16 by 14 feet by 6.5 feet high, each to accommodate 12 men, and bore their sufferings from cold, starvation, and sickness like heroes. Facts of interest are: Baron von Steuben came from Germany with his secretary, Peter S. du Ponceau, after having served as an aide-de-camp to Frederick the Great. He was appointed Inspector General of the American Army and gave them military training and discipline. Mrs. Washington came to Valley Forge February 27, 1778, and on May 18th, a detachment under Marquis de Lafayette moved to Barren Hill, but the British came in force against them, and they retreated over Matson's Ford, Conshohocken, on a bridge of rafts. On June 18th, British evacuated Philadelphia. June 19th, Washington and Army left Valley Forge in pursuit. A marker is placed where General Sullivan and soldiers built a bridge across the Schuylkill in 1778. Redoubts and entrenchments have been restored. Every point of interest has been marked with granite tablets by various historical societies, and by the states whose sons suffered here. Bronze equestrian statue of General Anthony Wayne, sculptor, H.K. Bush Brown, made 1908, marks site of cantonment of his troops. Near this is replica of a brigade hospital, a soldier's hut, and the bronze statue of General Friedrich Wilhelm von Steuben, granite pedestal with bronze relief. Sculptor J. Otto Schweitzer, erected 1915 by National German-American Alliance. National Memorial Arch, one of the most beautiful structures of its kind, granite, designed by Paul P. Crett, was erected by the United States government in 1914 as a tribute to George Washington and his regiments. Washington's headquarters, home of Isaac Potts, open daily, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., is arranged as when he occupied it. Washington Inn was used as Army bakery during encampment. Ovens and basement, originally home of Colonel William Dewey's, Sheriff of Philadelphia, and owner with John Potts of the Forge. The Star Redoubt, the Defender's Gate, cemetery, and view from observatory on Mount Joy are interesting. Museum of American History contains rare relics of Washington and the war. Washington Memorial Protestant Episcopal Chapel and the Cloister of the Colonies, in which each of the 13 colonies will be represented by a bay. In the center of each is the colonial seal in brass. Ceiling, hand-carved oak, and the central boss of each the state coat of arms. The cloister encloses the garth, in which is a bronze statue, Sacrifice and Devotion, by Bella Pratt, in honor of the mothers of the nation. The porch gates were wrought by Samuel Yellen. Hammered in the iron are the symbols of the 4 evangelists. The lock has a miniature Liberty Bell as a keeper, and the sliding bolt passes through the knapsack of a Continental soldier, guarding the lock. Windows in the chapel from DeCenzo Studios. Waterman Monument marks the grave of only identified soldier buried here. Across the Schuylkill is Fat Land, built by James Vaux. Washington slept here September 21, 1777. The next day, Sir William Howe came here and almost caught him. At Port Kennedy, 1½ miles east of Valley Forge, prehistoric bones of saber-toothed tigers and extinct animals are found. West of Valley Forge, Mill Grove, built 1762, still standing, residence of John James Audubon. Here he studied, painted, and wrote about birds of America that have made him world famous. Near, at the mouth of Perkiomen Creek, Washington's army encamped at Richardson's Ford, September 21st, after marching all night, wet breast-high and hungry, 1,000 men without shoes. Howe moved on west of Schuylkill toward Reading, the depot of American supplies, having burned buildings at Valley Forge on his way, and reached Phoenixville, Fountain Inn. Washington marched his troops to Upper Hanover, within 4 miles of Pottstown. His headquarters were residence of John Potts, built 1753, and sent General Wayne with 1,500 men to harass the rear of British army under General Grey, but they were outnumbered by the British and massacred at Pauli, marked by 2 monuments. Pottstown, founded by John Potts, population 17,431, noted for its iron industries since 1716. Mill Park Hotel, built 1752 for residence of founder, who was visited here by Washington. Friends Meeting House, built 1752, ground given by John Potts. He also gave ground for Zion Lutheran Church, Georgian, 1753. Residences of founder's 3 sons, Dr. Jonathan Potts, Director General of Hospitals, Northern Department in the Revolutionary War, Stowe, west of Pottstown. Samuel Potts, east of Pottstown, now Hill School. John Potts, Jr., a Tory judge, corner of High and Hanover Streets, center of town, later residence of General Arthur St. Clair. Daughters of the American Revolution tablet on side. Emmanuel Lutheran Church, architects Leckman and Murphy, windows from DeCenzo Studios. Christ Protestant Episcopal Church, Gothic, brownstone, good memorial windows, was received in convention in 1827. Pottstown Hospital is controlled by Board of Women Managers, also the library, in which art exhibitions are shown. Not until William Penn came was any effort made to manufacture iron in Pennsylvania. Having iron furnaces of his own at Hawkhurst, England, he was interested to encourage the industry here. Thomas Rudder, bailiff of Germantown from 1705 to 06, after Pastorius, moved up the Schuylkill on patent of land from William Penn, deed still in the family, and manufactured in 1717 the Pool Forge on Manatawny Creek, 3 miles above Pottstown. He was the first in Pennsylvania to manufacture iron. Ore is still being mined from the same beds. Among the great names in our early iron industry, Rudder and Potts stand preeminent. The list of forges and furnaces on the Manatawny and its branches, owned by their intermarried families before the Revolution, include Mount Pleasant Furnace and Forge, Spring Forge, Colebrookdale Furnace and Forge, Amity Forge, Rudder's Forge, Pool Forges, Pine Forge, and Little Pine Forge. Near Boyertown is Ringing Rocks, a natural curiosity. They make a complete octave. Michael Schlatter preached at Manatawny in 1748, also in the Reformed Church built in 1743. McCall's, or Glasgow Forge, on Manatawny Creek, still in operation, was erected in 1725 on land conveyed by William Penn to his son John in 1701, 14,600 acres. Sold to George McCall of Glasgow, Scotland in 1735, who also had interest in Colebrookdale Furnace managed by Thomas Potts, Jr., which supplied McCall's forge with pig iron. Green Lane Forge, on Perkiomen Creek, notable for its excellent blooms, was built in 1733 by Thomas Mayberry, earliest settler in Marlborough Township, who bought 1,210 acres, supplied with pig iron from Durham Furnace, Berks County. Equipment, water wheel, huge bellows, 2-air pipe, open hearth forge, melting pots, and cone-like charcoal kilns. Montgomery County automobile trip to Valley Forge. Return by Schuylkill River Drive to Philadelphia. From 32nd and Market Streets, Philadelphia, out Lancaster Avenue, first turnpike in United States, completed in 1794, pattern for all subsequent roadbeds. Main highway to Pittsburgh, once thronged with teams, coaches, and Conestoga wagons with 6 horses, making 20 miles a day. Trip from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh and return, 333 miles in 6 weeks. Wayside inns were located a mile apart. Originally part of Indian Trail, later Kings Highway, Lancaster Pike, Main Line, now Lincoln Highway, made free of tolls July 15, 1917. Overbrook, Roman Catholic Theological Seminary, St. Charles Borromeo, contains painting Crucifixion by the late Thomas Eakins. The Pennsylvania Institution for the Instruction of the Blind, designed by E.A. Allen, Spanish Renaissance, 1898, architects Cope and Stewardson, considered finest residential school for blind in the world, particularly well equipped for the purpose. Montgomery County, near Narberth Station, Old Marion Meeting House, built 1695. Stone, sharp roof, curious pointed gables over doors. Peg is still shown where William Penn hung his hat when he rose to preach. Beyond is site of Penn Cottage, built 1695. Marion, Dr. Barnes Art Museum, built of imported French limestone, modern art. Ardmore, St. Paul's Lutheran Church and Burial Ground, log church, built 1769. Present church, 1873. Red Lion Inn still standing. Haverford, Haverford College for Boys, founded in 1833 by Society of Orthodox Friends. Life is focused inward. Neither sight nor sound of the outer world reaches the campus of 225 acres, on which are farm and woodland, cricket and football fields, tennis courts, a running track, and skating pond. The arrangement of buildings, chiefly modern colonial, from 1833 to 1912, shows the result that comes only by slow growth and care. Architects W.S. Vaux, Cope and Stewardson, W. F. Price, Bailey, and Bassett. Library contains over 400 Babylonian clay tablets from 2500 BC. Harris Collection of Oriental Manuscripts, 700 reproductions in fictile ivory of ancient and medieval carved ivories in British Museum from 2nd to 18th centuries. Roberts autographs, more than 11,000 items, covering period from late 15th century to present day. Some portraits of Haverford alumni. Old Haverford Meeting House near Cobb's Creek, stone, built 1696, has horse block used by William Penn in dismounting. Chimney had curious openings in outside wall, through which firewood was introduced to the hearth. Their position is still traceable. The Buck Tavern, built 1732, now Haverford House. Bryn Mawr, 415 feet above sea level, Welsh, Great Hill. Bryn Mawr College, founded by Dr. Joseph W. Taylor of Burlington, New Jersey in 1880, to establish an institute for advanced learning for women to have equal advantages with men. The college has continued a high standard of academic work and maintains graduate school for women doing research work in all branches. Buildings, chiefly varieties of Gothic architecture, stone, date from 1882 to 1913. Architects Addison Hutton, Cope and Stewardson, C. Francis Osborne, Lockwood de Forest, and Windsor Sole. The library, Jacobean Gothic, period 1630. Encloses cloister garden with center fountain. Bosses of cloister arches are carved by hand. Sculptor Alec Miller from England. Memorial brasses, set in wall, were designed by Lockwood de Forest. Reading room contains portraits of President M. Carey Thomas by John S. Sargent and ex-President James E. Rhodes by William M. Chase. Rosemont, residence Alba Johnson, Esquire, late Tudor, is typical of mainline residences, many of them Norman or English. Grounds in woodland and best traditions of English landscape gardening. Marble statue of Eve, made 1855 by Bartholomew, Rome. Lead statuary, Neptune and Horses Fountain from Bronze Grove Guild, Worcester, England. Walter Gilbert, sculptor. The grounds may sometimes be seen by writing to owner for permission. Villanova, Roman Catholic College and Monastery. Bernard Core Memorial Hall, Old English Gothic, built 1912-14. Architects, Durang and Son. Radnor, Delaware County, Friends Meeting House, built 1718, used as hospital for Morgan's Riflemen and Potter's Brigade in 1778. St. David's Church, built 1715 by the congregation, named for patron saint of Wales. Native stone used as hospital in Revolutionary War, leaden sash melted for bullets. Swedish missionary at Wicaco held first services here. General Anthony Wayne, vestryman, is buried in church grounds. His monument was erected by Pennsylvania Society of the Cincinnati in 1809. Judge William Moore and wife, buried under the doorstep. Their daughter was the wife of the first provost, William Smith, U of P communion service given by Queen Anne. Wayne, General Wayne Inn, hotel since 1707. Wayne's encampment near in 1792, before his western campaign against Indians. Chester County, Lincoln Highway to Stratford, Township Line Road to Valley Forge, see page 253. Return, Montgomery County, Valley Forge Road to King of Prussia Inn, built 1749. Continue on Gulf Road to Gulf Mills. Stone, built 1747. Boulder Monument, inscription. Gulf Mills, the main Continental Army commanded by General George Washington, encamped in this vicinity December 13 to December 19, 1777, on way to Valley Forge, erected by the Pennsylvania Society, Sons of the Revolution, 1892. Over Gulf Creek near Gulf Station, Philadelphia and Western Railroad is Stone Bridge. Inscription, Montgomery County, Upper Marion Township, 1787, in the second year of the Federal Union. West Conshohocken, Matson's Ford, over which Lafayette retreated from the British in 1778, continue along Schuylkill River Drive to Belmont Avenue, through Fairmount Park to Philadelphia. Montgomery County automobile trip on Old York Road to Doylestown, Bucks County, leading to Center Bridge. Old York Road, original stage route to New York, laid out in 1711, from City Line to Center Bridge. Elkins Park Station, residence of the late P.A.B. Widener. Linwood Hall, notable for one of the finest art collections in the United States. Nearby, residence of William L. Elkins has notable art gallery. Both galleries may sometimes be seen by writing to owners for cards of admission. South of Chelton Avenue, Stone Bridge, 2 arches, date 1793. Opposite is only milestone of Old Ceres south of the Neshaminy. It is the 7th milestone mentioned in Washington's orders for the attack on Germantown. West is residence of the late Lucretia Mott, Oak Farm, near Lamott, now Latham Park. Ogontz, residence of the late J. Cook, financier of the Civil War, named for an Indian chief whom he had met. Over to Coney Creek is Stone Bridge, inscription, Cheltenham Bridge, 1798, 7.5 miles to Phila. Church Road, near Myers Mill, Cheltenham, site, country residence of William Penn. On part of this land is country residence of the late John Wanamaker. At Washington Lane, southeast boundary of Jenkintown, is large oak tree where Washington rested his white horse. A quarter of a mile east of Jenkintown is Abington Friends Meeting House, organized 1682, built 1697 by William Jenkins from Wales. Stone, long piazza, old shutters with strap hinges and iron hooks, door latch and knobs. All in keeping with its period of construction, fine old trees and grounds are well cared for. 1 mile north, Rydal Station, Ogaunt's School for Girls, lately in J. Cook Mansion, organized about 1850 by Mrs. Bonney and DeLay, collegiate Gothic, built 1917, architects Cope and Stewardson, has art department. Through Meadowbrook, 1 mile east to Bethayres, residence, Henry McCarter, artist. 1 mile north, Bryn Athen, name means Hill of Cohesiveness, a Swedenborgian educational community. Library contains the most valuable collection of Swedenborg's writings in the world. Here is being erected a cathedral. Architect Ralph Adams Cram, gift of John Pitcairn. Like the cathedrals of old, all work is prepared on the grounds, wood carving and stone cutting by hand, glass manufactured, models made. The workman in consultation with the donor and the architect to obtain the best results. Return to York Road. Abington Library, originally Jenkintown Lyceum, built 1830, lately remodeled, modern colonial, contains valuable collection of books bequeathed by John Lambert, artist, who also left $50,000 in trust for purchasing paintings by young artists at annual exhibitions in Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts. Presbyterian Church, built 1714, is said to be third in this country. In 1740, George Whitefield preached here to 3,000 persons in one day. Willow Grove Park, pleasure resort, fine concerts given throughout the summer season by Sousa and others. North on Doylestown Pike, Horsham, Graham Park, colonial, stone house, hipped roof. Residence, Sir William Keith, from Scotland, Baronet of Ludcoherne, Aberdeenshire, Lieutenant Governor of Pennsylvania, 1717 to 26. He laid foundation of the military system, encouraged putting out paper currency, and inaugurated a military display at Penn's death, property later owned by Dr. Thomas Graham, his son-in-law. Governor Keith's coat of arms is on a large iron plate in the fireplace. In the yard is an antique slave bell and stone strength tester. Quaker Meeting House, built 1803. Approaching Hatboro, Stone Bridge leads York Road over Pennypack Creek. Inscription, Hatboro, 1780, 16 miles to P. It is said this bridge was built in 1824, stone taken from an outer bridge. Battle of Crooked Billet, name of nearby tavern, fought in 1778. A small company of Americans under Colonel John Lacey were attacked by British under Lieutenant Colonel Abercrombie and nearly all killed. White marble monument was erected here in 1861. Continued in Berks County. Montgomery County automobile trip from Chestnut Hill to Camp Hill and Fort Washington. Return by Norristown to Philadelphia. At Chestnut Hill on Bethlehem Pike, we enter White Marsh Valley, umbilicaments, named from mists of Wissahickon Creek. Nearby is Erdenheim, Carson College on 100 acres of ground, richly endowed by Robert N. Carson for orphan girls, that they may have the same benefits which Girard College has accorded to orphan boys. The architect, Albert Kelsey, has planned his design to be an allegorical vision of women's life, combining beauty, utility, and sympathy. He eliminates the usual large central buildings, the administration and classrooms being in the nature of a college settlement, which make up in beauty what they lack in size, and may be expanded as occasion demands. Passing the Wheel Pump and Black Horse, famous early hotels. Colonial houses, Presbyterian and Lutheran churches with their burial grounds, to junction with Skippack Road. St. Thomas Protestant Episcopal Church contains communion service given by Queen Anne, first log chapel built by Edward Farmer, 1690, stone church built 1710 on first site. During the Revolutionary War, church was occupied by various military forces, used as fort by British with guns and windows. The gravestones, long flat pieces of slate on 4 columns, used as cooking stoves, with fires lighted underneath. Upright stones were marks for target practice. Bullet holes may still be seen in them. American forces camped here November 22, 1777. Being warned by Lydia Darragh of a British attack when the enemy made their appearance, General Wayne opened fire from Fort Washington, the British retreating with a loss of 100 men. White Marsh Church is repeatedly mentioned in Washington's diary as a center of operations. Present church near first site, consecrated 1881. Gothic, native stone, interesting interior, with high-pointed roof and narrow lancet memorial windows, all made abroad but one, Angel of the Resurrection by Tiffany. High on west wall is a rose window. 3 small lights in the George and Anna Catherine sheaf window are said to have been painted by Albrecht Dürer. Reredos, Christ breaking the bread, painted in Italy. Altar, Indiana limestone with carved angels kneeling. The rood screen with loft, English quartered oak, is exquisitely carved. Encircling a window is a mural decorated by Mariana Sloane. In the burial ground is an Iona cross, marking last resting place of Henry Howard Houston, for whose memorial Houston Hall was given to the University of Pennsylvania. View from north door of church shows east Camp Hill, and valley below Washington's headquarters, stone house 2.5 stories, 1/2 mile east from Camp Hill Station, Pennsylvania Railroad, left wing of Army, posted rear of house. Here Washington decided to establish fortified encampment at Valley Forge. December 12th, whole army ordered to march to Valley Forge via Swedes Ford, Norristown, where they crossed the Schuylkill on a bridge of wagons, with rails laid over them. Swedes Ford, hotel built 1723, still standing at Bridgeport. North of St. Thomas Church, we locate Fort Washington by its flagstaff, in center of earthwork thrown up by General Anthony Wayne's men. West from Church, Militia Hill, where some of the stones, used as anchors for tents, are still in position. At foot of hill is Wissahickon Creek, over which leads the high railroad bridge belonging to the Trenton Cutoff of the Pennsylvania Railroad. Passing Fort Side Inn, north on Bethlehem Pike, is Stone Marker. Inscription: about 700 feet south of this stone is an American redoubt and site of Howe's threatened attack, December 6, 1777. From here, Washington's army marched to Valley Forge, erected 1891 by the Pennsylvania Society, Sons of the Revolution. Farther on Bethlehem Pike, over Sandy Run, is the village of Fort Washington, now home of the Darby School of Painting, a summer art school conducted by Hugh H. Breckenridge, member of the faculty of the Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts. There, science of color is taught in its fullest significance. On Engertown Road is Old Friends Meeting House. Farther on Limekiln Pike is Pennsylvania School of Horticulture for Women, Post Office, Ambler, founded in 1910, thorough training through all seasons, eliminates waste of costly inexperience, and fits a woman for a life that is healthful, attractive, and remunerative. Near Sumney Town and Butler Pike is 3 Tons Inn. Gwyneth Meeting House, built 1700. Welsh Quakers worshipped here. Down Butler Pike to Ambler, residence of Dr. R.V. Madison, built 1890, Scotch baronial style. Wrought iron gates designed in Munich. Opposite is Trinity Memorial Church, Romanesque, noted for its beautiful windows. Designed by F.S. Lamb, original, and adapted from paintings by world-famous artists of scenes in Christ's life, made by J. and R. Lamb. Interior paneled in oak, similar to House of Parliament, London. Font Italian marble, good design. Through Morris Road, over bridge crossed by Washington's army, between Morris and Skippack Roads, 1 mile west of Ambler, is Stone Residence, built by Abraham Dawes in 1736, was Washington's headquarters, October 21, 1777. Out Skippack Road, on road from Center Square to Hebnerville, Washington's headquarters, October 16th. Residence of Peter Wentz, still standing, 2-story, stone, built 1758. Out Township line to Colpsville, on Sumney Town Road, Baptist or Mennonite Meeting House. Here are buried General Francis Nash of North Carolina and other officers who died of wounds received in the Battle of Germantown. Northwest 1 mile, Harleysville, residence of Henry Funk, Bishop of Mennonite Church, who, with the Dunkards of Ephrata, made translation, in 1748, from the German, of Thielman Jan van Braat's great historical book of the Mennonites, termed the noblest specimen of American colonial bibliography. Henry Funk's mill, still standing, known as Musselman's Mill, contains a parchment deed, date 1733, with great seal of the province and signature of Thomas Penn. Return to Skippack Road, to Pennypacker's Mills, Schwenksville, residence of the late Governor Samuel Pennypacker, 2-story stone house, Washington's headquarters before and after Battle of Germantown. Army marched down Skippack Road, 7 p.m., October 3rd, to attack the enemy. Here, October 7th, Washington received a committee of friends, appointed by the yearly meeting against war. Schwenksville was settled by Schwenkfelders from Silesia in 1734. Caspar Schwenkfeld preached in 1523 doctrines accepted by George Fox in 1648, were forerunners of Quakers. Perkiomen Seminary, at Pennsburg, originated in a school founded by Schwenkfelders, 1764. Down Perkiomen Creek Road, over finest old stone bridge in state, 5 arches, built 1799. Architect George Lewis. Carey's Ridge Road over Perkiomen Creek at Collegeville, Ursinus College, Coed Lutheran, portraits by Albert Rosenthal, and Old Providence Meeting House. 1 mile west, at Trapp, Augustus Church, oldest Lutheran church in the United States, built 1743, unaltered, used as a hospital for American soldiers during Revolutionary War. Henry Melchior Muhlenberg was sent from Halle, Germany, in 1742 to organize this church in Pennsylvania, first regularly ordained preacher. Reports he sent to Halle supply much early original information. His sons, born here, were General Peter Muhlenberg, pastor of church in Shenandoah Valley, who called on his congregation to enlist in the Revolutionary War, and Frederick Augustus, Speaker, First National Congress, 1789. Evansburg, St. James Protestant Episcopal Church and Schoolhouse, built about 1700, contains Bible, prayer book, and old walnut communion table, sent over by the English Society in 1723 to its foreign mission. Revolutionary soldiers are buried in the churchyard. Here is an 8-arch stone bridge, date 1792. Norristown, county seat, settled 1784, population 32,319. Courthouse built 1791, native white marble. On grounds is Rittenhouse Monument, granite shaft, dedicated 1876, marks the meridian. Jail, built 1851, red sandstone, castellated Norman, architect for courthouse and jail, N. Lebrun. Historical Society of Montgomery County has local historical collections. St. John's Protestant Episcopal Church, Gothic, dedicated 1815. Revolutionary soldiers are buried in its grounds. Montgomery Trust Company, Greek, Ionic, Westerly granite and Indiana limestone, facing Public Square, on site of First Hotel in Norristown. In Montgomery Cemetery are buried Charles Heber Clark, Max Adler, and General Winfield Scott Hancock. Plymouth Meeting, Old Friends Meeting House, built 1715, stone, used as hospital during Revolutionary War. Thomas Hovenden, artist, buried in grounds. Residence of Mrs. Thomas Hovenden, Helen Corson, was a noted underground railway station for refugee slaves. Stone bridge over Plymouth Creek, date 1796. Stone bridge carrying Germantown and Reading Railroad over Plymouth Creek, date 1802. Barron Hill, Lafayette, and detachment of army attacked here by British, May 18, 1778. Roxborough, Philadelphia, St. Timothy's Protestant Episcopal Church has frieze, Procession of Angels, through Ridge Avenue to Wissahickon Drive, Fairmount Park to Philadelphia. End of section 21.
Section 22 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Dauphin County. Seat of State Capital, formed March 4, 1785, named for title of the Dauphin of France, then Louis XVI, in recognition of aid rendered to the colonies in Revolutionary War. Chief industries iron and steel. In the north, anthracite coal. High mountain ranges with valleys of rich rolling farmlands, intersected with many streams, show much scenic beauty. Harrisburg, county seat, laid out in 1785, population 75,917. The state capital's best approach is from 3rd and South Streets. A massive pile looms up in exquisite proportion. One is impressed with the inherent dignity of the facade, controlled by a well-proportioned dome. Dedicated in 1906, architect Joseph W. Huston, Roman and Italian Renaissance, with influence of Greek Corinthian. Dome suggests St. Peter's in Rome. Bronze doors, designed by J. W. Huston, were modeled by Otto Janssen. Superb groups of statuary on either side of the main entrance typify the joy and burden of life, sculptor George Gray Bernard. Within the rotunda is a splendid collection of battle flags, 378, owned by the state, one of the most interesting of the kind. Mural decorations, the rotunda, economic triumphs of the state, artist Sir Edwin A. Abbey, from large lunettes show the spirits of commerce, oil, light, coal, steel. 4 pendentives contain single allegorical figures: religion, art, literature, science. Governor's reception room, frieze, artist Violet Oakley. Foundations of the State of Liberty Spiritual. Lunettes, artists John W. Alexander and W. B. Van Ingen. Growth and expansion of the State of Liberty Spiritual, by the establishment of various religious bodies that came to the new colony. House of Representatives, wainscoting of marble from the French Pyrenees. Above the large windows are stained glass by W. B. Van Ingen, paintings by Abbey, the apotheosis of Pennsylvania, with figures that stand as portraits, Penn's treaty with the Indians, and the reading of the Declaration of Independence, planned by Abbey and finished in his studio after his death. The dome contains his exquisitely painted decoration, symbolical of the passage of the hours. Only one of Abbey's paintings for the Senate room was finished, his Valley Forge. It has been placed with his others in the House of Representatives. Miss Oakley's paintings were unveiled there in February 1917. She will also decorate the Supreme Court room. The Moravian tiled pavement was designed and manufactured by Dr. Henry C. Mercer. These artists were all born in Pennsylvania. The consecutive line of historical and idealistic thought in the decorations was a conception of the architect. In Capitol Park, 16 acres, notable for shrubbery and flowers, is a bronze equestrian statue, General and Governor John Frederick Hartranft, sculptor Frederick W. Ruckstuhl, also Mexican monument,
White marble, erected by the state in 1868 in memory of citizens lost in war with Mexico, 1846 to 48. An elementary course of art is taught in nearly every public school in Pennsylvania, prepared by the Department of Public Instruction at Harrisburg, the basis of all art instruction in normal schools. Nearly every summer school in the state offers a course in freehand drawing and special courses for both grade teachers and supervisors. Harrisburg is famous for her park system. The 972 acres extend along the riverfront and to the center of the city for over a mile. Harris Park, 4 acres from Paxton Street to Mulberry Street, contains monument to John Harris, first settler, and John Harris Jr., founder of the city. Facing the park below Mulberry Street is the Harris residence, stone, built in 1766, little changed from the original form. Lincoln Park, 2 1/4 acres from Mulberry Street to Market Street, contains a memorial in memory of J. Conrad Weiser, 1696 to 1764, provincial interpreter, and his friend Chichilla, 1683 to 1748, an Oneida chief, erected about 1911. Facing this park is the building of the Historical Society of Dauphin County, with an interesting museum. Promenade Park, 3 1/2 acres, Market to State Streets, and the D.W. Gross Park, 2 acres, Water to Her Streets, with bronze memorial statue, a charging soldier, in memory of Sylvester P. Sullivan. Reservoir Park, 88 acres, contains the city reservoir, giving a lake setting, with elaborate planting of flowers and shrubs. Best scenic view is from this elevation. Wildwood Park, 666 acres, has a large lake for boating. The boulevard or parkway, 146 acres, is along streams, through ravines and meadows. Landscape architect, Warren H. Manning. St. Patrick's Pro-Cathedral, architect George I. Lovett. Renaissance, main altar, marble, is reproduction of Bernini's altar in St. Peter's, Rome. In Grace Protestant Episcopal Church is a painting by E. Irving Couse, Adoration by the Shepherds. Soldiers' Monument, State and Second Streets, to the soldiers of Dauphin County in 1861 to 65, erected by their fellow citizens in 1869. Bronze tablet in west wall of the Camp Curtin Schoolhouse, corner of 6th and Woodbine Streets, commemorating site of old Camp Curtin, 1861 to 65, placed in 1911 by Keystone Chapter, United States Daughters of 1812. Memorial Market Street entrance to the city of Harrisburg, eastern approach to New Bridge, formerly the old Camelback, includes 2 columns from the old burned state capitol and commemorative bronze tablets designed by A. Sterling Calder. Architect Albert Kelsey, presented by the Henry McCormick Estate under auspices of the Harrisburg Civic Club, erected and dedicated in 1906. Hershey, the chocolate town, a model village, out of which daily roll 15 cars loaded with candies and chocolate, and in 1915 Dunkards came from all over the United States to the annual conference of the Church of the Brethren, held in Convention Hall which seats 6,000, built for them by M.S. Hershey, largest meeting in the history of their church. The Susquehanna River, 1 mile wide here, is spanned by 3 other bridges. Mulberry Street Viaduct is said to be the largest reinforced concrete bridge in the world, designed and erected by James H. Fuertes. Stone Arch Bridge of the Pennsylvania Railroad at Rockville, said to be the largest 4-track stone bridge in the world. Historic buildings, residence of William McClay, first United States Senator from Pennsylvania, built in 1791. Original building intact with large wing added. On upper river front above South Street, used later by the Harrisburg Academy. Old Derry Church, Derry Township, a Presbyterian settlement since 1724. First log church built in 1732. Present stone building on first site, built 1883. Has burial ground of much historic interest. Old Hanover Church, Presbyterian, 11 miles from Harrisburg. First log church built on Bow Creek in 1735. Present building closed. The ancient burial ground is chief point of interest. Old Paxton Church, Presbyterian, 3 miles east of Harrisburg. First log church said to have been built in 1716, with burial ground. Present stone building built 1740. Bronze gate and tablet at Paxton Cemetery is memorial to soldiers of the French and Indian War and the Revolution. Dedicated in 1906 by Harrisburg Chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution. Fort Hunter, 5 miles from Harrisburg on Fort Hunter and Fishing Creek Road, was laid out in 1760 on a high bluff facing the Susquehanna River. Colonial House, built in 1814 by Colonel Archibald McAllister, is on foundations of an English blockhouse known as Hunter's Fort. End of section 22. Section 23 of a guidebook of art, architecture, and historic interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Luzerne County. Formed September 25, 1786. Named in honor of Anne Caesar, Chevalier de la Luzerne, minister from France to the United States, 1779 to 83. ranks third in number of inhabitants of Pennsylvania counties. Along either bank of the Susquehanna, a broad and shallow river, lie rich, fertile, alluvial bottomlands, mostly well cultivated. Bounding them are ranges of hills and mountains 1,200 to 1,600 feet above sea level. Other mountains in the northwest of the county attain an altitude of 2,200 feet. In the northeast lies the historic Wyoming Valley, Indian name Magwawama, or Large Plains, a long oval basin from Campbell's Ledge to Nanticoke Falls, some 16 miles in length with an average breadth of 3 miles. Luzerne County lies within the limits of the Connecticut Charter, granted in 1662, and within the limits of the Pennsylvania Charter, granted in 1681. This double ownership caused much contention in later years. Finally, the Susquehanna Company of Connecticut was victorious. Settlers now came rapidly, and by 1778 were distributed in several villages, with schools, churches, and all the characteristics of New England orderliness and thrift, enthusiasm, and devoted patriotism. The British leader, Colonel John Butler, saw that this settlement was exposed in position, and that they had sent the best part of their militia to serve in Washington's army. So with a company of his own rangers, a regiment of Johnson's Greens, and a band of Indians, in all about 1,200 men, he took the warpath from Niagara. They journeyed down the Susquehanna in bark canoes, landed above the settlement, and began their work of murder and plunder. Harrowing incidents are made known by Campbell in his Gertrude of Wyoming. The women and children were placed in the fort. At the junction of Fort and River Streets, in the borough of Forty Fort, a conglomerate boulder with bronze tablet marks the site of Forty Fort, erected by the Connecticut settlers in 1772. From this fort, on July 3, 1778, the Wyoming militia, numbering about 300, mostly old men and boys, marched forth to oppose the invading British troops and Indians, fight the Battle of Wyoming, and meet with complete defeat and atrocious massacre, in which the British officers were unable to set any bounds in the butchery of their savage allies. Next day the fort was taken. The Indians burned all the houses, the inhabitants fled to the woods, and the valley was abandoned. 100 women and children perished of fatigue and starvation. On Wyoming Avenue in the borough of Wyoming is the Wyoming Monument, marking the burial place of many of the patriots who were slain in the battle and massacre, dedicated July 1846. On Susquehanna Avenue near 7th Street is Queen Esther's Rock, a half-breed queen of the Senecas, on which she tomahawked 14 prisoners, marked by a tablet placed by the Daughters of the American Revolution, bearing the inscription, "Upon this rock the Indian Queen Esther slaughtered the brave patriots taken in the battle of July 3, 1778. On the bank of the river near the Pittston Ferry Bridge, in the borough of West Pittston, is a small monument marking the site of Jenkins Fort, destroyed by the British and Indians, July 1778. The Battle of Wyoming, with the subsequent massacre, was one of the important events of the Revolutionary War, as it led to the sending of the Sullivan Expedition in 1779 into the country of the Six Nations, whereby the power of their confederacy was forever broken. Whitehaven Township was the place of Sullivan's army encampment in 1779. The oldest church in the county is in Forty Fort, not far from the site of the old fort. Interior of the building remains as it was when erected in 1808. In the burial ground are many old graves, with headstones bearing quaint inscriptions. Other historic places marked by tablet or monument are site of a bridge built by the engineers of General John Sullivan's army in the spring of 1779, on the banks of 10 Mile Run, northwest of Bear Creek Village, marked by boulder with tablet. Place where 2 commissioned officers and 3 others of General Sullivan's army were ambushed and slain by Indians, April 1779, marked by boulder with tablet. In the public square, Wilkes-Barre, is a monument marking site of Fort Wilkes-Barre, erected in 1776 to 77 by the inhabitants of the town, destroyed by the British and Indians July 1778. On the River Common, at the foot of Northampton Street, a boulder with tablet marks the site of Fort Wyoming, erected 1771, demolished in 1774 or 1775. And at the foot of South Street, a boulder with tablet is erected near the site of Fort Durkee, built in 1769 by first settlers from Connecticut, named for their leader, Major John Durkee, who founded and named Wilkes-Barre in honor of John Wilkes and Colonel Barry. This fort fell into decay prior to 1776. It was located near site of a village occupied from 1758 to 63 by a band of Delaware Indians under King Teduscung. Wilkes-Barre, county seat, was settled in 1772. Population 73,833. Places of modern interest containing historical collections, portraits, and paintings, open free to the public, are the courthouse, a modified adaptation of classic. The facade with Ionic porch is very dignified, surmounted by a Gustavino dome. Architects Osterling, McCormick, and French, said to be one of the handsomest and most elaborately decorated courthouses in this country. Contains mural paintings by E. H. Blashfield, Kenyon Cox, Will H. Lowe, William T. Smedley, C. D. Hinton, and others. Iram Temple, Moorish design, with tall, slender minarets at each corner. Osterhout Free Library, Gothic. Wyoming Historical and Geological Society. The Second National Bank, with interesting Ionic porch at entrance, steel frame, faced with brick and concrete, architects McCormick and French. First Presbyterian Church and St. Stephen's Protestant Episcopal Church contain handsome memorial tablets and stained glass windows. A fine bronze relief by J. Massey Rind is in St. Stephen's. In the Coal Exchange Building is the Atherton Atelier, T.H. Atherton, Jr., Superintendent, Architecture, in cooperation with the Society of Beaux Arts. Particular care has been given to improving the public parks located in different parts of the city. Public Square and Center and the river commons, stretching along the bank of the Susquehanna for a considerable distance, are attractive and noteworthy. Opposite the city across the river is Riverside Park, chiefly a natural grove of old trees. The principal education institution is Wyoming Seminary, co-ed at Kingston, founded in 1844, conducted under auspices of the Wyoming Conference of the Methodist Episcopal Church, ranks high as a college preparatory school, and has an academic art course. There are many places of scenic beauty, notably the Coiningham Dairy and Stock Farms at Hillside, just outside Wyoming Valley, on the road from Kingston to Harvey's Lake, which is 1,226 feet above sea level, one of the largest stock farms in the state, covering 651 acres. Sugarloaf Valley, not far from Hazleton. The Hazleton Country Club, Glen Summit Springs in the neighboring country, Bear Creek Village, and Wyoming Valley, viewed either from Campbell's Ledge, Mount Lookout, or Prospect Rock. The principal roads are maintained in good order, and there are no toll roads in the county. For many years, the chief industry has been the mining of anthracite coal, discovered here in 1762. For a considerable period, it stood first among the counties in annual output. First development of this coal for shipping to market from the Wyoming region was in 1776, when 2 Durham boats purchased cargoes from a mine operated by R. Greer near Wyoming. There are many large manufactories. Within a 10-mile circle, having Wilkes-Barre Public Square at its center, there were, according to the United States Census of 1910, 33 smaller municipalities, cities, boroughs, and hamlets, having a total population, including Wilkes-Barre, of 266,951. The other principal towns of this county are Hazleton, population 32,277, Nanticoke, 22,614, Plymouth, 16,500, Pittston, 18,497, West Pittston, 6,968, Kingston, 8,952. Peter Frederick Rothermel, prominent historical painter, was born at Nescopec in this county in 1817. End of section 23. Section 24 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Huntingdon County. Formed September 20th, 1787, named by Provost William Smith of the University of Pennsylvania, in honor of Selina, Countess of Huntingdon, a benefactress of the university. Lies within the central mountainous region, being drained by the Juniata. Many fine farms are on the rich soil of the river flats. Juniata iron early became famous, and numerous ironworks were erected. The old Bedford furnace was near Orbosonia. Abundance, variety, and value of the ores, rich and convenient deposits of limestone, contiguity of the Broadtop, Allegheny, and Cumberland coal fields, combine to indicate the importance of this country. Other industries are coal mining, lumber, agriculture, and manufactories. Large water power dams of the Pennsylvania Central and Raystown Water Power Companies generate electric light and power. Huntingdon, county seat, population 7,051, largest town on the Juniata. The first white visitors to this region were traders and traffic with Indians, exchanging goods for furs and skins. On incursions made before the middle of the 18th century, they found a tribe, a branch of the Six Nations, located on the now southeast portion of this borough, their wigwams circling around a pillar of stone, 14 feet high and 6 inches square, covered with hieroglyphics supposed to be a record of their history and achievements. This tribe, besides hunting and fishing, had cleared land and cultivated corn. This stone was regarded with great veneration by the natives. Here they had assembled for centuries to hold their grand councils. Its conspicuous position and appearance led the white visitors to name the locality Standing Stone. It stood above 2nd Street, on or near 208 Allegheny Street. Conrad Weisler, in 1748, and John Harris, in 1754, in accounts of their journeys to the Ohio River, both describe this stone. The proprietaries of this province, ever mindful of the rights of the Indians, would not grant lands nor permit settlements to be made until the Indian title had been purchased. At a treaty held in Albany in 1754, the Six Nations, consisting of the Mohawks, Oneidas, Onondagas, Cayugas, Senecas, and Tuscaroras, executed a deed to the proprietaries for a large portion of the province, including the whole valley of the Juniata. Soon after, the resident tribe migrated, and, it is supposed, carried the stone with them. The seal of the borough has, as its central figure, a standing stone. A second stone was erected by the settlers, and in 1896 a third at Penn and 3rd Streets, as a memorial of the ancient standing stone of the Indians. Fort Standing Stone was built here at an early date. Site about intersection of Penn and 2nd Streets, it was stockaded and provided with barracks, blockhouses, and magazines constructed of heavy-hewn timber, and was the place of many important incidents during troublesome times, following the defeat of General Braddock in 1755, and until peace was made with Great Britain in 1783. Provost William Smith, D.D., obtained the land in 1766 from George Croghan and numerous other tracts in the vicinity, and in 1767 caused the town of Huntingdon to be laid out, now on the William Penn Highway, the proprietor donating plots of ground for a public school, cemetery, and to each of the 6 prominent religious denominations. About 1797, a post office was established here, and John Cadwallader was appointed postmaster. A weekly mail was carried between Harrisburg and Huntingdon. The most important public buildings, architecturally, are Juniata College, 9 buildings, erected 1878 to 1916. The older buildings are colonial. Library, Gothic, red brick with terracotta trimmings, built 1907. Contains memorial windows. The Church of the Brethren on the college campus, Gothic, McGee sandstone, erected 1910. Members of this sect settled in this county in 1775, and the J.C. Blair Memorial Hospital, Spanish Mission style, light buff brick and Indiana limestone trimmings, on a commanding position overlooking the town. E. L. Tilton, New York, architect, also of the College Library and Church of the Brethren. Among the places of historic interest in the county are Fort Shirley, built 1755, on bluff near site of Indian town of Aughwick, now Shirleysburg. McAlevy's Fort at the head of Standing Stone Creek Valley, named for Captain William McAlevy, afterwards General in the Revolutionary War. Warm Springs, 5 miles northeast of Huntington, known in 1775 as a resort for invalids. Pulpit Rocks on the Warriors Ridge, on the old pike between Huntingdon and Alexandria. And Jack's Narrows, where the Juniata River cuts through Jack's Mountain west of Mount Union. The Pennsylvania Canal extended through this county from Shaver's Aqueduct below Mount Union to line of Blair County above Water Street. Here in Indian times, canoes came to receive supplies of lead. 2 miles east is Alexandria, laid out 1793. In 1800, the turnpike was completed to Alexandria, and stage service to Harrisburg began. Fare charged travelers was 6 cents a mile. This town was the shipping point of grain for the rich Hart's Log and Shavers Creek valleys. End of section 24. Section 25 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interest in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Allegheny County. Formed September 24, 1788, named from Delaware Indian words signifying fair water. Surface undulating, many elevations being precipitous. It is the center of one of the richest bituminous coal and natural gas districts in the world. Oil fields lie mainly in basins of Allegheny and Ohio rivers. Staple manufactures are iron, steel, and glass. The history of Allegheny County presents a greater variety of startling incidents than almost any other portion of the state. Mound builders were primeval inhabitants. Site of ancient fortifications are on Chartiers Creek, 8 miles from Pittsburgh, county seat, second city in size in the state, on site of Shinopenstown, chief of about 20 families of Delawares. He attended councils with the governor. His name is signed on several state archives. By it ran the main Indian path from east to west. Washington first came to the Forks in 1753 on the way to Fort Le Boeuf. The French possessed it as Fort Duquesne, 1754-58, when it was conquered by General Forbes. General Stanwix erected a blockade and named it Fort Pitt for the British premier. In 1764, Colonel Bouquet built a redoubt on the site of the fort. Old brick blockhouse is still standing. Penn Avenue near 2nd Street. First town of Pittsburgh built near the fort in 1760. Inhabitants enjoyed comparative quiet until 1763, when Pontiac's War broke out and they were completely surrounded by savages, later rescued by Colonel Bouquet. In 1811, first steamboat ever run on western waters was launched at Pittsburgh, the New Orleans. In 1839, first iron steamboat made in the United States, the Valley Forge, was built here. The sister city, Allegheny, north side, was incorporated with Pittsburgh in 1907, combined population 588,343. An art commission was organized 1911 for an improvement in public works of art in Pittsburgh and to educate public sentiment for civic beautification. In 1915, E. H. Bennett, city planning architect of Chicago, was engaged to make a thorough economic and aesthetic analysis of the point at junction of the Monongahela and Allegheny rivers. Close to the business center is Shenley Park, 440 acres, acquired by gift to the city in 1889. Contains the Carnegie Institute of Technology, Phipps Conservatory and Hall of Botany, given by Mr. Phipps in memory of his mother, with one of the most beautiful bronze statues in the world, mother and child, French sculptor. Hawkins Memorial, a bronze portrait figure backed by wall of polished granite, base and floor marble, sculptor Richard H. Cooper, erected 1904 in honor of Colonel Hawkins, 10th Pennsylvania Regiment in Spanish-American War. Panther Hollow, in which is an arch bridge, Beaver County sandstone, with panthers, sculptor G. Moretti, and 2 other stone arch bridges built in 1892, architect A. L. Schultz. Near the Forbes Avenue entrance is the great building of the Carnegie Institute, established by Andrew Carnegie with large annual fund, in perpetuity, for purchase of objects of art and scientific collections, built 1892-95, Italian Renaissance, sandstone, architects Alden and Harlow, enlarged 1904-07, contains library, music hall, Department of Fine Arts, and the Natural History Museum, in which are large collections of ancient pottery, Chinese glass, and porcelains representing various eras, jades and crystals, valuable collections of coins and medals, illuminated manuscripts and early printed books, cut and uncut gems, one of the largest collections of carved ivory in the United States, and art metalwork. The library operates more than 170 agencies for free distribution of literature within Greater Pittsburgh. On top of the building are 4 bronze groups representing science, art, literature, and music. Bronze statues, Michelangelo and Galileo, are at entrance to Art Gallery. Entrance to Music Hall is through exquisitely designed bronze doors, wrought in relief, with bronze statues, Bach and Shakespeare, at either side. These bronzes were designed and modeled in the studio of J. Massey Rind and cast in Naples. Foyer to the Music Hall is considered the most beautiful portion of the Institute. Here are 24 huge columns of Tinos marble, with gilded Corinthian capitals, and one of the finest organs in the world, on which the greatest organists obtainable give concerts of highly classical music, which are free every Saturday night and Sunday afternoon. The great Archer, Queen Victoria's Jubilee organist, held this position for many years. The Hall of Sculpture, designed on lines of the Parthenon, is 2 stories high. Around the first story is a Greek Doric colonnade. Above this is a row of Ionic columns, all of the most flawless, milk-white Pantelicon marble, dug out of the quarries from which the marble of the Parthenon itself was obtained. Collections of sculpture represent chronologically its history from early Egyptian to the Renaissance of the 16th century. Among the artists represented in the permanent collection of paintings are Dagnan Bouverie, Disciples at Emmaus, Winslow Homer, Wreck, Whistler, Sarasate, E. A. Abbey, The Penance of Eleanor, George Innes, The Clouded Sun, also Anton Mauve, Bastien Lepage, Raffaelli, Gary Melchers, Jules Simon, and Child Hassam. Annual exhibitions of international modern art are held in May and June, and many others by different art societies during the year. In the entrance hall are mural decorations by the late John W. Alexander, a native of Pittsburgh, typifying the apotheosis of Pittsburgh. They surround the staircase and galleries to the 3rd floor. Art societies holding annual exhibitions at the Carnegie Institute are Associated Artists of Pittsburgh, organized 1910, Art Society of Pittsburgh, organized 1873, supported the Pittsburgh Orchestra for 15 years and gives excellent free exhibitions and lectures, Duquesne Ceramic Club, organized 1891, Pittsburgh Architectural Club, Chapter Architectural League of America, organized 1897, Pittsburgh Etching Club, organized 1909, held exhibition of Whistler's etchings in 1914. In the park west of this building is the Christopher McGee Memorial Fountain, made in 1907, granite, sculptor Augustus St. Gaudens. In front is Industry statue, marble, after model in the Louvre, Paris. The Technical School, brick, built 1905, architect Henry Hornbostel, includes, in the art course, day and evening classes in applied design and Department of Architecture. The Pittsburgh Athletic Association, architects Jensen and Abbott, has interior decorations by Alfred Herder and collection of paintings. Drinking fountain, 5th Avenue, front of Montefiore Hall, placed in 1912, granite, with carved profile of an Indian. Inscription, Catahekasa, Black Hoof, war chief of the Shawnees, was present at Braddock's defeat in 1754, a friend and ally of the United States. In Shenley Farms, directly opposite the entrance to Shenley Park, is the University of Pittsburgh, on a natural amphitheater. The buildings stand out very effectively against the skyline. Founded in 1887, architect Henry Hornbostel, landscape architect Cass Gilbert, has departments of fine and industrial arts. Memorial Hall to soldiers and sailors of the Civil and Spanish Wars contains historic flags, statues, trophies, and historical portraits. Other parks are Allegheny, north side, 90 acres, with monuments in honor of Washington, equestrian, made 1891, sculptor Frederick Mayer, Baron von Humboldt, made 1869, Thomas A. Armstrong, and the Hampton Monument, made 1871, granite shaft, surmounted by bronze figure of a gunner, commemorates the bravery of Hampton's battery in the Civil War. Within east entrance of Allegheny Cemetery is the Arsenal Explosion Monument in honor of those who lost their lives September 17, 1862. Monument to General Alexander Hayes, who was killed in the Battle of the Wilderness in 1864 by soldiers of his command. Gothic Receiving Vault. The Bindley Mausoleum, replica of Napoleon's tomb in Paris, pure example of the Renaissance, has window by William and Annie Lee Willett. The Porter Angel and Cross, imported from Italy, fine example of marble carving. The Byers Mausoleum, imitation of Temple of Minerva at Athens, white granite. Nearby is the United States Arsenal in ornamental grounds. Riverside Park on Perrysville Avenue, 217 acres, purchased by popular subscription in 1894, has beautiful drives and footpaths, contains the observatory, connected with Allegheny University, in which the telescope was made by Mr. and Mrs. Tillinghast in their home workshop opposite. Highland Park, 300 acres, northeast limit of city, acquired 1872, has main water reservoirs and the zoological gardens. Main gateway is 56 feet high with Doric columns, surmounted by bronze groups representing Welcome, and bronze figures at base. Stanton Avenue entrance has 2 granite pedestals surmounted by equestrian statues. Sculptor G. Moretti, made 1897. In the park is Robert Burns statue, sculptor J. Massey Rind, and heroic bronze group, portrait statue, sculptor G. Moretti of Stephen C. Foster, 1826-64, standing pen in hand beside a Negro who is seated and playing a banjo. Foster wrote Old Uncle Ned and Old Folks at Home, was native of Pittsburgh. His grave is in Allegheny Cemetery. The view from Highland Park is very beautiful. Highland and Shenley Parks are connected by Highland Avenue and the Boulevard, making a continuous drive which forms the Carnegie Promenade. The Soldiers' Monument is on Monument Hill, erected in 1871, to 4,000 men of Allegheny County killed in the Civil War. Wayside Fountain, 5th Avenue near Woodland Road. Churches with notable architecture and windows. Rodef Shalom Synagogue, 5th Avenue and Moorwood Street, architect Henry Hornbostel, is said to have the finest tile dome in this country. Windows, antique glass from original drawings, made by William and Annie Lee Willett. St. Paul's Roman Catholic Cathedral, 5th Avenue, corner of Craig Street, stone, 14th century Gothic, built 1907. Architects Egan and Prindeville. Has beautiful altar of carved Carrara marble. Pews and pulpit made of bog oak from Ireland. Bronze stations by Siebel, said to be largest and most artistic in the world. The Great West Window transepts, clerestories, ornamental and heraldic glass made by Willett, in the later delicate French Gothic spirit. Also there is here much modern German and English glass. First Baptist, Belfield Avenue and Bayard Street, pure Gothic, 14th century, stone, built 1902. Architects, Cram, Goodhue, and Ferguson. Third Presbyterian, 5th Avenue and South Negley Street, one of the most beautiful Gothic churches in the United States for spontaneity of design, warmth, and golden tints of stone. Architect, Theophilus P. Chandler. Windows by Willett are the 10 Virgins, made 1904, the Holy City, 1905, of great beauty and color, and fine ornamental windows in clear glass with heraldic ornaments, in medieval hand-wrought lead. Transept windows by Tiffany, American opalescent glass. East aisle window by Kenyon Cox. West aisle by McCausland, Toronto. This is an excellent church in which to study the different schools of glass. Calvary Protestant Episcopal, Shady Avenue and Walnut Street. Bedford limestone, 13th century Gothic. Copy of Netley Abbey. Architect Ralph Adams Cram. The windows by William and Annie Lee Willett are among the most notable contributions to stained glass art in this country, recalling those of the great Chartres Cathedral, with amount of painting reduced to a minimum, and lead treated as respectfully as the glass. Also a Tiffany window and some excellent English glass. Epiphany Roman Catholic, Washington and Franklin Streets, Romanesque with Byzantine details, contains some beautiful artwork, including the 12 Apostles by Tabor Sears. First Presbyterian, 6th Avenue and Wood Street, site deeded by John Penn in 1787. Stone, French Gothic, erected in 1905. Architect T.P. Chandler, Philadelphia. Has fine echo organ and chimes. Windows by Tiffany, Lamb, and Clayton and Bell, London. Medallion window and ornamental work by Willett. In Lutheran Church, 6th Avenue, sanctuary window by Clayton and Bell. Purely flat decoration. Also window by Frederick Wilson. Mount Alvernia Chapel, Order of St. Francis, contains mural decorations by William Willett. Nearby is the Carnegie Free Library, Federal and Ohio Streets, Romanesque. Nearby is the Carnegie Free Library, Federal and Ohio Streets, Romanesque. Fox Island granite with red granite trimmings. Built 1890. Architect H. H. Richardson. Contains library, art gallery, and music hall. In front is monument to Colonel James Anderson, red granite with bronze portrait bust, 1785 to 1861. Sculptor Daniel Chester French. Allegheny Post Office, French Renaissance, built 1898, noted for gold dome. Nearby is colossal statue of Labor. Allegheny County Courthouse, 5th Avenue and Grant Street, Romanesque. Worcester granite and marble, tower 425 feet high. Built 1888, the masterpiece of the great architect H. H. Richardson. Its interiors are equally imposing, the proportions of the corridors and especially the fan lancet and convex-shaped ceiling, with its thousands of interlacing arches, 21 of which can be seen at one glance from the base of one of the stairways, excites the admiration of all beholders. It is without any other decoration but the beauty of its lines and shadows. Jail is connected by facsimile of bridge of size. Frick Building, built in 1902, 5th Avenue and Grant Street. Architects, D.H. Burnham and Company. A granite office structure 20 stories high, of the Greek Doric order, erected to express grace and beauty. Batters from stylobate to cornice, 3 feet narrower at top than base. Basement and entrance halls lined with Carrara marble. Panels of Pavonazzo marble in ceiling. Offices decorated with frescoes of the old Italian school. Restaurant, medieval German. The club story, Louis XIV style, is in stucco, marble, bronze, and frescoes. 2 large bronze lions, by famous Mr. Proctor, are in entrance hall. Bank of Pittsburgh, 4th Avenue near Wood Street, classic, Alden and Harlow, architects, has mural decorations allegorical of Pittsburgh, by Edwin H. Blashfield and the late Francis D. Millett. Iron City Bank, Westinghouse Building, mural decorations by William Willett. Farmers Deposit Bank, sculpted frieze by J. Massey Rind. Chamber of Commerce contains portraits of many prominent citizens. Friendship School, Friendship and Graham Streets, historical paintings of Penn, Washington, and Lincoln by William Willett. View of the city seen from Mount Washington, with rivers and encircling hills, is more or less enveloped in smoke, excepting Sunday. 75% of the smoke nuisance in Pittsburgh has been abated. Braddock, population 20,879, on Monongahela River, 12 miles below Pittsburgh. Famous first as battleground, General Braddock's defeat by French and Indians, 1754, when General Washington won his spurs, now is home of the Carnegie Steel Company. St. Mary's Protestant Episcopal Church, windows and mural decorations by William and Annie Lee Willett, Philadelphia. At the mouth of the Youghiogheny River, so named by early explorers from hearing Indians calling to each other across its width, something that sounded like it and meaning come again. McKeesport, home of the National Tube Company, producing more wrought iron pipes than any other plant in the world. St. Peter's Church, altar window by William and Annie Lee Willett. Down the Ohio River, about 6 miles from Pittsburgh, begins 7 Mile Island, a garden spot, one-time home of the famous Queen Aliquippa. 6 miles farther is Sewickley, Sweetwater, population 4,955, named by Indians on account of its maple trees, on Lincoln Highway, a beautiful residence section with country estates which rival those about Philadelphia and New York. St. James's Church, window by William Willett. Wilkinsburg, population 24,403, within 15 minutes of Carnegie Institute, has Wilkinsburg Bank, classic, marble, built 1909, architects Mobley and Usinger, and Rowland Theater, built 1912, Corinthian, architect Hodgkinson. End of section 25. Section 26 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Mifflin County. Formed September 19, 1789. Named for General Thomas Mifflin, then President of the Supreme Executive Council of Pennsylvania, 1788-90, and first governor under the Constitution of 1790. Scenery throughout is very beautiful. The 12-mile stretch of state highway through the famous long Lewiston Narrows gives glimpses of the Juniata, the peerless little river of more song and romance than any other in America, made famous by Mrs. Sullivan's song, The Beautiful Blue Juniata, telling the love story of Alpharetta, the roving Indian girl. The space between the mountains is barely wide enough to contain the highway, canal, river, and railroad. Mountains slope 1,000 feet and are popular hunting grounds for bear and wild turkeys. Quite a number of caves are found in the limestone formations of this county, though not easily accessible. Alexander's in Keishacoquillas Valley abounds in stalactites and stalagmites, preserving in midsummer ice formed in winter. Nagny's Cave near Milroy is most spacious. Hanwald's Cave near McVeytown is of vast dimensions and contains calcareous concretions. Crude saltpeter has been obtained here. McVeytown is birthplace of Joseph Trimble Rothrick, M.D. Celebrated springs are Mifflin, near Painterville Station, has medicinal waters, and Logan's, 6 miles from Lewistown, near Reedsville, on left of the old stage road between Lewistown and Bellefonte, Center County. Here the Mingo chief, Logan, friend of white man, Shikellami's son, had his cabin prior to 1771, when he left this region. He made the famous speech sent to Lord Dunmore in 1774, considered among American classics as a rare specimen of Indian oratory. I appeal to any white man to say if ever he entered Logan's cabin hungry, and he gave him not meat, if he ever came cold and naked, and he clothed him not. During the course of the last long bloody war, Logan remained idle in his cabin, an advocate for peace. Such was my love for the whites, that my countrymen pointed at me as they passed, and said, "Logan is the friend of white men." I had even thought to have lived with you, but for the injuries of one man, Colonel Cressep. The last spring, in cold blood and unprovoked, murdered all the relations of Logan, not sparing even my women and children. There runs not a drop of blood in the veins of any living creature. This called on me for revenge. I have sought it. I have killed many. I have glutted my vengeance. For my country, I rejoice at the beams of peace, but do not think that mine is the joy of fear. Logan never felt fear. Logan will not turn on his heel to save his life. Who is there to mourn for Logan? Not one. Colonel Michael Cressap was not responsible for the murder of Logan's family. Some white men, led by a liquor dealer, murdered them. First settlers, Scotch-Irish, in 1754, were not molested by Indians until 1756. Fort Granville was built 1 mile northwest of Lewiston, on the old turnpike, site to be marked by the Pennsylvania State Historical Society. It was destroyed when the canal was constructed. In 1829, the Pennsylvania Canal was opened and first packet boat run from Lewiston to Mifflin Town. Chief industries are agriculture and iron and steel works. Iron ore of the best quality abounds. 2 furnaces, belonging to the Glamorgan Iron Company, were destroyed in July 1874 by a tornado that left scarcely a property without damage. The bridge over the Juniata was also destroyed, rebuilt, and again destroyed by ice freshets in December 1874 and February 1875. In Limestone Ridge, extending from Kishicoquillas Creek, is found hard white sandstone, almost pure silicone, used in glass manufacture. Lewiston, population 9,849, Meade County seat, 1790, was at first Kishicoquillas Village, a chief of the Shawnees, with a population in 1731 of 20 families, located at the mouth of the stream. Courthouse facing the square, brick, colonial with Ionic portico and cupola, built 1843, enlarged in the rear. Granite monument dedicated 1906 in honor of Mifflin County soldiers and sailors is in the square. 1 block away on South Main Street is the Kishicoquillas Creek Bridge, stone and concrete. Built 1902, a reconstruction of the old 2-arch stone bridge built in 1807. The first was wood in 1794. On the left is an old stone building, erected about 1794, a historic landmark that has served for many uses. Once the 7 Stars Inn, 1828 to 29. Also a Masonic Hall, 1830 to 39. It has 2 cellars, one beneath the other. At a point along the creek, just above the old building, is where Commodore David Connor, as a boy, made little boats and pitted them against each other in mimic warfare, thus foreshadowing his brilliant naval career in the War of 1812 and the Mexican War. Just above, on the high bank, fronting on Water and Brown Streets, is Lewiston's oldest burial grounds. Here are the graves of the Buchanan family, first settlers and owners of the land on which Lewiston is built. 1 mile east of Lewiston, on the oldest wagon and stage road running parallel with present State Highway, is an old stone arch bridge, over 100 years old, a favorite subject for artists. It is near the bridge crossing Jack's Creek, on the State Highway through Lewiston Narrows. Mount Union, on southern boundary, lies at entrance to Jack's Narrows, made by the river forcing its way through Jack's Mountain. End of section 26.
Section 27 of A Guidebook of Art, Architecture, and Historic Interests in Pennsylvania, edited by Margaretta Archambault. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla, Delaware County. Formed from Chester County, September 26, 1789, named for Delaware River. Automobile trip to Chester, returned by Media and Swarthmore. From 32nd and Market Streets, Philadelphia, out Woodland Avenue, Darby Road, laid out in 1687, the Old Kings Road, past University of Pennsylvania buildings, to Woodland Cemetery, between 39th to 42nd Streets, 75 acres, acquired in 1840, contains Colonial Homestead, residence of William Hamilton, English Deputy Governor of Pennsylvania, under grant from William Penn, built 1747 to 50, stone and brick, has portico with pediment supported by 6 columns, considered by architects best specimen of colonial architecture in Philadelphia. Many rare trees are there, sent by Mr. Hamilton in his trips abroad. To him, Philadelphia owes the ginkgo tree of Japan and many varieties of magnolia. Bartram's Garden, 28 acres, open free to the public, 1/4 mile south on 54th Street, first botanical garden of international importance in United States, ground purchased by John Bartram in 1728. From here he traveled long distances to Florida, the Adirondacks, everywhere collecting rare plants that he brought home in his saddlebags. He wrote down the results of his explorations and sent to Europe botanical specimens of great interest, also painted sheets of illustrations, sending one set to the South Kensington Museum, London, which are still there in perfect condition. Linnaeus proclaimed him the greatest natural botanist in the world and sent him books and apparatus. His quaint old stone house is still standing, built by himself in 1731. His son William Bartram, botanist and ornithologist, published the most complete list of all American birds,
previous to Alexander Wilson, whom he greatly assisted. Wilson lived at the corner of 51st Street and Woodland Avenue in a log house with an immense stone chimney. Near Bartram's Garden on the Schuylkill River bank, at the western end of Gray's Ferry Bridge, is site of Gray's Garden, pleasure resort, time of Washington, reached from Philadelphia by a floating bridge, replaced by wooden telescope drawbridge built in 1808 by the P.W. and B.R.R. Stone monument still standing, covered with most interesting and historically valuable inscriptions, marks opening of the first railroad to the south. 65th Street and Woodland Avenue, St. James's Protestant Episcopal Church, Kingsussing, built by the Swedes, 1762. Building practically unchanged, has interesting burial ground. 69th Street and Pascal Avenue is an old yellow mansion built about 1723, home of the Pascals, General Howe's headquarters after the Battle of Brandywine. 70th Street and Woodland Avenue, quaint old building, the Banneker School, built in 1789, said to be oldest public school building in Philadelphia, now used in connection with the school garden. 73rd Street, Bluebell Tavern, opposite, was terminus of the great trading path of the Minquas Indians, leading from the Susquehanna. Island Road leads to Cannonball Farmhouse, below Penrose Ferry, struck during bombardment of Fort Mifflin in 1777. Crossing Cobb's Creek, the southern boundary of the city and county of Philadelphia, we enter Delaware County, the oldest settled section of Pennsylvania. Darby, an ancient town, birthplace of John Bartram, contains many old houses and a Friends Meeting House, dating from the 18th century, with picturesque burying ground where many colonial notables lie in unmarked graves. Sharon Hill, residential suburb, Convent of Holy Child Jesus, occupies buildings erected for John Jackson's Quaker School, famous in the middle of the last century, new decorated Gothic chapel of stone. Beyond Norwood is the old White Horse Hotel, now abandoned, built 1720. 1½ miles to left at Essington on Tinicum Island, first permanent European settlement in Pennsylvania made by Swedes under Governor John Prince, 1643. Fort built, named New Gottenburg, and government established. Ridley Park, residential suburb, fine view to left of Tinicum and the Delaware River, old quarantine station known as Lazaretto. The Corinthian and Philadelphia yacht clubs are on the riverfront. Leaperville, Mickle Vane House, stone, opposite Colonial Hotel. Washington spent the night here after the Battle of Brandywine, and troops were encamped on slopes to the right. Hendrickson House, very ancient, built by Swedish settlers. Past Baldwin Locomotive Works and great munition factories into Chester, population 58,030, settled by Swedes about 1644, the oldest town in Pennsylvania, known as Upland until 1682, when Penn, landing here on October 28th, named it Chester after the home of his companion, Pearson, in England. Penn convened here in November 1682, the first assembly of the province, at which was passed the Great Law. The Upland Court was held here from 1668 to 1682. The courts of Chester County from 1682 until their removal to West Chester in 1786, and the courts of Delaware County from 1789 to 1851. Chester has grown from an ancient country town to a bustling industrial city, but many antiquities are preserved. Principal among these are the old City Hall, stone with pent roof projection and quaint clock tower, erected in 1724, the oldest public building in Pennsylvania and one of the oldest in America, used as Chester County Courthouse for 62 years, Delaware County Courthouse for 61 years, and as Hall of Chester Borough and City since 1851. Now being restored by the Pennsylvania Historical Commission and Honorable William C. Sproul under a contract that the city will maintain it for public uses forever. Opposite on Market Street is the Washington House, erected and licensed as the Pennsylvania Arms in 1747, still maintained as a tavern. In this house, at midnight on September 11, 1777, Washington wrote his report to Congress of the Battle of Brandywine. Hope's Anchor Tavern, 4th and Market Streets, built by David Coupland prior to 1746. Group of old houses at 2nd and Edgemont Streets, Logan House, 1700, where Lafayette's wounds were dressed after the Battle of Brandywine, and Lloyd House, built in 1703 by David Lloyd, Chief Justice of Pennsylvania. Here also stood the first courthouse, or House of Defense, and first Quaker meeting. Across Chester Creek at the foot of Penn Street is a memorial stone erected on the 200th anniversary to mark the spot where William Penn first landed in Pennsylvania, and nearby Lord Baltimore and William Markham, in 1681, took observations to determine the 40th parallel of latitude and location of boundary between Pennsylvania and Maryland, also site of Essex House, home of Robert Wade, wherein was held in 1675 the first Friends meeting in Pennsylvania. Blue Anchor Tavern and Steamboat Hotel near 2nd and Market Streets bear marks of bombardment by the British frigate Augusta in 1777. Friends Meeting House, erected 1736, modernized in 1882, Friends Burying Ground, formed 1692, contains graves of Chief Justice David Lloyd, who died in 1731, and Grace Lloyd, his wife, who died in 1760, Justice Caleb Coupland, Judge Henry Hale Graham, and, in unmarked tombs, many of the founders and pioneers of the Commonwealth. St. Paul's Graveyard, 3rd and Market Streets, tomb of John Morton, a signer of the Declaration of Independence, who cast the deciding vote in the Pennsylvania delegation, also of D. Paul Jackson, Burgess of Chester, who was the first man to receive a degree from the University of Pennsylvania, and a quaint old memorial cut in sandstone with oddly carved figures and devices, dedicated to James Sandilands, who died 1693, taken from the old church, erected in 1703. Chester Rural Cemetery, burial place of General Edward F. Beale, pioneer of California, has many interesting memorials. Alfred O. Deschamps Memorial Park of 28 acres in the heart of the city, with white marble art gallery, late Italian Renaissance, finished in 1916, designed by Brazier and Robb, New York, for Mr. Deschamps' collection of about 200 paintings, bronzes, ivories, etc. Rare Japanese bronze lanterns and figures are in the grounds, and 2 remarkable bronze dogs with paws on cloisonné balls at entrance. Fine bronze doors and grills, also his old mansion, all given to the city of Chester with a large endowment for public use forever. St. Paul's Protestant Episcopal Church, Broad and Madison Streets, founded in 1702, 3rd building of this congregation, erected 1900, 12th century English Gothic, granite and limestone, architects Nattrass and Son, altar by Nattrass, white marble, mosaic reredos, the Supper at Emmaus, after Rembrandt, chancel window by Tiffany, conversion of St. Paul, after Doré, memorial to Reverend Henry Brown, rector for 30 years, clerestory windows, 4 evangelists by Nicola Descenzo, chalice and salver given by Sir Geoffrey Jeffreys in 1705, chalice and salver given by Queen Anne in 1707, all of beautifully hammered silver, still in use, fine chime of 10 bells, large folio Bible given at founding of the church by the Society in London for the propagation of the gospel in foreign parts, to which St. Paul's owed much in its early years. St. Michael's Roman Catholic Church, Edgemont Avenue above 7th Street, granite, Gothic, fine altar and paintings. First Baptist Church, 7th and Fulton Streets, stone, Gothic, founded 1850, 3rd edifice endowed by the Gartside and Crozer families. First Presbyterian Church, 4th and Welsh Streets, brick, stuccoed, erected in 1852, fine memorial windows. 3rd Presbyterian Church, Broad and Potter Streets, stone, fine windows and carvings in wood. Madison Street Methodist Episcopal Church, 7th and Madison Streets, organized in 1818 by John Kelly in his home. Afterward, services were held in the courthouse for many years, where Bishop Asbury preached. Present church erected 1874, green serpentine. High school, stone with commanding tower, West 9th Street, modeled after post office building at Washington. Pennsylvania Military College, 14th Street, handsome buildings with complete military and academic equipment, incorporated as a military university in 1862 by Colonel Theodore Hyatt, contributed many officers to the nation's service. Present buildings erected in 1882 after a fire which destroyed the original structures. Chester Park and Crozer Park contain about 150 acres in valleys of Ridley and Chester Creeks. Chester is a port of entry and contains large shipyards, steel, engineering, and textile industries. Upland, founded by John P. Crozer in 1845, when he established cotton mills there on the site of the old Chester Mills on Chester Creek, immediately adjoining the town of Chester. Chester Mills were built by Caleb Pusey in 1683 at the first water power above tide on Chester Creek. The mill, framed in England and brought over in the Welcome, was owned by Pusey, William Penn, and Samuel Carpenter. House erected by Pusey in 1682 is probably the oldest structure in Pennsylvania. Crozer Theological Seminary, endowed by John P. Crozer and Sons, occupies buildings overlooking Chester, erected by John P. Crozer in 1858 for a normal school, used in Civil War as hospital, and occupied for a time by the Pennsylvania Military Academy. Pearl Hall, the seminary library, was built by William Bucknell in memory of his wife. Green serpentine in form of a cross. Contains many rare books and the only known copies of many Baptist theological works. Crozer Hospital and Home for Incurables, fine stone buildings, were endowed by J. Lewis Crozer, who also left a large endowment for a free library in Chester. An old house on Upland Dairy Farm, now much distorted by modernization, built by Thomas Brazy in 1696, was for many years the home of the West family, collateral descendants of Benjamin West. On Providence Road, first highway to be laid out in Pennsylvania, leading from Chester to the back townships, is Lapadilla Manor, residence of Governor William C. Sproul, colonial house erected by Thomas Leeper for his son James, enlarged in 1909 by Mr. Sproul, architect W.L. Price. Contains notable library with collection of Pennsylvania and local books and antiquities, paintings, and curios. Interior wood carvings by Maine. On the fine grounds is a clock tower, containing a bell cast in Bristol in 1741 for St. Paul's Church, Chester, and for 125 years was the only church bell in the town. Across the grounds is to be seen the grade of the first railroad in America, built by Thomas Leeper in 1809 to carry stone from his quarries at Avondale to tidewater on Ridley Creek, where it was loaded in barges to be taken to the Delaware breakwater. Moylan, south of Media, art colony, residence of Charles H. Stevens and Mrs. Charles H. Stevens, Alice Barber, contains valuable North American Indian collection. The old stone building, remodeled for art studios and dwellings, is among the most interesting in the county. Southwest of Media is the Williamson Free School of Mechanical Trades, generously endowed. Built in 1888, includes 24 buildings on 230 acres. Pupils between 16 and 18 years of age are received. They live as families, 24 in a cottage with a matron. Preference to those born in Pennsylvania. Benefits of school are entirely free, including boarding, instruction, and clothing during the entire course of 3 years. Media, county seat from 1851, population 4,109. Charter, with famous provision against sale of intoxicants, still intact, was granted 1850. Courthouse with ample square, formed nucleus of the town. Present building, modified colonial, Avondale marble. Architects, Brazier and Robb. Old Providence Friends Meeting House, built 1699. Original Taylor log cabin is on State Street, and the old Rowland Mansion. Christ Protestant Episcopal Church, stone, Gothic, has altar painting, Murillo's Holy Family, copied by P. McElhenney. Presbyterian Church, modified classic. Leeper Presbyterian Church, Gothic, Avondale marble, midway between Leeperville and Swarthmore, built in 1800. Andrew Jackson, James Buchanan, and Alicia Kent Kane, while guests of Judge George G. Leeper, worshipped here. Slates on the roof were brought from Scotland. Near is colonial residence of Perry Lukens on Fairville Road. Hardware and other materials were brought from England. Has original latch-string lock. Avondale, old colonial residence of Thomas Leeper, near Crum Creek, built on plan of his Scotch home. Wallingford, residence of late Dr. Horace Howard Furness, America's greatest Shakespearean scholar. He left a working library of several thousand Shakespeare books, including The Variorum, edited with his son. Swarthmore College, founded 1864 by members of the Hicksite Society of Friends, is located on a hill with a fine view of the Delaware River. Campus over 200 acres, includes large tract of woodland and rocky valley of Crum Creek. Buildings, mostly stone, French Renaissance, include the Sproul Astronomical Observatory, built in 1911, gift of William C. Sproul. Contains one of the best telescopes in America. Library, English Collegiate Gothic, built 1907, local stone with terracotta and Indiana limestone trimmings. Architect, Edward L. Tilton, New York. The reading room is open through 2 stories. Height, 20 feet with gallery on 3 sides. Gothic beamed ceiling and leaded ceiling lights. Interior finished with dark oak. In fireproof tower room is the Anson Lapham Friends Historical Library, one of the largest collections of Quakeriana in America. Contains original manuscripts of John Woolman's journal. Near the library stands a house with gambrel roof, built in 1724, marked with tablet by Delaware County Historical Society, birthplace of Benjamin West, born in 1738, first great American painter, founder and second president of the Royal Academy, London. Exterior unchanged, now residence of college professors. The college owns and is still collecting original paintings and drawings by West. Meeting house built 1881, follows the traditions of early colonial style. Parish Hall, the main building, erected 1864-69, rebuilt after the fire in 1881, contains a portrait of George Fox by Sir Peter Lely, and other interesting portraits of early friends and later benefactors of the college. Wharton Hall, men's dormitories, built in form of Oxford quadrangle, architects Buntley and Sprigley. Stone gateway, north entrance, designed by Frederick B. Pyle. End of section 21.